Good afternoon. Welcome to the February 26, 2026 Planning Commission meeting, the Zoning Code Study Session meeting. Before we get started, I'd like to pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All of them.
I'd like to open up with public comment. During the public comment period, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matter not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Hello, I guess it's not evening yet. Planning Commission, thanks you for being here. I would just like to address this ongoing issue of the, Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. I'd like to just address this ongoing situation we have where the staff report and the agenda doesn't get published until after public comment period has ended. We're required to have our comments, written comments in 3 days ahead of time. And the agenda and the packet was published at 10 p.m. 4 hours after the deadline to submit comment. So this is an ongoing thing. I know that last meeting you guys asked the staff to make sure you had your stuff ahead of time. And so I think in order to not violate the Brown Act, maybe we should try harder in the future. If they don't get the stuff published in time for this meeting, then maybe it should be pushed to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment in the room?
Hello, Commission, Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I just want to ditto and reiterate that and also point out that it's been like historically every single agenda on any topic for any project of anything that ever comes out. The agenda is always too late for anybody to submit comments, whether it's a building developer or anything in between, you know. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments in the room? Any comments on Zoom?
I don't see any hands.
Thank you. We're going to close public comment. We're going to move into the regular calendar and approve the planning minutes for the January 22nd, 2026 and January 29th, 2026 meetings. Commissioners? Good.
Move to approve them as written.
I'll second.
Approved? Thank you. Moving on to item B is the rotation of the chair and appointment of vice chair. So if I'm not mistaken, it is typically go to a vote. And I know Commissioner Flights is not here.
She's it.
Do the commissioners want to have a vote to discuss? Or do we want-
Yes.
Okay,
If I may, Chair.
please.
So yeah, the bylaws say that we elect the chair and vice chair. Historically, it was rotated around the different districts. It's gotten a little mushy lately because we've had people resign midterm and new people and all that. So, but I do think it's a good idea to move the chairmanship around between the different districts. So I'm proposing, I would like to nominate Commissioner Flights to be chair. She's currently vice chair. She's done an excellent job. Plus, she's not here, so she can't object. And so then we would need a vice chair. And since Commissioner Barrett and I have served within the last 3 years, I'm looking at either Commissioner Harper, Commissioner McIntosh to rock, paper, scissors, decide who might want to be vice chair.
Okay.
What do you guys?
I have a little bit of a different view, if I may, just for discussion. You mentioned historically, we rotate, but also historically we match the county supervisor. Because of the people stepping down and it getting out of rotation, I think we got out of that. So what I think it should align with is whoever the county supervisor is at the chair, that's who, in my opinion, the planning commissioner should be. So for me, I would like to see Commissioner McIntosh in the chair because it aligns with that supervisor, which historically, in my opinion, it has been. And then I certainly agree with your comments about the vice chair. That's my opinion.
I just, if I may, I'm concerned that I know Commissioner McIntosh is running for supervisor, and I think that potentially could be viewed as a conflict of interest. So that's why I was saying that since Amelia is vice chair, traditionally the vice chair has stepped up, and that it would make more sense for, anyway, that's my opinion, to have Commissioner McIntosh as vice chair.
Yeah, I see what you mean, because you'd have the same district have the commission chair twice in a row under that.
What do you mean?
To where if you're chair this year, then if you were supervisor next year, then your commissioner would be chair next year too. So it'd be 2 years in a row for your district.
I think it'd be
It'd
the opposite. There
The
wouldn't be a chair for the planning
Oh,
commission.
right, because
or the-
never mind.
Or
Sorry,
the
yeah, I
supervisor
get
for
it, I get it.
5 years after that.
Okay,
Well,
okay, I see what you're saying.
So, no, I misunderstood. So if Commissioner McIntosh becomes becomes supervisor next year, then his pick would be the chair.
Mm-mm. In 5 years, it
In-
would be.
it-
It
it
would
would-
actually be after, I would have to get elected again.
Yeah.
For my appointed commissioner to become the chair, if
Right.
it is in the 5-year rotation.
Yeah, so you're,
There's no such thing as rotation. We did away with that with the bylaws. There's no rotation anymore. It's strictly an election.
okay. so
But it
then-
can be whatever we make it, right?
Yeah, it can be
we vote.
whatever we make it, right?
So then,
So I would, if I may, when I was a planning commissioner 4 years ago,
Mhm.
and prior to that, it was in rotation. And it had been in rotation along with each district for as long as I have been paying attention. And so it moved away from the rotation to a vote. I think it was brought forth by, pardon me, by Commissioner Sharp.
It was in 2019, we changed the bylaws.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure why that was put that way. But it was voted upon then, but it seems like that is something that can change at our pleasure.
True, that's the whole idea of an election, is that we can elect, the rotation had an issue because of people resigning a midterm. And so then people who had just been appointed to the commission potentially would be the chair, and they really didn't have a grip on how
Experience,
things were
sure.
going yet. So we did away with the rotation and just tried to do election. So that's why normally the vice chair follows in the rotation, the vice chair followed the chair.
right, but we're not rotating, we're electing, right?
Right, so are we following tradition or not?
What I think is a good fit is I think Commissioner McIntosh for chair and Amelia Commissioner Flights to continue in the vice chair, gaining more valuable experience. Commissioner McIntosh has proven himself to be a wealth of knowledge. And it also is a good sending off because I wish him all the best in his upcoming election, and I think it's a strong point to leave on. So I think Commissioner McIntosh.
And you're not concerned about public perception, that we're kind of supporting someone to be supervisor?
I didn't support, I just wished him well. I didn't
No,
support him.
but I mean, if we elect him chair,
No, I don't,
What does that have to do with the election?
well, because you can put that on your resume then.
But-
You're the chair.
I've
Okay,
already
all right,
been
never
chair in the past. I am a planning commissioner.
Hmm.
I don't see a conflict of interest of being a planning commissioner or being one of the 5 chairs in rotating fashion. I mean, I don't know, maybe we could bring it by county council to see if that is a conflict of interest, but I don't really
Oh, I
follow
don't-
that logic.
I don't think it is a conflict of interest. It's just a public perception.
So, commissioners want to vote?
So do we have can you clarify your motion?
I would like Commissioner McIntosh to be the chair, and I would like Commissioner Flights to stay in the vice chair role, gaining valuable experience. That's my motion.
I'll second.
So we have a first and a second. Want to vote?
All right. Commissioner Harper,
Aye.
Commissioner Flights is absent. Commissioner Barrett,
Aye.
Commissioner Fall,
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner McIntosh,
Aye.
And if I can
Please.
have your indulgence one more time.
Absolutely.
So we have a gift for you as outgoing chair. So for those of you who don't know, Commissioner Barrett usually has a pile of cough drops in front of him. And so as an outgoing present, rather than plaque or gavel or something useless, we have a big jar. A big jar of cough drops with the lid work. I have too many jammed in here with shamrock.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very
use
much.
these in good health. And Amelia wanted you to have treats for your dogs.
Very much.
So thank you very much for your service. It's been kind of like sometimes contentious, very long hours. And so thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rotation of the chair. I think out of ease, I'll just go here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Your dogs, thank you.
Suggestion.
I did.
Thank you.
Oh, now I got more room to spread out.
Congratulations. Mhm.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to B, community development. Nope. Yes.
See.
C, planning additional study session, Trinity County zoning code update, parts 2, 4, and 7.
Good afternoon, commissioners, members of the public, Drew Plabani, Community Development Director. I'll give a brief overview and then we'll jump into it. If you guys want to review these components in any order, just let us know. Otherwise, my plan would be to go in the order as presented in the staff report, but at your pleasure. So a quick background, obviously, I think as pretty much everyone is aware, we're engaged in a comprehensive overhaul of county zoning code. Where we left off from the January 29th meeting was to review 3 additional components. A review of the land use tables from part 2. I'll get to it, Matt. Review of part 2 of the land use tables, review of the consolidated and updated cannabis land use regulations for for basically all of cannabis code. And that's been basically consolidated and reorganized to be consistent with the rest of the organization of zoning code and their subsections. And then we have a proposed section of zoning code, the cannabis opt-out overlay zone, which obviously we have been talking about establishing for some time now. In the staff report, back up to the staff report, you'll see all of the items that were brought on the January 29th meeting and 3 additional items, the tables in a PowerPoint from part 2, the cannabis regulations, and the opt-out overlay document. We also received 2 comments after the publication of the staff report, which we have put together with a memo of additional comments received. So if, Alex, you want to pass those out now, there are also additional copies on that front table for anyone that wants to review.
This one, the first stack with the memo on it.
Those, so we printed all of your comments, both of them, which were received. You're welcome to have us hand them out. They're all the same.
What you're saying is his comments are in here?
Yep, and the memo packets that we put together printed the maps, and those are included as well. So one more thing to add before we get into review of these sections. My thought was that in order to facilitate review, that I would go ahead and share my screen to the Zoom meeting. And then that way we can scroll through the tables and the, cannabis ordinances in their entirety. And I thought that might facilitate our review. So do you have any preference on the order in which we go through these items? And then a question also, just to kind of make it clear to us and to all the public, how do you want to conduct public comment throughout this study session?
Yeah, I think that the land use tables are kind of a direct continuance of our last session. And so we should go through those first, and then followed by the cannabis ordinance, and then the opt-out overlay discussion after that.
Great.
Public comment.
Oh, and with regards to public comment, well, I would say public comment before each zone. Not individual zones, but, one before commercial zone, one before the residential zones, and get the public input. I'm assuming there's a lot of public input in this discussion, or in these, that we're not really able to read at this point. And so I think that would be prudent.
So public comment when we review the tables for each of the zones, prior to reviewing each of the zones.
Mhm.
And then for the other items, how would you like to address public comment?
Okay, so that would be for the metric. And then for the cannabis ordinance, I don't know. That's up for discussion. I mean, it's a 68-page
Maybe.
document.
play it by ear depending on how it goes. Can't do
Maybe,
the first part if
maybe
you-
by section.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and kind of play it by ear as far as if you start running out of time, then or we can just shorten the meeting or shorten the amount we get done.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we start running
don't-
out of time, then we just kind of push it to another meeting.
Right, because public comment, in my opinion, is pretty important.
Yeah, it's vital. Okay. Is that clear?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, so we'll start off with the tables. Give me a second to set up sharing the screen, and I'll have Angel, who put together the slides, run through the tables with you all, and we'll take notes. Also want to add that we have Nikki Zanchetta from the Mentor Harness team online, who's also tracking and taking notes along with the recording and staff's notes.
Great.
Okay, up first, we have the resource zones. And so this covers the agriculture zone, agriculture preserve, agriculture forest, open space, and timber production zones. These, I'll zoom in a little bit more.
So does staff have anything to add to this before we bring it to public comment and discussion?
I believe that the only change, and Angel, correct me if I'm wrong, that was made to these tables based on feedback received at the January 29th meeting was to add in aquaculture as a land use.
And for the aquaculture component, we were saying that it was like permitted by right or with director use permit, depending on intensity. And then for agricultural forestry, a conditional use permit. Since the main use of agricultural forestry is the forestry component. And depending on design, we didn't want it to, or the thinking was potential impacts to the forestry aspect. In my brief research into aquaculture, there is a lot of restrictions at the state level. So how we want to, as a community, tackle that and ensure compliance with the state level, that's up for like determination on whether or not we want to permit it by right or a director use permit.
Yeah, it probably just depends on how it's implemented, right? If they're going to build a pond, then there is the stipulations required by building a pond and such.
Yeah. In regards to how they're not providing public comment?
To public comment before us, right?
I think that if we have any questions for staff, would be, and then after those questions are answered, then we'll open it up to public comment and discussion.
So I guess one thing I want to add, and
Yeah.
Angel can feel free to chime in, but my recollection of kind of what she conveyed to me based on her review is that there are significant amount of regulations far beyond the construction of a pond as it relates to aquaculture from CDFW, with, the primary concern being the introduction of invasive species into our, aquatic ecosystems. So I think that's what she was getting at. And then I also wanted to add, which I forgot to do in my kind of introduction, that we will be giving an update to the Board of Supervisors. We're targeting the March 17th Board of Supervisors meeting to bring all of the consolidated feedback and direction from the Planning Commission to them for review. And then also that the public review draft, we're targeting a formal public review draft being released in May. And so I think that it may be sensible, following the public review draft release, that we either have additional planning commission and board of supervisors meetings to discuss these topics separately, or potentially consider the possibility of a joint study session as we've done in the past when we went through all the general plan elements. So just kind of wanted to put that out there and make that known.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah,
Does staff have any question, or does the commission have any questions for staff?
So if you're gonna, I mean, if you make aquaculture permitted by right, then everybody would have to follow state law to do anything anyways, right?
correct.
So there's
Um,
no reason to do a director's use permit if you have to follow state law guidelines anyways. Am I correct on that, or is that
You're-
wrong?
You're correct that they would still have to follow state laws.
So there's no reason for us to get involved and create more bureaucratic hassle.
It's, at times, the local jurisdiction is a point of information. And so if someone isn't aware that there are state laws, they just go and start developing an aquaponics situation, or aquaculture, they may not be aware of those state laws and the potential impacts of their project on adjoining lands or river systems.
Well, if they
And-
don't know that, they wouldn't know to even come in here and get a director's use permit.
If we have it on our local agency point of contact, when they come in asking what land uses are allowed, if we state out, okay, these are what's required and at what intensity would require more other agency involvement to apply conditions or mitigate different effects. That's because planning's kind of like the way station of information and for agencies, for
So-
interagency collaboration on projects.
So when you put P/D, that means it's permitted by right, or depending on the intensity of it, it would be a director. So like they'd come to
Correct.
you and you'd say, no, if it's that small, you can just do it under permitted by right.
Correct.
And then if you needed to go farther, then you'd put them with a director's use permit. Okay, I get it.
Commissioner Fall?
This kind of bleeds over into the cannabis ordinance, but I was comparing
That's the next table.
part two, well, I was comparing part two with 1743. And so for an example, on this first table, the resource zones, in 1743, distribution is allowed in C2, C3, industrial, ag, and ag forest. But now on this table, it's no longer in ag forest, it's in ag preserve, which, is supposed to be for ag production greater than 100 acres. And it's also, you're going to see allowed in RR10 and C1. So there's a distinct mismatch between what was in the 1743 and what is in table 2 for a lot of the cannabis uses: distribution, manufacturing, nursery, testing facilities. What is in 1743 is not what is on these tables. And I can go through them when we get to the cannabis ordinance. But for some of them, like distribution, that you took out C2 and C3 on these tables means that,
Well, that's later in this.
I know, I'm just saying, okay, I'll wait till we
Yes.
get to commercial. But you took out C2 and C3 and it was C1, and I think distribution needs to be allowed in C2 and C3. And I don't know why there's a mismatch between the 1743 and table 2.
So, can we
Yeah, we can.
discuss?
So right now, I'm just talking about ag.
Yeah.
And so right now, distribution, if you look on whichever page that is for cannabis-related uses,
Table 2.
table
So since cannabis is in its own section
It's in here, right here on
Table
table,
2.
under resource.
under resource, okay,
Go to the
well,
next page under resources.
okay. Well, maybe what we can do, since the public can only see one section at a time, as we all can, why don't we work through,
You're gonna go page by page versus section by section, land use by land use.
actually, you're right. We can go land use by land use, not page by page. Yep, that's fine.
So just to clarify, there are a variety of land uses that exist across all of the different zones. So I think we almost need to go page by page.
Okay,
My suggestion would be that perhaps we hold off on the cannabis land uses in terms of the table until we go through the zoning code. And then we can compare, once we have greater understanding of what's allowable in zoning code, to the tables as far as permit thresholds, but entirely your choice.
well, I thought we went through this table pretty extensively last time.
We haven't been to this table at all.
We did
No,
not
we
get
didn't.
to the table.
We never even looked at them.
No,
They didn't exist in my
Well,
book.
there's-
Yeah, they were there last time, but we did not spend a lot of time going through them specifically, which is why I believe the direction was to present them so that we could go through them essentially line by line if
Yeah.
that's what the commission would like to see.
so, just for clarity, these are all commercial agricultural types of endeavors, an apiary, an animal sales yard, et cetera. And those do fall under the jurisdiction of the ag commissioner. They would have some level of regulation. If I had more than a certain amount of beehives, the ag commissioner would be notified and provide information and regulations and such.
Yes, because after, if you go over like, for the bee example.
Yeah.
If you go over 10 hives,
Mhm.
then you have to register your hive with the ag.
Right. So I
But-
mention that because when we talk, circling back to the aquaponics, but just generally speaking, the DUP you mentioned with regards to just providing them information to these projects. That is already something that falls within the jurisdiction of the agricultural commissioner. Am I not?
Not for aquaponics, I don't believe.
For all of these land uses that are listed in the table, as an example, firewood storage and processing is not regulated by the ag department.
Certainly.
Habitat conservation improvement is not, stables public, not watershed management activities.
But agricultural types of crops, a dairy, an apiary, and I'm just assuming that culture would fall within the commercial agricultural types of land use.
Yeah, yes. And as a planning department with many different types of uses, we have our agency referrals process.
Mhm.
And we coordinate with many different agencies for a single project. And that's where maybe something that needs a director use permit versus being permitted by right or even like a conditional use permit is to make sure that there's a lot of interagency cooperation
Mhm.
to make sure the project is using best management practices and that any potential impacts are mitigated. So like with aquaculture, there's a big concern on invasive plant species and fish or mussels that could impact local waterways and be detrimental. And so for certain projects, there needs to be that interagency cooperation
Yeah.
to protect not just that industry, but other industries as well that depend upon waterways.
And pardon me, since I'm new back into this chair role, I'll get the hang of it. But before we open up to public comment, I I would suggest, I think the direction would be to go through all of each page, looking for clarity from staff, and then open it up. Right, so we can go through the next page, go to the next page.
Cannabis section?
That was be the cannabis section, but maybe we should we go to the cannabis section during our cannabis ordinance discussion?
I personally think that would be
Yeah,
more
okay.
efficient to
Okay.
address cannabis land uses and the tables as we go through
Okay.
the cannabis section, but whatever your preference.
I agree. So then we can go ahead and move on to the next one, which is
So
the residential uses.
So just to clarify, are you recommending any changes to this first slide?
Thank you. Well, before you make recommendations, I think, and maybe, correct me if I'm incorrect, we're looking for clarity from staff. And then we open it up to public comment. And then we'll discuss and then give direction.
There's technical and clarifying questions after the staff report, and then public comment, and then discussion.
Right, so
And
that's what I'm looking.
And I
doing.
think it's really entirely your pleasure because this is a study session. So
Yeah.
whatever
True.
format you wish to proceed with is acceptable.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, let's just go through all of the agricultural land uses outside of cannabis for clarifying questions.
I really feel like we did this before. I mean, we went through these tables. Sorry.
Actually, we did not go through the tables to the best of my knowledge.
I mean, I think we quickly sort of breezed them, or commissioners had some specific questions or limited, questions and comments. I would say if there's nothing that the commission wishes to provide direction on,
Mhm.
then we can just
Well,
continue to
I guess
proceed.
my confusion is, I'm looking through all my notes, part 4 and part 2. And, there's all these things like, agritourism is, we talked about it being a working farm, more than $1,000 in sales. Asked whether or not it allowed ag product sales, allows in P and DUP. We went through farm stays. We went through all this. So that information, how did that get incorporated into these tables?
We made no changes to the tables.
Yeah, correct. We didn't make, incorporate your comments from the last time, into the tables. That's gonna be a big haul to go through and make those comprehensive changes. And that would take more time than what we had before this meeting. This is to get more specific details, because previously we talked about the land use itself and what it meant and how it works in our communities. So now we're trying to, okay, we've all looked at, okay, what is the land use? What does it mean? What does it encompass? Okay, now what does it mean? What does it look like being applied to these zones? So this is more of the application of the discussions we had previously.
So does the commission have any clarifying questions for residential uses for the ag and or the resource zoning?
Yes, I do have one
Okay,
on TPZ. A dwelling single family needs a director's use permit, and a family daycare home is permitted by right. What's up with that?
that's a good question.
I'm not sure why they put family daycare home as permitted by right.
If anything, the single family dwelling would be something more to swap that with.
We can make those changes. The primary purpose of a timber production zone is the timber production. And so it's more centered around what is allowed in association with a major timber operation.
No, I get it. You get a tax break for not having a home.
I can answer that question, or at least give a little bit of insight. So as it currently stands in zoning code, for TPZ zone parcels, you have to get a use permit in order to build the single-family dwelling. And part of that requirement, as I understand it, is established because it requires the evaluation of a forester to ensure that the development that occurs on those TPZ zone parcels does not impact the potential of future timber harvests. So even though family home daycare is allowed by right, the construction of the single-family dwelling in which the daycare would happen would have to go through getting the director's use permit or that applicable use permit prior to constructing the dwelling. And then I believe it's based on state law that any zone that allows for single-family dwellings allow for the daycare by right. So if that helps to clarify.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions for residential uses of resource zone? Before we move on, okay, then let's move on to commercial uses of the resources. Any clarifying questions for staff? Okay, then we can move on to recreation, entertainment, and public assembly uses for our resource zone. Any clarifying questions for staff?
Yeah, so campground minor, we talked about hip camp and all that being a permitted by right. I mean, at a certain point or something, I mean, if someone's just putting in a slab for somebody to park an RV or put up a couple tents, do they really need a director's use permit? My notes said we had asked about permitted by right versus director's use permit for tent campgrounds. So, I mean, is a tent campground a minor campground, or now that you've revised that?
So I'll try and give a little bit of context, at least behind my understanding and thinking as to why we're proposing use permit pathways. I would say primarily it has to do with public health and safety and ingress egress for fire apparatus, as well as acknowledging the fact that depending on the intensity of the use or the roadway that services a particular parcel, as we're all aware, we have some, outdated single track roads that access many parcels in Trinity County. And so at what point does 2 or 3 vehicles for people from out of the area that need to evacuate in an emergency situation become a significant problem and further, the potential hazard associated with, say, wildfire event?
But you're allowing all these other uses, a home enterprise, permitted by right.
The,
The emergency shelters permitted by right, farm worker houses permitted by right. If you can have farm worker housing, why can't you have a tent or a RV?
because those go through a building permit process. And go through those same review processes for access and fire safety. And a tent, if it's not like a built structure, then it won't need a building permit. And so like an emergency shelter, that's taking place in either in an existing structure or a new structure being built. And so they'll go through that review process.
Okay, so, but I guess the issue is definition. So is putting in a slab with septic and water, or then let's say it's just an RV hookup, it just has water and electricity. Is that a minor campground?
Commissioners, I believe that it's on the number of hookups that would be the signifier of a major versus a minor. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but I remember on research in the past, it was the intensity of said use of the campground as designating it minor versus major.
Well, last time it was campground tent. Right, you guys changed the definition to campground minor and major, and I didn't see a revised definition for minor and major.
We had a pretty good discussion about it the last time and got clarification, so I do agree.
So,
And none of the revisions have been put in. This is a continuance, so.
We
Okay.
did make I did make the change of aquaculture and then changed it from campground tent, campground major. I did adjust the land use name.
Okay.
But we did not update any of the other content within the tables itself, or like whether it was permitted by right or director use permit.
Okay.
To try and, facilitate a beneficial discussion on this topic, which I think is really important, honestly.
Mhm.
I think what we need to consider collectively is, what should that threshold be? And how can we or should we refine the definitions and the associated thresholds for those types of uses? Again, from my perspective, more as a volunteer firefighter, I think what we need to be thinking about is, egress in the event of a wildfire. Because, again, you have several vehicles up a single track dirt road or multiple RVs. And that is why we're proposing it as a DUP, so that it can get referred to CAL FIRE, even if there are no building permits, let's say, so that we can attempt to evaluate, the adequacy of the road or driveway networks that get to those sites.
Well, yeah, I understand the concern. I'm a firefighter. But the devil's in the details. So what is the definition of campground minor versus campground major? And how do we incorporate the extensive comments we had last time about wanting to essentially allow agritourism and small farms to supplement their income by using the hip camp kind of model, where maybe all they have is a place for somebody to put up a tent or somebody to pull in an RV. I want to make sure that we haven't created a burden to them or a hurdle to them for getting that supplemental income. So that's my comment. How do we fix that?
So at a quick Google, minor campgrounds are characterized as minimal infrastructure. No heavy generator usage, and they should follow local county ordinances adopted to allow them. Typically fewer than 10 sites and are designed for tents or limited RV use. So that's the state guidance for minor versus major. I very much liked what you said the last visit about hip camping and pressing apples and the whole nine. So I don't want to create a choke point or an unnecessary burden for someone trying to have a small at-home industry.
So in our attempt to gain clarity, it sounds like there's a discussion that needs to happen on definitions. And so if there is there any more clarifying questions for staff?
yeah, it's going to come up. I think we should eliminate not permitted. So in a county that's the poorest county in the state of California, as far as eliminating any possible job or income source, why wouldn't you put a director's use or a conditional use permit for everything? Because every parcel is different. So just because a 3-acre parcel here can't have something on it, like a garage or whatever, one somewhere else in the county could. So why wouldn't you leave that open to where you could go get a director's use permit, and then you could put your facts forward. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if you have that potential, basically by saying not permitted, you're eliminating any possible anything. Whereas if you put a director's or a conditional use permit everywhere, you can present your case.
How about
And then the
this?
neighbors can put their input in. You know what I mean? Just eliminate not permitted.
I have a potential suggestion,
what type of-
solution.
So before you provide
Hang
that,
on.
what type of clarity are you asking for staff? Because that sounds like discussion.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that we eliminate or not permitted on the entire every table
Thank you.
and replace it with a C or a D.
So I'm looking here quickly. I'm trying to find the definition of low intensity recreational use. How about if we include something like the hip camp with a minimum, couple spaces under the definition of low intensity recreational use, and that is allowed by No, it's still a DUP, sorry.
And I like where this discussion is headed, but that's more discussion than clarity for staff.
Sorry.
And so I'd like to,
Had it fixed.
I would like to, just table it. Yeah,
Yes,
right?
got it.
I'd like to open this up to public comment and then we can continue this discussion. So this public comment will be with the permitted uses for the resource zoning. So is there any public comment in the room?
Frazier, Hettenshaw. I have public comment. I would like clarification on your ag forest zoning. What does section mean? Highlighted yellow. That doesn't mean anything to me. And why is it that in the ag forest there are several things that aren't permitted or just say section? I don't, and then are actually permitted in TPZ. I'm doing this by my phone, so it's a little small, might be a little tough, but you have in here that take poultry farms that says section. That's something that I actually do. I would like to know if that's going to be legal. I'm putting a lot of money and time into that right now. Row and field crops, permitted in ag preserve, nothing in ag forest, and then a director's use permit in TPZ. So that to me, should be permitted. And if anything, that would be questionable in TPZ. So, and other question, watershed management activities. Why is that permitted in everything except ag and ag preserve? Why would that not be permitted in your ag land where you have a creek running through Hayfork Valley? That's not ag forest. Somebody might want to do some watershed management on Hayfork Creek. I think we have the watershed center kind of. So those are the kind of things I'd like to see, especially ag forest needs to be flushed out. This is, to me, is unacceptable. What does section mean? That's important to me because this is what I will be allowed to do. I'm already doing a lot of this stuff. So I guess it doesn't matter because I'll be grandfathered in anyway, but I want it to be legal. And so, especially the amount of stuff I'm going through with the state right now to try to actually legally do these things, we don't need any issues from the county.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
Matt Jefferson, Trinity Center. That was very well said. I'd like to ditto all of that. But it seems strange to me, plant production is a director's use permit on ag forest. Ag forest, you would be producing plants. Seems like that should be permitted by right. And I just really wanted to ditto what Dan said, that like getting rid of the not permitted when we're looking at being the brokest county in the state and trying to encourage small business, we should be trying to eliminate any barrier for entry as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room?
Yeah, mostly questions, but yeah, comment. Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. This is another situation of like, why are we back there again already talking about this? And the staff hasn't had time to make the changes from the last meeting. But that aside, so where there's a P/D, I assume maybe it's in definitions or something, but like, we need to make sure we know what the threshold is that triggers the D instead of the P. And then, yeah, a lot of the comments from last time, of course, didn't get incorporated, so I don't know how many of them we need to comment on again, but the temporary worker housing is ag building permitted by right, low intensity recreational use, shouldn't that be permitted by right? We really need to limit the things that the staff is responsible for making discretionary decisions on. That's been a big problem in this county a lot, is the discretionary matter of stuff. So the more things that we can decide for sure, so that the planning department and the building department don't have to make discretionary decisions, that's super important. Thanks.
Any more public comment?
Pamelo from Post Mountain. Thank you for the board and the chair and the staff today. I'd like to take this this opportunity to just clarify some stuff, get up to date about the opt-out zone. You know, there is a dense population, Hmong population in.
Hey, Tommy,
Yes.
if I may, this particular time for public comment is with regards to the zoning
Oh, zoning?
of resource zoning.
Oh, it's not about the opt-out zone?
The opt-outs, no.
Okay, so
There is a section for the opt-out,
Oh.
the
What
cannabis
about-
opt-out zone. That'll be later on in this meeting. So
what-
this is regarding, you see up here, all the just what is allowed, what is not
Okay,
allowed in that
okay.
zone.
Okay, and then what about, can I talk about the, not director use permit, but the egg exempt building? Can I talk about that?
Ag exempt buildings, that is not for this
Oh,
discussion
okay.
presently, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any more public comment?
Yes, I do.
In the room, is there any more public comment? There is no more in the room. Public comment virtually?
Yes, we have several. We'll start with John Brower.
John Bauer, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I agree with both Planning Commissioner Dan's comment about having at least the ability to get something permitted through a discretionary process, even if it is not an obvious fit for that zoning type. It's just essential for Trinity County to be able to have maximum flexibility. And a previous commenter, Dan Frazier, brought up some really interesting topics that I think merit a lot more discussion. On the resource zones, it is possible to permit a residence. If you did have a permitted residence on even TPZ or other resource general plan designations or zones, then shouldn't you also be able to participate in any of the cottage industries, home-based businesses that are, especially the minor, lower impact ones without a permit, and then have the ability to permit higher impact ones? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Online can hear you.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you on Zoom, John.
I don't know if they can hear me in the room. Can somebody in the room respond if you can hear me?
There's a message to the Zoom that says, hold on while we reboot. So they must be having some kind of technical difficulties.
Hello,
in
can
the
you hear
room.
us?
All right, thanks.
Okay, we are resuming back to John Brower. We did have to reboot our systems, but it should be back up.
Thank
Hopefully
you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm not sure where you lost me, but even on, my main point is that even on resource zones, it's possible to permit a residence. And if you have a permitted residence, even on TPZ or some other resource zone or general plan designation, I think you should be able to also participate in the cottage industry, additional kind of ancillary to rural residential type uses, or at least the minor uses by right. And, the major cottage industry uses via the appropriate discretionary permitting. It is a residence. And it seems like these, are ways to help keep working lands working and sustain, families and businesses in a place like Trinity County. So I agree with Commissioner Harper's comment that we shouldn't outright ban anything, and that even if a use is not an obvious fit for a general plan or zoning designation, that it still be possible via discretionary permitting process. And Dan Frazier's comments about these other uses that really fit right in with the cottage industry ordinance seem like they should be an obvious, permissible thing in Trinity County, even on TPZ, even on Ag Forest. It seems that a lot of this got worked out previously with the passage of the cottage industry ordinance, and so that might be a place to look for some guidance on these things instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, especially on such a short time frame.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Is there any more public comment virtually?
Yes, we also have Sherry White.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Hello, Commissioners. This is actually our joint account. This is Scott White Lewiston. I'd like to point out that I disagree with allowing pretty much anything to go in any zoning district with a permit. I think that runs afoul of state law, that zoning is for a reason. If you allow anything anywhere, I'm not sure that's really zoning. So I think that's a concern. A specific zoning like TPZ that's controlled by the state has rules. There's things that are not going to be allowed in there that have nothing to do with the county. So saying anywhere, anytime you can do anything potentially with the permit is not really a good idea. And when we get to the residential section, there's lots of things that shouldn't be allowed outright. So I think just saying we should allow a permit anywhere is actually very poor land use policy. And I would encourage the commission to not go that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
We also have Ben Kellogg.
Go ahead, Ben.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday. I agree and second Rhoda's sentiments. Limit the discretionary, spell it out, have it on paper, in the ordinance, in plain, simple language. Interpretation has killed the county over the last number of years. The planning commission usually does things in good faith effort. However, we all know when it gets to the board of supervisors, some supervisors have a history of twisting themselves into pretzels, trying to reinterpret an ordinance or quote unquote what people meant back then. So I would encourage any ordinances, just spell it out and as if we were all fifth graders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
We also have Steve Sell.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, one of the commissioners asked an important question that I hope we just keep that spirit is why do we need a DUP if there's already state regulations that cover all this? And that should be a question that we ask ourselves a lot during this process. It kind of goes with what JB was saying about, why eliminate something in a zoning when there might be circumstances where it works and leave a pathway. But just this is the chance to not be the over regulators. Why do we need a second layer of bureaucracy for somebody to use their land in a way that's already thoroughly covered by state regulations? I know we can't do that for cannabis, but for lots of other uses like aquaponics, for goodness sakes, or aquaculture, that was a great example. So I hope we just keep that in mind as we go through this process. Just, are we creating an extra layer of bureaucracy here? Is this necessary, or do we already have multiple state agencies that are already regulating this activity? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, if that is all the public comment, bring it back to the commission.
I'm sorry, somebody just raised their hand. Their phone number starting with 707.
Go ahead.
I agree completely with the last caller. This is
Who is
Julia.
this?
This is Julia Brownfield. Yes, I agree with less regulation as everywhere we can. If the state require certain things, why are we doubling back and making things harder for people to do on their own ground? I understand, regulation is needed, but I think we're making more work for ourselves, having to hire a lot of people to do things that we probably shouldn't do. Dan Fraser had a great comments on TPZ and ag ground. We should be able to do many of the things that you could do on building homes, and I think we're overreaching here, and that's just my opinion. And I hope we can simplify a little bit throughout this process. That's it.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to the commission for discussion. Fellow commissioners?
Chair. So, sorry, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but, so I'm looking at the definition of low-intensity recreational uses, and it's talking about trails, kayak, dock launches, other similar facilities. That requires a director's use permit. Parks and playgrounds, which is playground equipment, open space areas for active and passive recreation, picnicking, sport and active recreation facilities, may also include enclosed structures. That is just permitted by right. So that is inconsistent.
Yeah, and it's interesting that low intensity recreation is permitted in ag forest. It just as a permitted right, but not playgrounds. Yeah, some clarity on that is in store.
If I may, I first want to address one of the public comments in terms of why there's a yellow section underscore. Basically, that is the way that it was given to us from Interharnish. And what that denotes is that that section needs to be either, when the tables were compiled, that either that section needed to be created, further established, and it's just kind of a placeholder and an indicator that that's what that land use, that the section needs to be revised or needs to be clearly established. And that's just there. You'll also see in some of the other documents that we sent, there were some yellow highlighted areas. And typically that just has to do with conforming the numbering sequence to that specific land use or referencing out to, a component of zoning code.
Okay, so for discussion on a future date.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, to some of the comments we received, if there are yellow highlight section areas that commission wants to give us guidance on whether we should apply a P, a C, or a D, happy to take notes on that. Alternatively, the majority of these tables, with the exception of land uses that are being established now or being revised, I think primarily cannabis as an aside somewhat, we carried forward what was allowed in current zoning code in terms of the existing allowability and permit type threshold, but undoubtedly there's room to refine that and improve.
Drew, I can provide a little bit more clarification on with the section reference within the table, at least specifically for ag forest. In each of the tables, the section following the tables in the document, there's an additional land use requirements, and it just is highlighted within kind of an underscore because we are trying to avoid putting in section references as the document's working because the number of the section tends to change. We don't want to cause more confusion with that, but in the section following the table, there's more detailed information about there's very specific circumstances in which certain uses are allowed by right or with a use permit in ag forest, and those are outlined in the section following the table in the document. I believe right now it's labeled as subsection B for the ag forest requirements.
Thank you. Doesn't look like we have that. I mean, we just
So
have the tables.
We just have the tables in this PowerPoint, but if it's helpful, we can start showing section 2, and then we would have that additional description and narrative that Nikki is referencing.
Okay. Board?
Oh, one of the ones that caught me is place of assembly. Is that not protected by your First Amendment right? Why do we have a director's use permit for what's a First Amendment right?
Yeah, what's the definition of,
I think it's, you need a building.
It doesn't say that.
a place of assembly? What is a place of assembly?
I believe it's the current term that captures, place of worship, church, things of that nature. That's the current term that's used.
Community center.
It's talking about a facility intended, so it's not the a right, it's the facility that houses that right. So they're talking about civic and private auditoriums, banquet halls, community centers, conference and convention facilities. So that kind of facility would make sense that you would need some sort of permit.
And places of worship is also included in that, but it's a broader term that encompasses more. Because we're not allowed to treat, like by state law or federal law, not able to treat a church differently than a place of assembly.
And commissioners, if I may, from part 7 of the zoning code update definitions, place of assembly is read as a facility intended for public or private assembly and meetings, including civic and private auditoriums, banquet halls, community centers, conference and convention facilities, meeting halls for clubs, and other membership organizations and places of worship.
Thank you.
So is that clear? I think Commissioner Fall, was right on the way she described it, which it's really more to do with the structure, similar to the example I gave for TPZ, right? It's not so much the use, but it's establishing a structure that would be used for that specific land use.
Sense?
So one more question. So, so it's a little difficult again because we're not sure what changes were made to definitions and stuff. So we asked that the definition of slaughterhouse exclude things like mobile poultry processing, because right now, when I'm looking at the table, it's saying that you would need a director's use permit for ag for a slaughterhouse.
Yes, that's talking about a big facility designed to take in animals.
Right,
the-
so, but, well, that's what you're saying, but I mean, it just says facility where livestock are slaughtered and processed. So that could include a mobile poultry processing facility.
That wouldn't be a primary use on the parcel. That a mobile facility is going to other locations, so that's not tied directly to the land usage.
Okay, if someone is reading the definition, then they're going to be very confused.
And we
There-
can modify the definition to talk about a physical structure on that parcel. But a mobile slaughterhouse, you're not keeping, the point of the mobile is that it's mobile, it's going to other people's land to do the
Mhm.
slaughtering.
Right.
It's not taking place on that parcel.
It is.
The slaughterhouse
it
is
is
taking place on it.
It's not really a slaughterhouse, it's a slaughter, like units.
Okay,
A
all right.
slaughter
So
truck,
I would
a mobile
propose
slaughter
that we
trailer.
could, add something like the word fixed to the
Yeah.
definition that would clarify that it does not include mobile slaughter operations.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Back to Fall's thing here on low intensity recreational use needing a director's use permit versus a park or playground being permitted by right. You think that low intensity recreational use should be permitted by right also?
I mean, talking about trails and kayak launching, why would you need a director's use permit to put a trail on your property? I got lots of trails on my property.
Well, building a playground is way more intense than a low intensity recreational.
The only thing that crosses my mind is that I don't think it's building the trail. It's probably accommodating a parking lot or other types of development that would be required to facilitate offering access to what otherwise would be low-intensity recreation uses.
So wouldn't a park or a playground need parking also? I mean,
That makes sense to me. A playground
They're
park is
both-
gonna need parking, it's gonna need possibly bathrooms, et cetera. It
But
seems
it's-
like they would be in the,
they would at least be the
be
same
in
in
the
my
same
opinion.
category.
It's permitted by right. A park or a playground is permitted by right.
It is, but not low intensity recreational use.
But low-intensity recreational use, the definition is land, including limited developed recreational amenities that allow for access to natural spaces with minimal improvements. Illustrative examples include, but are not limited to, trails, kayak dock launches, and other similar facilities. To me, that's less intense than a park or a playground.
And we can modify that.
That's what we're
to
saying.
reflect
That's what we're suggesting, I believe.
We fully concur.
Okay, so let's start with park playground. Do you want to see parks and playgrounds allowed in what capacity on these various resource zones?
Anytime there's confusion, just put a P there.
We should allow them on ag forest by right. I mean, ag forest is actually less restrictive than ag preserve. Because ag preserve has to be for ag production and more than 100 acres.
Ag Forest aligns with TPZ in terms of its resource use, doesn't it? It is,
Correct. The only zone that can move into a timber production zone is an ag forest.
Mhm.
And just like agriculture preserve is the land use contract phase for ag. TPZ is that for ag forest.
But ag preserve, it's supposed to be preserved for agricultural development.
Correct.
So why is park playground permitted by right there and not under ag forest?
And we can make those adjustments. I'm
Just-
not sure if it was just carry forward
Just-
from our current zoning ordinance or if it was added in.
I would just say make low intensity recreational use permitted by right across all four instead of just one.
And if I may,
or all three, right? All three.
Ag forest already is permitted by right.
Yeah, so ag preserve and ag forest should be permitted by right for both playground and low intensity
Yes.
recreational use.
Yes.
Is what you're proposing? Is that
Yes.
consensus? Yes. Yeah. Okay. We can move on from that. Yeah, how about, Dan Fraser brought up, what was it? Watershed management? Would you provide me a definition, what watershed management is? In this tech context? I mean, we all know what watershed management is, but
The practice of preserving, protecting, and restoring natural watersheds with the intention of maintaining or improving species population and/or preventing fragmentation or reduction of habitat. Yeah, it seems like you'd want to do that everywhere.
is that in contradiction to ag production? Is that why that is
Well,
not allowed? Yeah, why would that not be allowed? Why would that be the direction?
because I mean, if you're ag and you're getting like a equip, contract with the NRCS or, one of their, kind of conservation reserve program kind of contracts, I mean, that's specifically for ag and that's what the kind of thing is you're doing.
Yeah, and I think that this is carryover from our current code. So in ag forest, open space and TPZ, it explicitly said that it was a use allowed by right. And in ag and ag preserve, it didn't state that it was a use allowed by right. And
So
so
we-
it wasn't reflected in these tables. So we can.
We just need to add
definitely-
a P to both of them.
We can definitely make that change.
Is that a consensus of the board? or commission? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Anything else, fellow commissioners? Okay, well then, we can move on to the next resource. Zoning,
Or resident.
residential. Oh, yeah, next zoning. Yes. Residential.
So within these zones, there's the rural residential 10-acre minimum, rural residential 1-acre minimum, R1, which is low density, R2, medium density, and R3, high density residential.
Any clarifying questions for staff?
Same comment as before. Get rid of all of the not permitted.
So yeah, yep, that's discussion. But okay, if there isn't any clarifying questions for staff, let's open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room about rural residential?
Or just all the residential zones?
I'm sorry, thank you. All the residential zones.
Thank you, Adrian Keys, Mayfork. I just wanted to, this comment is most certainly pertinent to this topic, but it also does reflect back on the last one. There seemed to be some confusion about John Brower's comment about the Home Cottage Industry Act. Chapter 17.30B, provisions for home occupation and cottage industry. It's the ordinance that the county passed quite a while back that creates permissible pathways for home occupations in various zones and with various levels of intensity. And frankly, that's from my experience, how I know of it, this was essentially what the cannabis ordinance was built on. This is how we decided those land uses. This is how we decided those thresholds of intensity was based on this ordinance. So I just wanted it to be known and be exceptionally clear that there is an ordinance in the county that describes a lot of what's on all these tables. This work has been done. So I would hope to just bring that to light and have that applied to this section and possibly also in retrospect to the last one also. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Is there any other public comment? Matt?
Hello, Commission. Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I've kind of outlined a bit of what I'm going to talk about already in my comment on page 1. In these tables, you're saying agritourism and RR10 needs DUP, and RR, which is what I'm on, I would need a CUP for any kind of agritourism. We talked about this intently about farm to table and such things like that, and that should be, in my opinion, permitted by right. It's also requiring an apiary or me raising bees, I would need a DUP. For a farm stand, I would need a DUP, and for firewood processing, I would need a DUP. So there's a standard that's held on certain people. That is what it is. These are complaint-driven systems. No one anywhere for 20 miles or 100 miles around me is going to be required to get a DUP for firewood processing. But the person that's going in to get their cannabis license approved is going to have to get permit after permit after permit after permit in order to make their project be approved and function. When everybody around them, it doesn't matter. This is basically a standard that's just being put on certain individuals. And that's my interpretation of it. But broadly, I'd say that we really need to be lowering barriers for entry to small business, home-based business, and these zoning codes are not lowering barriers to entry, they're raising barriers to entry. And I just think that agritourism, apiary, farm stand, and firewood processing should be permitted by right in RR. And I'll talk about the cannabis stuff later.
Thank you, Matt.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. I'd just like to add to the list the agricultural packing and processing plant. So I don't know, because we didn't go through definitions first, I don't know exactly how that's defined, but I do have to package and process my zucchini and my tomatoes. And you know, I only make a few $1,000s a year off this stuff, so I can't like just keep getting more and more. And I already have all my permits from the state and from the ag department to do everything, so I shouldn't have to go get conditional use and director's use permits to run my tiny little vegetable farm.
there isn't any more public comment in the room, is there any online?
Yes, we have Sherry White.
This is Scott White again, and I want to bring up a point. Table is very specific to those definitions. Let's use agritourism for a second. Some of these rural residential properties are way out in the boondocks on privately maintained roads. We've talked about fire from one of the commissioners. Part of the reason for the permit is if you're going to add hundreds, if not thousands of trips to a parcel. I'm using a number, wild number, but some of this isn't just the individual landowner. It's also the other landowners around that use. We need to think about not only the landowner that wants to do something, the people that are around him that maybe bought these RR10 parcels, their road, they're out in the country, that's what they expect. Suddenly we've allowed agritourism by right, the roads being impacted, fire safety is being impacted. We need to be really careful in just saying everything can go. And I would point out on the table, and here's a good example, where we have dwelling units 2, dwelling units 3, dwelling units 4. They're not permitted in rural residential zoning districts. That is absolutely appropriate. They should never be permitted there. Rural residential, by definition, is for a single family home only. It wouldn't make any sense to put director's permits there. Let me use another example where I think the table is too permissive. We have residential care facility less than 7, residential care facility 7+ persons. They're permitted by right according to this table. That's insane in a rural residential area that those would be permitted without any kind of review for road impacts, fire impacts, safety, water, sewage constraints are often there. So we need to think about not just the individual parcel, but also the area, the character in general, and the level of impact to resources and safety. So I think just saying we should never have something that's not allowed, or we should always have a director's permit or something. I think we need to be really careful with that because we need to take a single property view and a comprehensive view. And I think that there's some problems with these tables that there's some things that are good about the tables that don't allow things. I think for specifically the residential care facility, I can't imagine a residential care facility of 150 people in an RR10 zoning district. Table says you can do that as of right with no permits from the county. I think that's crazy. So we need to be really, really careful how we're looking at these tables. It shouldn't just be the Wild West of do anything or don't do anything because I see a lot of danger in making just broad statement decisions.
Thank you, Scott.
We also have Julia.
Go ahead, Julia.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the caller that asked for agritourism, apiary, and fire storage and processing, rural residential is rural residential. There are not a lot of services out there. And so any way we can help give people more businesses and limit the amount of intervention and interference is better. There's no reason you
Hey,
wouldn't.
Julia, please hold on real quick.
Okay.
Your speaker went away.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, did you get my part where I said I want agritourism, apiary, firewood storage and processing? Those are things that are very rural. And rural residential is very far away from anybody. I don't see why you would not allow it. And so I want it under P, if given my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
You bet.
And we also have John Brower.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, I agree with Scott White that we should probably take a deeper dive into some of these and maybe break them down, not just on the whole page and the residential type, considering all the residentials together, but each specific zone of residential. This is really where the rubber meets the road and where a lot of the complaints happen. But that being said, I think rural residential needs to be rural and needs to, in Trinity County, needs to allow for the broadest palette of potential uses possible so people can continue living in this place. And we don't know what's going to happen down the road with the economy and food security and things like that, but rural residential of all sizes needs to have a very broad choice of mixed uses available
And if they're higher impact, then create a discretionary permit for those higher impact ones. But it's absolutely necessary. And um, the the nanny state really is not welcome in Trinity. I think Trinity folks that move into a rural residential area are self-sufficient and take responsibility and accountability for themselves. And I don't know if they need that extra level of handholding that might be more appropriate in a residential setting or a high density residential setting. And so please take these on like line by line and put a lot of thought into them. And we're taking over 10,000 previously unclassified parcels that had unlimited uses available to them. And we're waving a magic wand and turning almost all of them into rural residential. And so those people that are used to having all those uses available to them, that's why they bought their place. That's what kept them and sustained them here. Now all of a sudden those uses won't be available to them unless you guys are able to straighten this out and try to make sense of it. So I think this section deserves a lot of time and possibly public comment on each line item, please.
Thank you, John. Any more public comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission.
Chair?
Yes.
So I would agree. So my suggestion would be that apiary, farm stand, firewood storage and processing, and forestry would all change from a director's use permit to permitted by right. Because when you read the definitions for those things, if you have more than an acre, yeah, you can be, chopping up firewood. You can have bees. You can have a small garden enough to have our farmer's market garden was maybe 1/8 of an acre, and we were selling at the farmer's market, so we could have had a farm stand instead. And then forestry, if you require someone to have a director's use permit, if they have more than an acre to conduct forestry activities, that means you're telling them, I need a director's use permit to do reforestation, forest management, forest products, and I used to sell boughs and pine cones. You're telling me I need a director's use permit to do that? I don't think forestry for more than an acre. I think those 4 things should be permitted by right.
I agree with that. Fellow commissioners?
I agree.
I do have a concern with apiaries being commercial in that, like, having a beehive to 5 beehives is one thing, but having 20, 50, 100 beehives in a rural residential that is RR 2.5 could have an impact on the surrounding communities. And so that's just my input.
What kind of impact?
Well, the increased volume of bees, each hive, let's say, has 20,000 bees. And so each one is amplifying the volume of bees that a certain percentage of the population has allergic reactions to them. Many don't know if they have allergic reactions. And so, like, when I have bees, and I have a responsibility to have an EpiPen, because if there is, even though none of my children are allergic, if there is a child that comes to our house for a play date, it's serious. If they go into what is that, anaphylactic shock, they can die within minutes. And so if you're putting that on your property, you're exposing the neighborhood to that same level of risk. They may not know that level of risk, especially if it's permitted by right, and that could mean the loss of life.
So you may be right, because when you read the definition for apiary, it excludes hobbyist. So if you have less than 10 hives, that's not considered an apiary. So it's more than 10 hives, which is a lot.
It's commercial levels of production.
I have bees too. I love bees.
Me too.
What's your problem with bees is?
I've also been stung 150 times in the head by my bees. So, I mean, there's risk involved. And so I'm not sure what level of regulations, anything over 10, the agricultural commissioner is known, but I just wanted to add that to the equation where there are impacts to the neighbors with these.
What about greenhouse, nursery and plant production not being allowed on the R1, R2 and R3?
Can I ask a
That's,
question?
that's low density
Let's let him
residential. That's small.
Yeah, I mean, what if you have like 10 by 10 greenhouse? I mean, what, you can't have it?
Well, but if you look at the definition, it's commercial greenhouses. I got a greenhouse.
Right.
That's not considered a greenhouse under this land use definition.
But if you had a 10 by 10 greenhouse and you were growing lavender starts and selling them, what would be the issue there is what I'm getting at.
I think that would fall in the category of farm stand. If you're selling them, if it's, if you have a commercial greenhouse in a zone that is zoned residential, that is not rural residential, that is just,
R1, okay.
very high density, then yeah, that's not necessarily it's not a permitted use.
Gotcha.
It would change the fabric of that type of neighborhood.
If I may, I noticed you had a reaction to something someone said about properties getting reclassified. Can you maybe explain that for me?
Yeah, so
Please.
I shook my head about the comment that 10,000 parcels or so that are currently unclassified are going to go to RR. And where I disagree with that statement is that they will either go, potentially, many of them will go to RR or RR10 based on the parcel size. So that's, I think that's, again, when we're thinking about the current fabric of general plan designations and, they're implementing zones as far as their zoning districts. Unfortunately, we're 50 years or so behind the curve on doing a comprehensive, general plan update. And I think that is the function of general plan updates generally, is to move our zoning districts and their land use designations into a more consistent fabric within our communities. And so in terms of what we've proposed, much of it, again, comes from the existing code. So just to clarify that RR10 are 10-acre parcels and above, and they have a 10-acre minimum as it relates to splitting the parcel. For RR, they have a 1-acre minimum, so they'd be 10 acres or less down to 1 acre as far as what we would be proposing to rezone to be consistent with the general plan designations for unclassified zones that we'll be getting into in 27 and 28.
And the direction from the commission last time was to break it into the traditional RR5, RR10, RR2.5 to preserve the integrity of the neighborhoods as they are divided up, correct?
Yep. And then I guess the question then becomes, do we want to establish these permit thresholds and have different thresholds based on a 4-acre RR parcel or a 6-acre RR parcel?
I think what we discussed last time is that while we recognize that there are different sizes within zoned areas, that the RR2.5, even though there's a 30-acre parcel and a 10-acre parcel in RR2.5, has a different fabric, has a different density than an RR10. And there are some RR10s that have 5-acre and even 1-acre parcels within those, but they are islands within a area of RR10s. And so I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of what each individual parcel is, but what the zoning is for that parcel.
So just to make sure that I'm tracking,
Mhm.
essentially, when we go through trying to accomplish approximately 10,000 rezones in 2 years, hopefully you'll all be on the commission still. But essentially, like, the zoning district needs to be consistent with the general plan designation. We also don't want to create non-conforming lots. So when we get into doing rezones based on parcel size and their general plan designation, any parcel that is currently in a agricultural under a residential land use designation, based on its parcel size, will receive, based on the guidance that you've given us, RR10, RR5, RR 2.5, or RR1 potentially. They will be rezoned at that point to be consistent with their parcel size and the appropriate zoning district based on parcel size applied.
So we will then have to go back over this because there'll be more 4 new slots.
Again, and that was my question, where I agree that, from the perspective of the allowance of subdivisions in an existing, let's say, RR parcel that's 9.5 acres, that allows for the potential, at least, of a subdivision to create 9 RR 1 acre parcels. If we don't want to grapple with specific standards based on those zoning districts and their, correlating parcel sizes, then I think what we would propose is to take the allowances in our current RR category and apply them to all of those specific zoning districts across the board. Then the main function of RR5, RR 2.5, et cetera, is really mostly related to the ability to subdivide them. But the allowability of land uses, it would be the same across the board if we just apply what's currently in our RR column to any of those RR zoning districts.
I'm open to that. I just, the allowance, if, in an area where there's RR5 and there's 1 acre parcels, or Ag 10s and there's 2 and 3 acre parcels, that was the ineptness of the county that allowed that at the time. And now we're having to unravel that. And I just really don't want to see areas have more concentration encouraged that don't necessarily have it right now. Right now, there's islands of 1 acre here and there because in the past, the county looked the other way, or I don't know how these got accomplished, but they don't really fit within the fabric of larger ones, but yet the neighborhoods tolerate them because they have no other choice, and it works. But generally speaking, most of them are RR5s at least. And so, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're protecting those. And so the uses, I'm fully fine with those uses being across the board, but just minimizing the continuance of breaking them down into smaller parcels.
Okay, and just to clarify direction from the commission, do you want to see rural residential parcels that are between 2.5 and 1 acre? The main difference between R1 and RR is the allowability of ag uses, essentially.
The challenge is there already are RRs that are 1 acre that are amidst the RR10s. And so,
But they get to keep doing what they're doing. They're R1s.
so they will be rezoned to R1s amongst the RRs. And so their allowable uses will change.
The R1, they stay R1.
What I think we're clarifying is that there are 1 acre RRs amongst these larger parcels. And so now these parcels are going to lose the rights that all their neighbors have because we just changed them from RR to R1 because of this complexity.
On parcel sizes, and Trinity County isn't made up of cookie cutter parcel sizes. I mean, everything is unique and lot lines. I think it's very dangerous of us to put a blanket statement out there that will arbitrarily change people's life.
I think that, like, so in RR fives, if there is an RR1, if there is a 1 acre parcel in an RR5, it stays. It stays an RR5, and yep, that happens to only be 1 acre, but it's an RR5. Like, does that create problems with the county if it doesn't fit within that? I mean, it stays the zoning, but it's nobody else can break it into smaller parcels.
What, what would happen is that if they don't meet the minimum threshold of parcel size, but they're zoned that, then it would be a non-conforming zone or use.
Like about 40% of the homes in Trinity County.
Yeah. So, I mean, nothing would really change. They would be allowed the same uses. It just wouldn't be the same intensity as a parcel that's larger.
Yeah, okay.
Follow what you're saying. I think that there's no blanket answer, but primarily what we're trying to avoid is creating new non-conforming lots. And the parcels that we have identified to potentially be rezoned are primarily ones that currently would be unclassified. So if they already had a land use designation of rural residential and they were currently zoned unclassified, then they would be rezoned to the appropriate corresponding zoning district based on parcel size, but they would remain RR and not go to R1, just to clarify.
Okay.
Now, if we don't want to allow for our 2.5 to 1 acre parcels, then that's something that would be good to clarify, that we don't wish to create the minimum parcel size of 1 acre on RR.
We were discussing still keeping for the subdivision part of keeping the RR 1 acre minimum, RR 2.5 acre minimum, RR 5 acre minimum, and RR 10 acre minimum. But the RR column applying to the 1 through 5.
Yeah, and on that, the unclassified that get reclassified into RR is not my concern, because most of those unclassifieds, I'm assuming, are larger parcels. No?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily,
It's
right? Because it's the existing RR in the towns, out in Burt Ranch and in High and Palm and such, that are, that I just want to make sure that we are not taking away rights that already exist to these parcels that are already zoned RR.
So Post
Yeah.
Mountain's unclassified RR, and a lot of them are under 2 acres. So they would have to, something would have to be left there just to keep them RR for sure.
Yeah, we are not changing anyone's parcel from its existing zone unless it's been requested through the general plan update
Gotcha.
portal. Unclassified, moving to an appropriate general plan designation, which is then the zoning is building off of. We're taking into account local zones as well as any requests. And like Drew said, we're trying not to create non-conforming parcels or zones. In the uses, so if they're currently zoned RR, then they're keeping the RR designation.
Okay.
Unclassified pretty much only allows for like certain ag, certain forestry, and a single family dwelling. Beyond that, you would be required to get a conditional use permit. So by changing the zones from, or like getting rid of the unclassified and having a set land use zone applied, it's giving more pathways and more opportunities. And when we're going through this table of land uses, it's talking about if that is the primary land use of the parcel. If it's in a conjunction with a home, then that's considered like firewood storage and processing. That would be associated with like someone living there, living nearby. And that would be considered like a minor or major home operation or home enterprise. So it wouldn't be one of these primary uses. And so it would be allowed, like anyone could have cut their own firewood. They could even sell a little bit of it, whichever. It wouldn't be impacted by these land uses. It's if that someone's going through and almost clear cutting the forest to make firewood to then sell, that's a more commercial production side of it.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity because, under the provisions for home occupancy and cottage industry, it was like you have a home, but then you also have this auxiliary business. But the primary use of RR is to have a home, and then we want to encourage and support other businesses, right? And so what you're saying is with this land use and this zoning, you can have a nursery be the primary. You don't need to have a home. You can buy RR and have it be just a nursery.
Correct.
This is
Anyone
Nikki
default-
with Mentir Harnish. I just wanted to add to what Angel is saying that there's something that could be considered a home occupation or home enterprise. There's also, as part of the zoning code, accessory uses and accessory structures to whatever the primary use is. So the primary use might be residential, but there's a series of accessory uses or structures that are allowed for as long as they're meeting structural standards and things like that are included that you wouldn't necessarily need you're not going to need a permit for. So that's another in addition to a home occupation or home enterprise, there's also accessory structures and uses that are allowed in conjunction with whatever the primary use is of the property.
I think I beat the dead horse enough with my perspective of rural residential and the ability to break it down into 1 acre parcels. So I will move on from that.
Okay. Chair. Okay, so I wanted to get back to one of the public comments with a question for Angel. So residential care facility, when I read the definition, it's non-medical residential daycare, day treatment, daycare, foster family services. It's not the same as supportive housing. And I understand supportive housing, we can't say anything about that. But residential care facility, less than 7 people, it permitted by right? I mean, is that state law?
Correct. That's state law.
Okay, so maybe you want to cite the state law in the definition or something because there's not for supportive housing, people with substance abuse issues, something like that, they're a protected class. Okay, I get it. You can't discriminate against them if they're in a single family home. I got that. But residential care facility, less than 7 people, and then greater than 7 people greater than 7 people in a residential care facility in RR10, which might be out in the middle of nowhere. You're telling me that is allowed by state law?
Or
more than 7 people?
more than 7.
I thought it had to be less than 6 or less.
This is Nikki with Mentir Harnish. That is something that's state law, especially with the Department of Housing and Community Development, they've started to move towards allowing residential care facilities that are 7 or more people where residential is allowed, and that's the direction that state law is moving. There are certain stipulations to that where it's really to have it's the idea that there's residential care facilities that might be 7 or more that still operate kind of like within a single family residential environment. There's still stipulations that look where local, and we can include this in the standards that would be included in part 4 that are specific to land uses that, it not necessarily allowing a residential care facility of 100 people in a residential zone. That would kind of trigger something that this is going to cause a bigger impact on whatever the intended land use was of that parcel. But the state has the idea that, you might have a 10-person residential care facility that in all intents and purposes operates similarly to a residential care facility that has 5 people in it. So that's something the state law has been moving towards. That's also something that was included as part of the approved housing element for the county, was to allow residential care facilities for 7 or more people within all residential zones and permitted by right.
Well, I would seriously disagree with that because I mean, I'm RR10 and I'm 43 acres, and I would not want to have 100-person residential facility out in the middle of nowhere where I am. I
Right,
mean,
and
you're talking
I'm saying
about-
that there
Oh,
are, the county can still include standards where after a certain size of residential care facility that it's either not allowed or it would require a conditional use permit. It's not necessarily allowed by right. It's really for any operation that might be 7 or more that's still operating similar to that of a single family residential.
okay, so then what I'm saying is RR10 through R3, it should be what, P/C? Where you could require a conditional use permit if there's more than 7 people?
I think.
Yeah,
well,
we could
since our-
include that. It would.
We can make, some modifications to where we do like P/C, and put like thresholds. But like we could add an additional land use row, say like 7 through 15, and then 15 through 40 or whatnot. We can break it out like that. But since our housing element states that we need to allow residential care facilities regardless of occupancy throughout different areas, then we need to capture that in some regard.
And Nikki, please correct me if you disagree with what I'm about to share. But my recollection when we've looked through trying to understand this from a state law perspective is that they don't, because state law wants to make it so that residential care facilities are allowed in any zone that allows for single family residences, it's really about the form of the structure, because we don't have the capacity to regulate if, and I don't think 100-member family unit is a realistic number. But if someone wanted to have 10 or 15 individuals that were all part of a family, they had lots of kids, whatever, that is where it gets a little bit murky. And so I'm not sure that we can actually effectively create a numbers-based threshold, but agreed, Carol, that a 100-person residential care facility would be unreasonable. And I also think that based on what we've discussed as far as the way state law is constructed, it's about the form. So you wouldn't have a single-family dwelling that was consistent with 100 individuals residing in it.
Well, but I mean, we're dealing with one right now where they've bought a couple houses, and so it's all, each single family home has 6 people, but there wouldn't be any way to prevent them from having 20 houses with 6 people each, right? Because each single family home has
So
6 or under.
that's something that we've discussed, and from my perspective, we probably need to go back and have more robust conversations with HCD. From my perspective, if you have 2 single-family residences on a single parcel, and you're trying to get through the HCD process, saying there are going to be 6 or less in each of those, from my perspective, that's a facility that has more than 6. It's a singular facility, despite the fact that it has 2 single-family dwellings. So I personally think that that would trigger the more significant permitting process with HCD.
Well, my conversation with HCD is that no, it's per house. And if you can have 2 houses on a parcel, an APN number, then you can have 2 6-family units. And so if you can have more than whatever, so many houses on RR10, then yeah.
Okay, so I think we need to have more discussion with them, but from my perspective, that's a residential care facility that has more than 6 people.
That's the way it is with, if that's HCD's interpretation of the law, then that's the law that we would have to abide by. We wouldn't have any flexibility in that if that's the case.
Okay, well,
So-
I would really appreciate if you guys would look into that, because it is a serious, it's not a theoretical concern, it's a real concern that RR10 could have, the way you've got it here, a residential care facility that's got more than 7 people, up to whatever number.
And if we were to take a different approach with that, it would mean changing or making an amendment to the housing element.
Well, which
If you change,
we may need to do, I mean, because I think when we adopted the housing element and when we sent the whatever off to the state, I don't know that we realized that that meant that people were seriously looking at putting these kind of facilities out in the middle of nowhere.
if you change the +7 to a director's use permit across the board, wouldn't that work?
He's saying that you can't do that. It has to be permitted by right by the state law.
It
Just-
also has to be permitted by right based on your adopted housing element has. If we did a DUP across the board, that would be inconsistent with the housing element that's been adopted for the general plan.
And I also don't think that HCD would approve our housing element because it's inconsistent with state law, but agreed that we need to dig
More
into this topic
research.
more. Yep.
Please.
Just for me, Commissioner Fall, you've mentioned out in the middle of nowhere. What do you mean by that?
Trinity Center, out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, thank you.
But I mean, potentially it could be my property, which is out in the middle of nowhere, because I'm RR10, right?
Thank you.
Okay, any
I-
other?
Yes, I do. I have a couple.
Mhm.
One is I'd like to see bed and bath permitted by right on RR.
Bed and breakfast, yeah.
Right now, it's permitted slash directors. I would see that just could be permitted by right for bed and breakfast. I mean, it's pretty low impact. It's not like a hotel. You're talking 1 guest, maybe 2. It's not.
So it's D/P, so
And that's based off of the number of people. So I think we have the threshold at 10 people
Oh, okay.
currently. So if it's over 10 people, then it would be a director use permit so that we can confirm, okay, is there a good fire access, road access standards, parking, all that.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
good with that.
that makes
That's-
sense.
That makes total sense.
Also for clarity, none of these land uses keeps people who have a home garden that goes to the farmer's market from being able to process and box their own
It does,
produce.
actually.
Correct. It doesn't prohibit all that.
This,
That's
yeah.
Only if you get caught.
It does.
the agriculture processing and packaging, that's talking about like a warehouse facility where people are packaging, and that's the sole thing they're doing. Like other farmers are bringing their goods to them to package and distribute. If it's in a conjunction with a home garden or like a residential use, then that would be considered under like the home occupation, home enterprise, or the accessory use and structure section.
Well, because I mean, Rhoda's right. When you read the definition, it's just saying facilities where agricultural products such as crops or animal products are prepared for market. Activities include cleaning, sorting, milling, shelling, hulling, grading, sizing, labeling, boxing, canning, freezing, drying, juicing, or packaging. So
We can add
think
that it's
she-
like a warehouse.
yeah,
type
I
setting.
would say you need to clarify that it doesn't include just like for home, for farm stands or farmer's market or just small, kind of operations, because it doesn't exclude small operations here. And somebody in the future might read this and go, well, you didn't exclude those, so they're obviously included.
Having that spelled out explicitly would
Yeah.
be
Okay.
nice. There's
It-
some
it-
vagueness with that.
It might be beneficial to create a threshold based on the number of employees.
And I think it's worth
Possibly.
noting the intent of chapter 17.3, the provisions for home occupancy and cottage industry, and be respectful of that. The reason it was brought in was when the forest industry died, it was to allow people to provide some type of self-sustaining on their own property. So I want to be sensitive to that and not make it more difficult for people who have those home-based industries to provide for their family.
Right.
The whole overreach and micromanaging, I believe, is a slippery slope here. And if we don't get ahead of it, it will happen.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be aware and sensitive to people who provide and how they put food on the table, both from the food they grow and the food or product they make on their own property. So I'm cautious of making that more difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we allow for residential areas, home occupation and home enterprise by right, where home enterprise is not, would require a director use permit as if it's in like a R2 where it's medium density and not allowed in like apartment complexes, because a home enterprise is a more intense commercial aspect that is supposed to be like, or is visible outside of the home, and that's where you could get into conflict with the other residents and neighbors.
But if
and-
I buy,
and-
if I buy apples from my neighbor and process them, bring them to the market, or it's not just the crops that I grow on my property, but I purchase them, is that allowed under this?
Yes.
Mhm.
Under the home occupation and home enterprise sections, yes.
By right.
By right.
I'm sorry.
Go for it, Carol.
Okay, just one last question for me then. So last time we talked about where do resorts fit into this, and we put them under hotel motels. But when I read the definition of hotel motel, I mean, that's like it's a connected building. The definition only differentiates between hotel motel based on whether or not you have interior access corridors or exterior. And that's different in my mind than a resort. So resorts, they have a recreational focus. They have, usually they'll have separate cabins. That kind of thing is what we usually have.
Like Bonanza King.
Yeah, well, Bonanza King, what used to be Coffee Creek Resort, Ripple Creek, there's a bunch of resorts up our way, Almay Ranch.
And we can expand upon the definition.
Well, but what I'm asking is right now, they're only allowed if it's commercially zoned. And so, does it make sense to consider other places where you could have a resort like RR10, if you have, a 10-acre parcel and you've got 5 cabins, and you're marketing yourself as a resort.
That would then fall under the minor and major campgrounds to have different separate structures, like the cabins. Would most likely fall under major campground, depending on how many units and intensity of the use. But it would fall under that. And then like if it's talking about like walking the land or like hiking, fishing, that would go under the light recreational activity or low impact recreational activities.
So are minor, major campgrounds allowed under, I'm looking for it, under residential? Yes. So then rather than put resorts under hotel motel, you're saying you're gonna consider them the same as a major campground?
If it's like separate cabins, as you were describing, then yes. If it was all part of one unit, like a motel hotel, then in this case, under
I think the most significant differentiator is what's the primary use of that zoning district. So if it's a residential zone, intended primary use is single-family residential. And so these other uses are accessory or, additional to that primary use. So a hotel motel, the primary use of a hotel motel is commercial, not residential. And that's why we've tried to slice it and make an allowance for resorts up to a certain extent under major campground. As an
Okay,
example.
it's just last time you said that resorts would be under hotel motel. So now you're shifting hotel resorts, depending on how they're laid out, could be campground major, but we don't have a definition yet for campground major because that's just something inserted new.
Right. I think it depends on the design and layout on what category it would fall under. Because people have different design concepts for resorts.
Right.
Where it may be more of a hotel motel type setting versus more of a campground type setting.
What if it's a combination of both? You have cabins
Then
on,
it could be a conditional use director or conditional use permit to where we look at the design and the intensity of the use and go from there.
Because it's a little confusing. So there was campground improved, which is not limited to cabins, yurts, other similar improved overnight lodging facilities. So I don't know what your definition is going to be for campground major, but it's just going to be a fuzzy thing. Where are you going to stick resorts? Because I definitely see that as a land use in our area that we want to keep encouraging. So, and
like, almost like bear's breath.
yeah, and so
Agreed.
so RR10, I think is, should be considered in addition to ag and commercial for that kind of facility. I mean, my neighbors are RR10 and they essentially they brought in those 120, 100 by 100 square foot little cabins, and it's a family compound. They got 6 of them plunked there, right? It's not officially a resort, but I mean, that was okay to do that. So why couldn't a resort do that?
I'm not. Because if that went through now and we were reviewing it, we would probably require a director or conditional use permit associated with it.
What neighbors?
Yeah.
Where?
So, but we can definitely tackle the definitions more and try to troubleshoot based off like wordsmith and figure out this complexity to incorporate into these tables and into the zoning code. And like rural residential still for the most part, expected to be like a residential use. Where like some of these uses we're suggesting to be permitted by right, others director or conditional use permit. And that's so that there is review for the impacts that they
Ye-
have.
Right, agreed. And
Um,
that's why you have a director's use permit for campground major under RR10. So why
And-
couldn't you have a director's use permit for resorts under RR10?
So let me see if I can try to help give some clarity to that. It really comes down to the primary use of the parcel. So from my perspective, what we're trying to differentiate is a hotel motel where the primary use is not single family versus a campground major, which is in addition to a primary use of a single family residential land use. So that is why, from that perspective, we are not allowing for hotel motel in RR because the intensity of the use would exceed that of what that zoning district is intended to allow for in terms of the primary use being residential. Does that make sense? I mean, obviously there's some nuance there in terms of what any one of us considers to be a resort and going forward into the future of Trinity County, you know, like, well, I want to have my house and I want to have a resort there as well. We've tried to align that opportunity with campground major versus someone who wants to not live on site or have a very small caretaker unit where the majority of the development is for commercial use. And that's the primary intent. So trying to put that into commercial zones more clearly versus an accessory use or, you know, a use that's incidental to the primary intended use of that parcel.
Okay.
I saw two questions.
Sure.
One is, why am I not allowed to have a fitness center or a gym, at least under a director's use permit?
Same answer as what I just explained on that last topic, that the primary intended use of a.
But as a cottage
residential
industry, you should at least be able to hit the director up with your layout and see if it's right or wrong.
And I guess there's the potential that that could fall under home enterprise.
I mean, low intensity recreational uses, park playground. I mean, and then the other one that bugs me a little bit is government facility is permitted by right on residential zones across the board with no explanation of what types of government facilities. So wouldn't a government facility have to get a director's use permit? Why does the government get more rights than us? I believe the government works for us, so. I mean, does that make sense?
No, I'm with you.
I mean, you're talking about a government facility with no guidelines whatsoever. There's no nothing.
Well,
It's just so the government can put up any facility they want on any residential zone with no rules whatsoever.
But I 100% agree with you, but can't they do that under eminent domain anyway?
Well, unless you have to file eminent domain. Here, they can just do it, permitted by right.
That would be with
Part of the zone.
the,
I can't put a gym up at my house, but the government could put up anything they want in a residential zone.
A good question.
So anyway, I think you should at least put a DUP or D under the fitness and gym for both RRs. Because if someone lives rurally enough that there are no other people on the road, so the traffic isn't an impact, and they can prove that, then why wouldn't they?
Hello, commissioners?
I would agree.
Yeah, done.
Definitely a home industry.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
we had to get a CUP for our fire station.
And again, it comes down to what the primary intended use of the part of the zoning district is, or the primary use within that zoning district.
Right.
So I believe that if it's an incidental or accessory use for a gym on a residential zone parcel, that would be allowed for up to a certain intensity through home enterprise. But this is
Exactly, but on
preventing-
here, it is not permitted. So that's why I was saying you need to add something in there because it's got a dash to it, so it's not permitted.
So clarity on it's not.
You need to
permitted,
clarify, can
but
we
under
do it,
home
can we do it under
enterprise.
cottage industry, or should it just be
Like
something written in there?
Like a personal trainer?
As I was saying about, you need to get rid of all the not permitted.
In the home enterprise, does that specify Is it just like a general term of what's, of low intensity versus high intensity, and the general land use? If it says it's not allowed, does that prohibit it clearly from, that uses?
The scenario would be, what about a fitness instructor who wanted to have a small gym at home and they can't?
So the examples that
Can I get clarity on that?
I mean, they're looking at the examples.
is a sculptor,
I have a-
dressmaker.
I have a question for
That's
staff.
home occupation.
So, staff, could you provide clarity on that?
Price, beauty shops, commercial firewood.
Commissioner Fall, please.
Yes, so commissioners, there is examples, but it's listed as not necessarily limited to for home enterprises, including beauty and barber shops, commercial firewood operation, organized classes with up to 6 students at one time, photography studio, small medical, dental, or counseling clinic, small engine or appliance repairs, upholstering, vehicle repair and painting, welding and metal fabrication, woodworking, or cabinet making. The emphasis on including but not limited to.
So that would put these in contradiction is what I'm getting at. So on here it
No,
says not permitted.
necessarily.
No.
When it said that it would allow for like classes of up to 6 people, then someone like a home fitness trainer, having someone come to their home gym to train, that would fall under the 6
So,
people classes.
For
thing.
clarity, you should get rid of the not permitted and put in there refer to cottage industry. I mean, you can't,
That,
you put it here, you look at it, it says not permitted. That leads me to believe it's not permitted.
in this case, it's talking about a fitness center or gym, similar to like how you would go to, like, if you go to an urban area and they have that big facility where they have a lot of equipment, a lot of people
Right.
coming in, showers, a whole like rec center inside with a track and rooms where you can play badminton.
Planet Fitness.
I
Yeah,
would,
Planet Fitness. This is talking about like, okay, a Planet Fitness center, should it be allowed in a rural residential 10 acres?
But for home occupancy, you can allow for a small personal fitness up to 6 people, per class.
What if I
in
need
that
10,000 square feet for that?
Huh?
What if I need 10,000 square feet for that? Depending on
Then
what the activity
need
is.
to get if it was
So then you-
10,000 square feet, you would need that would be a more of a commercial type setting. And it wouldn't be the appropriate zone for that.
Like to propose is that for these uses that we're trying to work through, like, is this a, intended commercial use as the primary use? Or is this a land use category that is allowed for, let's say, under home occupation or home enterprise, that we come up with another way to denote that? Like, maybe not the asterisk necessarily, but a 1 or a 2, and have that down in footnotes so that it says, refer to the specific provisions of home occupation or for, home enterprise for the additional threshold standards related
Yes.
to these land uses or something.
That would work versus just not permitted, because someone that didn't know to look any further would see this, say not permitted, and just, oh, okay, I can't do it.
Having it clarified in the home occupancy would.
Exactly.
Okay, anything else?
I have
Fellow
one more.
commissioners?
Government thing.
if I may.
Mhm.
The one that I don't feel we got adequate clarification on was agritourism, and Commissioner Fall talking about hotel, motels, campground minor and major. I don't think we got clear guidance on agritourism. Maybe I misheard it. Anybody else got clear guidance on it?
We have directors and conditional use.
It was,
Or-
please go back and fix it.
One of the talkers, or one of the callers talked about thousands of vehicles traveling on it, and I just don't see that, and it's one of those. Seeing if the commissioners are clear on that.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with traffic it's gonna be pretty minimal.
Well, and I think that's why there's the director's use permit, that, clarifies what level of business it is, how big it is, how many people, and the impact on the roads and surrounding area.
Okay.
And so what you're saying is on RR, it should be a DUP rather than a CUP?
I think directors, just because it's cheaper for the person. I mean, if why not? It starts out on a lower pay level or cost level.
Carol?
Yeah, I'm reading the definition of agritourism. I mean,
And if they're denied on the
we
director's
talked
level, they
about
can
this. I
appeal.
mean, a working farm is anything more than $1,000 a year, according to the State Department of Agriculture. So if you're RR, if you have an acre, you can be more than $1,000 a year. You can be a working farm. So you would be potentially agritourism. So yeah, I think maybe a DUP for agritourism on RR.
Right.
So
And that equates to like woofers, farm stays is part of agritourism.
could it be P/DUP? So you have a threshold, so they can go into the planning department, find out if they're under this many people per year. They can just go to permitted by right, and if they're over this many people, then they would have to get a use permit.
I would think just DUP for both RR10 and RR, because under ag, if you're ag, if you truly are a farm, then yeah, it's, I forget, it's per P/D.
I like P/D. I think that's a better route to go, because if it's really small impact,
If
then
if you're an acre, if you're
why should you have to pay
RR,
money to do the same thing you can do?
if you're RR
permitted
and
by
you're
right?
an acre, you couldn't be impacting your neighbors.
But if
you
you're
had a
low,
bunch
if you're
of
low
people.
impact, you're gonna get a director's permit. It's just gonna cost you money. So it's the same thing as permitted by right, technically.
No.
Unless the neighbors really complain, that's.
Agritourism and camping are not synonymous.
Right.
Agritourism, based on my
Working
recollection,
farm.
is for working farms, but also primarily intended to encompass and like try to allow for agritourism events, which are probably like day-based events. If you want to have people spend the night, then that gets you into more of the camping use.
Which is what Commissioner Fall referenced last month was the apple pressing. You know, so one would roll into the other. And I just, like Commissioner Harper said, is what you're allowed by right. And then once it's more of an impact to your neighbors, then you go for a DUP, right? Is how I see it.
Just like a bed and breakfast where you have a 10 person deal, you know, it's permitted by right. If it's under 10 people, if it's over 10 people, you have to get a DUP.
So the way it is right now, so for agritourism, agriculture, it's P/D, ag preserve, it's P/D. But if it's residential, agritourism is a director's use permit for RR10. It's a conditional use permit for RR, and I think that might be overstating. You would only need a director's use permit for RR. But yeah, I personally think, like, if the main thing, so residential, the primary use is residential, and you happen to have a working farm, like me, I'm RR10, but I have a working farm. Then, yeah, if I want to have a bunch of people come, I don't feel bad about having to get a director's use permit.
What does a director's use permit just generally cost?
Currently, it's $743 plus any additional costs.
Mhm. So if you want to have like an apple pressing that welcomes the community, you're gonna have to pay $750. I think it should, I agree. It should be based on the volume of people, the size, if it, you know, and that definition should be clarified.
If it's something small, you should be permitted by right.
Be D and then RR10 could be PD.
Yeah.
Is that a consensus?
Yeah. Because as we know, we've been here long enough as planning commission, it's all complaint driven, right? So.
So you just
Go
Yeah. Okay.
said RRD, RR10 P/D?
Yes. Yes.
So they're going to have to go back and define the
Yeah.
thresholds.
It's permitted up to a certain level of intensity.
So if I remember correctly, and I apologize because we're using my laptop to share screen, so I can't do the normal amount of digging and research. It's too hard to do on the phone. But my recollection is that under agritourism, we allowed for agritourism events and we created a threshold based on the number of events per year. So I believe that the intent, again, of agritourism is to create a permitting pathway for something that is going to be a primary use, not an incidental use. And the thresholds are established for the temporary agritourism events under the agritourism provisions. and I apologize, I can't pull it up, but that's my recollection off the top of my head.
I thought it would have to be it wouldn't have to be a cottage thing. I mean, you can't have it be your primary if you're on residential. So now your business is your primary again?
So if I may add
Yes.
clarity, so if it is an addition to your home, then it is an auxiliary use.
Right.
You have an apple press, that could fall under the auxiliary cottage industry, which is permitted. If it is the primary use is agritourism, then it would go to DUP or CUP.
Okay.
That makes sense to me. If there's going to be like an event space in an RR neighborhood that's going to be there, and that's like they primarily are going to buy it for that event space in a residential neighborhood, then the level of oversight needs to be higher than if it's an auxiliary. I think there's a lot of confusion with that, which this is.
I think that actually works good as far as your
Yeah.
definition, or that works good as far as the cutoff for permitted by right versus director's use permit.
Right, and so I see why, yeah, okay, I'm fine with DUP and RR for that. Okay.
Good.
All right, anything else, fellow commissioners,
All good.
before we move on? Okay,
Are we still going through residential? Should I scroll down, or are we moving on to the
now
next?
we're on to commercial and mixed uses.
Public input on that afterwards or before?
Nope, we had public input, yeah.
Look at us moving along.
These next zones are gonna go quicker, a little quicker. Rural residential is the trenches.
Yeah, it should just be all P, damn it.
I don't think Drew trusts what we're saying.
Huh?
Mm-mm. You don't think it's gonna go faster?
Forgive my chuckle.
Proceed.
So are we going through these and then opening up for public comment?
Yeah,
or- I
go
can't rec-
go ahead. We're moving on to commercial and mixed use zones.
Technical questions.
Do you have anything to provide for us before we ask technical questions?
I think primarily we just carried forward, the existing allowances and permit thresholds or permit type. Angela, do you have anything to add for commission?
Yeah, I think we just carried forward. I know that it might be beneficial if we dive a little deeper into the mixed use aspect on the commercial and residential, and that's to be commercial beyond like home occupation, what home enterprise would allow. So more like what comes to mind is like a country store. People are coming into it and like the house is in the back or on the top floor. So the primary use could be commercial with maybe like someone staying there in the back to run the shop. So kind of keeping that in mind, that it's more intense commercial aspects than what home occupation or home enterprise would allow. So kind of, I guess, fine tuning what mixed use should look like in Trinity County.
So I kind of have the reverse question. So a bed and breakfast. So you've got areas that are mixed use. They're residential, commercial, blah, 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 all mixed in, right? So could you not have a bed and breakfast in a mixed use area? Right now, it doesn't list bed and breakfast. I mean, when I stay at a B&B, that's where they usually are, is like with
It
everything
does
else.
have bed and breakfast, DUP, or permitted by right, or director use permit.
Where, what category is that under?
It's under recreation, entertainment, and public assembly.
Recreation.
For mixed use low,
Maybe the last
mixed use
table.
high.
Got it. Okay, permitted by right or, okay. That answers my question. Perfect, thank you. I just couldn't find it.
Any more clarifying questions for staff? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and open this up to public comment. And especially since this is just like details about what should be allowed and what should not be allowed. Let's bring the public comment, I'd say a minute and a half rather than 3 minutes, please. Any public comment in the room? Any, oh, yeah.
Lisa Wright Lewiston. So I'm a little bit confused why, and there's probably a simple explanation. Maybe I didn't study enough, or at all. Why, for example, the dwelling 2 units and dwelling 3 units is completely excluded, but only allowed under multi-use. But then you'll have other things like family daycare home. Is that a home? That's by permitted by right? There just seems to be inconsistencies, right? And where we're excluding things, why are we excluding them in the certain zones? So live, work, housing, okay, P, excluded, P. Why are you excluding it in HC C3? But then in other sections, you're letting like family daycare, home be a P for highway commercial, right? There just seems like there's a lot of inconsistencies. I'm looking at residential uses under the commercial, where I just don't know the rationale behind the exclusions. So anything, more in that regard. Maybe there's definitions or something, I don't know. I guess I don't really understand the difference maybe between C1, C2, highway commercial, C3 that drives those kind of decisions.
Can you go to the next page for the public? Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. I don't understand some of the rationale for disallowing things in certain zoning and then having something that would imply it might be similar.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. So I'm just clarifying basically because the page above there was the cannabis zoning. And so we're still separating that out for later.
Yes. Any more public comment in the room? Okay, how about online?
We have Scott.
Yes, and bear with me for a second, commissioners, but I've heard 3 things that are incredibly concerning to me during this discussion. One, that sounds like they're letting the housing element drive the general plan. It happened to got done because the law requires it, but the general plan drives for consistency everything. So if there's an issue in the housing element, it needs to be considered as part of this entire process. 2, unclassified zoning has not been allowed by the state for years and years and years. So that change, everybody needs to be reminded. It's not we're trying to be bad guys, it's complying with state law. And then this one is really just staggering to me. You place zoning based on what is an area should be, what is appropriate for an area based on the character you want it to have, the environmental constraints and things. If you have a 1 acre parcel in an area that's appropriate for RR5 based on all these other constraints, you don't zone that RR1. That's spot zoning. You zone the area RR5 and you have a non-conforming use. If you zone that as RR1, you create the incentive for everybody in the area to go, hey, I can get 1 acre parcels here, off to the races I go with my rezone. We have Ag Forest 20 zoning in the county from historically in places because people didn't trust the county to follow the land use and the zoning designations. You don't zone based on what a parcel size is. You zone based on what is appropriate. So this whole thing of, well, if there's an RR1 there, we need to zone it RR1, even though everything
Thank you,
else is
Scott.
RR10. That's crazy. We can't do that. That's spot
Thank
zoning.
you,
It's not
Scott.
even legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We can let them finish their sentence or their statement before. Any more public comment online? Okay, bring it back to the commission.
What is the difference between C1, C2, and C3 by definition?
C1 is retail commercial. C2 general commercial, or I might have those flipped. C3 is like heavy commercial operations that can also take into account a little more industrial type setting. Highway commercial is focused on like gas stations, places that people traveling through the area would want to stop at and either refuel their car or refuel themselves. So it's more or less like a stepstone for intensity of commercial activities and where we would like to see those and where they would be more appropriate to have.
So C1 through C3 would be like light, medium, and heavy commercial kind of?
To simplify, yes.
Do you anticipate any zones that are going to be multi-use, let's say high, where you'd want to have a restaurant with a drive-through?
So the drive-through is state law.
Okay.
It has to go through a discretionary permit steps. And that's to account for accessibility.
So could it be a conditional use permit as opposed to prohibited?
For which?
Restaurant with drive-through, right now it's prohibited for multi-use.
Oh, from the mixed use, that's for like
Mixed use.
residential areas. Or like yeah, we could make it where it's a director use
Conditional use permit.
or a conditional use for restaurant with drive-through. Yeah.
So for clarity, the mixed use would be kind of like an island, one in amongst residential, or a strip of multi-use amongst residential. How would that be in like a layout of a community?
Kind of all of the above. It depends on the community and their layout. In Weaverville, it's primarily like the historic district or that along the highway where there's been a traditional use of, they were in the past residential, but then at one point were rezoned for commercial. And so we're trying to capture the historic use and future use, commercial uses. In areas like, I don't remember if we did any mixed use in Trinity Center or where that was at.
So I know that we took a variety of commercial zones and proposed to redesignate them mixed use. We also took a variety of the sort of more the village zone parcels that are along main corridors like 299 as an example, and went from village to mixed use to give a bit of a visual perspective to your question, Commissioner McIntosh, of, what is mixed use intended to be? I would say it's one of three forms. One is, what we see kind of in downtown Weaverville, commercial on the bottom, residential on top, or you have side by side, commercial on the left, residential on the right, or you have a mix of primary commercial uses and residential uses on a single parcel. Obviously, we are limited in our maximum height, but a great example of a modern mixed-use development that is nearby us is downtown Reading, where they now have, that whole downtown area that has commercial on the bottom and residential above. Obviously, our limitation is height.
Well, I just keep thinking of like, okay, not Starbucks, but, some coffee chain wants to come put a little coffee drive-through, on the main drag of whatever, Hayfork or Weaverville, and I'm not sure which area those are mixed use, but I just envision that mix of, homes, small businesses, and then having the ability, I'm just curious, like, could you have that restaurant with drive-through be a CUP?
I imagine we could. Is there consensus from the commission on changing that from not allowed to either a conditional or director's use permit, or do we want to say D/C and establish some thresholds for, I don't know how, the gross floor area of, the restaurant and
Number of travel trips or whatever, vehicles?
I'm open to that.
Same here. Anytime we can eliminate it, not permitted, I'm thrilled.
so we'll go D/C for restaurant with drive-through, but we'll allow by right a restaurant without a drive-through. Just to clarify.
Okay.
Okay.
So the other one would be campground major and campground minor. Now, how many of your multi-use parcels are rural, but are they all technically in town?
No.
So at least put it like a director's use for campground major and campground minor, depending on where it is and what it is.
There is a separate, so RV park is not allowed in mixed use. I think I'm more likely to see a RV park in mixed use than you are a campground, right? I mean, you think about Sydney Gulch or something like that, there's like a,
It's where you can get a director's use
houses.
permit would be
Yeah.
for all three of them.
So would RV park be a potential D/C or whatever under multi-use?
I think a mobile home park has a substantial level of intensity, so I think that would need a CUP.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I agree on that.
I also noticed in highway commercial, under residential, it says single family dwelling, DUP, but 2 units are not allowed, 3 units are not allowed, but 4+ units are allowed. Could you clarify the rationale behind that?
I
Pushing
think
for more apartments.
so with the single-family dwelling historically in commercial areas, we have allowed it with a director use permit up to 25% of the square footage of the commercial structure. The dwelling units 4+ was to account for if someone wanted to do like a large apartment complex, then it would give that flexibility outside the multifamily residential areas to allow that. But with the a director use permit, because we want to make sure that for one, there's enough septic or like sewer, and then make sure it's an appropriate location for any sort of traffic volume and access onto major roadways.
I think the other idea too is to keep commercial property from turning into residential.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to clarify, C3 is primarily like what we have zoned as industrial currently.
Have an separate industrial zone.
Currently, the properties that are C3 are primarily industrial.
In use? Okay, yeah.
Heavy commercial?
I was referring to highway commercial, and I was just looking for clarity on that, but that makes sense, not wanting to turn it into commercial into residential.
To keep the commercial available for commercial business.
Yep.
Especially for highway commercial, because that is so limited in our county.
But we wanted to provide the pathway in case there was an appropriate project for apartment complexes because of the needs of the county.
Well, if I'm reading the tables, right, I guess the 4+ units would refer to, an apartment building, right? But the other ones, the primary purpose of highway commercial is to serve the traveling public. And to Commissioner Fall's point, we don't have a lot zoned highway commercial.
Okay. Anything else, fellow commissioners? If not, let's go ahead and move on to the next zoning type.
Now we're into the industrial zone, which we don't have very many industrial zones. Those are probably the fewest. But that's intended that way because of the potential hazards that are associated with industrial zones.
Can you put the table up for the public, please?
I wasn't sure if we were doing public comment to start off or.
You still rolled up to the.
Yeah, still.
To the first one.
Look to see.
Okay.
At least.
Thank you.
Any clarifying questions for staff?
Nope.
If there are none, then we'll move to public comments. Is there any public comment in the room for industrial zoning?
Quickly, the mills in Hayfork are basically all zoned M, and there's like a parenthesis and an I. Is that, are those going to be switched to an I? Because I believe that their uses are similar, but just something that seems like it's been overlooked for a really long time.
M and I, at one point, the county switched the two, and so it was historically used interchangeably, and now we're just making it all consistent and just having the I.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. I'm hearing a lot of director's use, conditional use permit, as opposed to not disallowing it. But why don't you just make it by right? And the reason that I say that is I work with use permits every day, right? And it's very difficult for staff to process in a timely fashion. And we're putting all this new stuff on top of what already is a difficult process. I don't know how you're going to fund it per se, right? So just if you could be cognizant of that, it's not, everything's not solved with a CUP, DUP, because it might create more barriers to actually thriving businesses by doing that.
Thank you. Any more public comment in the room? If there isn't, is there any public comment on Zoom? Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
So we heard that a DUP is $700. How much is a CUP?
So a director use permit starts out at $743. A conditional use permit, depending on the level of CEQA review, which hopefully us going through the EIR will lessen the burden there, but we can't make that determination at this point. But a conditional use permit can be between $3,000 to $4,000 initially. And that's just the initial deposits for both of those. If staff time utilizes that initial deposit, then additional deposits are required in order to continue for staff to work on it.
It's like, it works like a retainer.
Kind of. Yeah.
Thank you.
Which means it's paid for by the applicant, not by the county, correct?
Correct. Though not all costs are captured there. Drew's been trying to do an overhaul in the budgeting because there's certain fees that sometimes hits the county's budget after the project's been closed and the land use entitlement has been issued. So not all fees are captured in that process, and that's where county planning division depends upon the general fund to those additional costs.
If it's helpful to go into fees related to permit thresholds, I'm happy to. Otherwise, I think that my general comment would be, as we go forward in time, we'll continue to refine our internal time tracking process, and that, you know, as we gain more data on these specific permit types, I would expect to see, you know, potentially new fee line items and or directors use permits for specific types of land uses be defined more clearly versus our current, hey, it's a DUP, it's $743. As we go forward in time and we have more data, we will certainly clarify that. But currently, you know, it's a function of environmental review. That's also something that will shift as a result of the EIR. So expect to see changes to fees as we go forward in time, as we have more data to better inform, you know, what that initial deposit should be. And also to just create a more clear framework so that when projects are submitted, they meet a particular standard, so we don't expend additional staff time and consultant time, which then creates higher costs.
Well, and I think what we've done is where it was previously not allowed, we've put either a DUP or a CUP so that it could be allowed. And then we've actually downgraded a lot of Ds down to Ps. So I think the net result is that we're getting a little bit more flexible.
Yes. And historically, if it didn't, like a lot of our code currently will either not allow it or say you need to get a conditional use permit. And so we've tried having it where it's stepped down to where if we establish clear thresholds, then it's either allowed by right, or if it exceeds it, then it's a director use permit. And if it exceeds that, then it can go up to a conditional use permit. That way we're allowing more land uses and not having them immediately have to jump into a conditional use permit. So that there isn't that paywall there.
Why don't we fill them all out at home and then confer?
Any commissioners have any more discussion points or?
Nope.
Clarity needed for, seems like all the Cs are like salvage, junkyard, mining, industrial hazardous, storage of hazardous, slaughterhouse. They seem to be reasonable to have.
And all the basic ones are permitted by right, so it's looks pretty good to me.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next zoning type then.
And there's actually almost nothing that's not permitted.
Well, hi there.
Yeah, please don't lock the doors.
Leave it unlocked.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys have the key to lock it? Okay.
Staff, do you have, so we're moving on to public facilities zones? Staff, you have anything to add or any changes you've made?
I don't really have anything to say. It's just what pretty much public facility zones are recognizing property that the county, state own and utilized to perform public services.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, why is fairgrounds not permitted?
Is that listed somewhere or not
The
listed?
last table.
On the last page.
Yeah, recreation and entertainment.
I don't know.
But it seems like it would be allowed by right.
I agree. And what's an adult day support center?
That's kind of like residential care facility, but more stepped up. And I'm not sure why that doesn't have anything listed there either. What would y'all like to see in that box?
Oh, I'd put a P everywhere for me. These guys will have something else to say.
Well, the definition of adult daycare support center just says see residential care facility. So maybe you don't need it there.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh,
seem
yeah.
like it fits a public facility.
Or like the Golden Age Center type
Yeah,
of
right.
day use facility.
Yeah, I see it as more of a more intense use. We can modify the definition or expand upon.
Well, because if you're going to say see residential care facility, then residential care facilities are allowed anywhere that you can have residential stuff. That doesn't make sense to have a residential type use in public facility necessarily. Is that what?
And we can expand onto the adult support center to differentiate it from a residential care facility. I see that one as more of being a more intense use to allow almost like a larger, like, let's say like nursing home or senior center, to reside there.
In residential uses, why would a caretaker would be a DUP for a caretaker unit?
Well, actually, I had a comment about that. So
Go ahead.
for the fire stations, why couldn't fire stations just have permitted by right? I mean, if you've got, I mean, a caretaker at a public facility, I think should be permitted by right.
Okie dokie. I'll capture that.
So that would just be in all these categories, or in this, okay, never mind, I'm sorry. Sense.
To me, a caretaker unit's just like an ADU or something almost.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's primarily there to take care of the land or like
yeah.
for someone to be there on the premise.
is that a consensus?
Yeah, there should all, I mean, for like a fire department, there should almost be a worker housing
Yeah.
type element too. But if it's not on there, then you can technically do it. So it's fine.
Commissioners, I have a definition for caretaker unit, if you'd like to hear it. It's a dwelling unit that is accessory to and located on the same parcel as a principal non-residential use occupied solely by a caretaker or similar employee responsible for on-site care, operation, security, or maintenance of the property.
I think that should be permitted by right.
The other one, like I say, would be worker housing. Like for instance, Weaverville Fire Department has bunkhouse,
Got the
so
sleeper.
the crews can stay there when they're working.
So that would be different than caretaker unit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. As far as adding a whole nother unit that, or a whole nother one that would be worker housing.
So-
Okay, we could add that because that is a land use that we've had in other areas. So
Right.
we can add worker housing.
Yeah, something along that line.
Would you want that permitted by right or a director use permit to make sure it's a,
Well, because it's so broad, if you say worker housing and it's someone at a refuse disposal facility, there's no facilities necessarily there, so
You almost need a director's use permit to
yeah,
make
you
that.
need a DUP for the workers housing.
Hey, fellow commissioners, I apologize. This section is for clarity to staff, and then but we're discussing this.
Oh, sorry.
And so then we need to open this up to public comment. I apologize to you all.
Right.
It's a long meeting, so any more clarifying?
First day.
Thanks. Any more clarifying questions for staff? If not, we can move on to public comments. I apologize. Public.
Hey, thanks. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. The fair is public facility. I'm recently retired fair board director. The uses for public facility are across such diverse, like, components of the county
Mm-hmm.
that I think that this might need like a more structured workshop sort of thing, because what would work for like a T-Pod transfer station doesn't work for the fairgrounds and vice versa. I think that one of the problems that I have encountered at the fairgrounds is actually the uses by the existing code extremely limited in public facility. At the very least, it should include some sort of language that states that a use which is for the benefit of the facility is appropriate, because like we've talked about, oh, can we include some housing at the fairgrounds? There's like 40 plus acres that is barely even used. But we can't really do anything with it. It's really a pain. We've discussed all these different options, and then even looking at public facilities, does it include camping? Because it's the fairgrounds. Does it include animal husbandry? It's the fairgrounds. Does the community garden? Well, the school kids have had a community garden at the fairgrounds for many, many, many years. So I think that this might actually need a little bit of a deeper dive than we can do today. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Rhoda. I'm pretty sure the day use facility thing is, I worked in a lot of homeless advocacy when I used to live in a bigger city, and those drop-in day centers are mostly for people that are in need. It's like a facility where people can come in the day and take a shower and maybe get some clothes and stuff.
Adult Day Support Center. Hello. I'm looking at recreation, entertainment, public assembly uses, and I'm seeing campground major minor as director's use permit, but then it goes such as a low intensity recreational use as being permitted by right. So to me, kind of a campground minor is probably more of a low intensity, similar, in impact. If you're assessing these by impact, which that's what it sounds like, that's how the decisions were made for these categories or the rationale behind them, that would seem to be a, lower impact, and maybe Ps should be in the campground major minor. Also, just because there's going to be an EIR doesn't mean that your use permits are going to be easier. We have an EIR for a cannabis, and we have to do site-specific analysis, and we're at 250 plus pages with things being added and required all the time. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easier.
Any more public comment in the room? If not, any on Zoom?
Yeah, for John Brower.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks. I know it seems.
Hold on, John. We can't hear you.
How's this?
Try again, John.
Have a good day. Thank you. How's this? Any better?
Yeah.
Hello. So even though it seems that that public use is like an obvious slam dunk that everyone would support, they're often very impactful uses and could include things like power plants, substations, and big, loud, obtrusive, very impactful things. And so I would say that actually a lot of these should be conditional use permit and have an opportunity for public comment and a hearing. Most of them would likely be slam dunks at the planning commission and be very, well supported by the public. But especially these public use things could be used for utilities and other things like that. And so I think that public comment and public notification component is really important for these. There are several of them like that butt up to our neighborhoods. And the county board of supervisors can reduce or waive the conditional use permit fees. And it seems like they would probably do that in most cases. I recognize that the broader public benefit is really important, but so is the mitigation of impacts and public participation on those. So it does seem that on the public use section and zoning type that I would like to see a lot of that, if not all of it, just be automatic conditional use permit and be hopeful that
Thank
most
you,
of those
John.
projects would sail through. Thanks.
Anybody else online?
No.
No? Okay. Let's bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Commissioners, if I may, I'd like to add to that last comment that any kind of power plant or any of those uses, that would actually be industrial. I have a definition of public facility I could read for you all if you'd like to hear it to bring some clarity to exactly what kind of uses we're talking about.
Please do.
So as defined here in Part 7 of the zoning code, facilities, structures, and lands owned, leased, operated, or maintained by a public agency for the provision of governmental, civic, public safety, transportation, maintenance, recreational, or community services. This includes but is not limited to county, state, and federal administrative offices and buildings, fire stations and fire prevention facilities, police and sheriff offices, public parks, open space, recreational facilities, libraries, and post offices. Thank you.
Thank you. Fellow commissioners?
Just a minor quibble. So on the table, I think recreation, entertainment, and public assembly uses is listed twice.
I just noticed the same thing.
Okay.
That's due to when I was copying things over into
Yeah,
a
just-
table, it just decided to continue populating it.
Minor comment. That's all I had.
So the campground, minor and major, changing those to permissible?
I think we said campground minor should be permitted by right. Campground major, I think, is still a DUP. I'm thinking of like KOA and stuff like that. I mean, that's a lot of stuff.
And then the fairgrounds also, right?
Fairgrounds needs to be P.
And does that open up and allow for the fairgrounds to be able to utilize their space to it, like Adrian said? Sounds like we need to expand the usage of the fairgrounds to be able to have more flexibility. But I recognize that there's complexities there because the fairground is a unique, one of a kind, two of a kind location in the county.
So P/D.
Yeah.
And I liked Adrian's language about some where maybe in the definition of public facility that you are talking about the use being for the public benefit, which gives us, if what they're proposing and they're saying, I want to do X, Y, Z, and got a public something by right, and it's specifically a public benefit, and here's the public benefit, they can somehow make their case.
Yes, we can add that language to the intents and purposes of the public facility, so.
Like to add that Angel and I did have some discussion about community gardens. And so I think that we should just address community gardens clearly under park playground is probably a reasonable way to do it.
And that's permitted unless the size is over a certain amount. That makes sense. Anything else, fellow commissioners?
And I think you're going to differentiate adult day support center from residential care facility. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, there's a good.
What letter are you proposing with the adult thing?
Well, I was just proposing to, at least right now, adult daycare support center says C residential care facility. And as Rhoda pointed out, they're not the same. So you need to come up with a definition, separate definition for adult day support center and then figure out, maybe it's a director's use permit. If it's the type of facility, where you've got people coming to get clothes and food and all that stuff.
So you
Stay
wanna
for the day.
Define it and then put a P in P with it or what?
Yeah.
I'm good with Ps.
Or P, wait, I said D.
P.
Sorry. I think that kind of facility, you could have traffic, you could have impacts. I would think it needs to be a D.
Consensus from the commission?
P/D.
Yeah, P/D, depending
If
on the
it's,
impact.
if you go, if they go in and say it's low impact, then
All right.
I'm okay with P/D.
P/D.
Okay. Any, any, anything else? Fellow commissioners?
change everything to P/D. I like it. Super simple.
Okay. Let's go ahead and that concludes the zoning tables.
For now.
Discussion, yes. Before we dive into the next round of the next chapter of cannabis, why don't we take a break? Commissioner Barrett bought some pizza. Hmm?
It's not ready till 6.
It's not ready till 6. That's, I know we should have slowed down.
Worst chair ever. 5-minute break and then a recess?
5-minute break and then we can get back to it until 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Microphones off?
No. Why?
Is it cold?
It is, I think it is chilly.
I thought it was too warm personally, but
Well, you got a sweatshirt on.
I know, I was thinking about disrobing. It's getting so damn hot.
Okay. Minnesota drafts. Okay.
I did show up here in the summer in shorts and a t-shirt and froze my ass off the whole time. Someone had the AC on super cold.
Section, but it's up to
Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next order of business, cannabis, and we'll go until 6 o'clock. And then from that point, we'll take a half-hour break and come back at 6:30. We'll wait for Angel to come back. This one should be really quick.
Page is gonna take all night.
I think the first page is actually gonna be pretty easy.
Definition.
The title.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, page one will go quick, yes. Page two, not so much. Page three, page four.
Mm-hmm. All right. So this is a lengthy document. This is the cannabis ordinance being opened back up for discussion to fit into the updated zoning. I'm open to discussion on how we can move through this in an effective and meaningful way. What do you think, fellow commissioners?
I think we should definitely go over every red section. And then anything that, that public comment wants to bring up, as far as we can list all those, anything that anybody's interested in, maybe. I mean, as far as not skipping any of the red sections, as far as whatever changes are to the existing code.
Yeah, there isn't sections in here. It's just.
Yeah, there are.
There are
Pages, we'll just go page by page.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, just go page by page.
So, yeah, but how will we do that with public comments?
I'm not sure, because
Yeah.
there's 65 pages, so you're gonna have to.
I would say section by section, like there's the definition section,
Okay.
which I think we'll have comments on, and then there's, 1785-30, that should be short.
Okay, so if we go through each section, do
1785,
public comment
40.
beforehand, and then go over everything that they said, plus, and there's, I definitely don't want to skip anything that's in red.
Okay, right on.
But
That makes sense. I like that approach.
do we want to let Director Plabani kind of give us how we got to this document
Yes, staff, please
summary?
proceed.
All right. So as detailed in the staff report, essentially what we've done as a starting point is we took 1743 and then 1743A through I and consolidated it into a single chapter. I'll go through what I detailed as sort of the highlights of the proposed changes, which are in the staff report. Various definitions have been revised and new definitions included to improve clarity and reduce ambiguity. Minor changes have been made to update references to other regulatory standards, such as the State Water Resource Control Board General Order versus the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board Original Order. Multiple licenses on a single parcel. Stacking has been included, with a lot coverage standard modeled from the concept established for Type 3 licenses, which currently allows for 1 acre of canopy on a minimum of 50 acres, which equals 2% lot coverage. I included that just simply as a place to start the discussion, and tied it to the existing standard for Type 3 medium licenses. The Type 3 licenses, the total number has been increased from 15 to 30, and that is something that was detailed in our original cannabis program EIR and is currently in code that the director could increase if the environmental document supports it. And I think that our current environmental document does support it, and our current number of licenses in total also supports, opening up for additional 1 acre licenses. Microbusiness provisions have been modified to remove the product distribution limits that currently exist and to more effectively align with the DCC microbusiness concept, which allows for microbusiness being microbusiness entities being on sort of multiple different locations. So at the state level, as I understand it, you can have a microbusiness, one that includes retail, which our code currently doesn't allow for, and two, for a microbusiness license that is on different parcels but are operating as one license. One of the major changes that we're proposing is to convert from the existing annual license process to use permits. And the rationale behind that is that this will create more formal and longstanding land use entitlements for cannabis operations. And the new program enrollment license concept will focus primarily on compliance with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, the MMRP. My goal there is to, as we go forward in time, have the bulk of the environmental review associated with the approval of a use permit, and then to ideally reduce the cost of annual program enrollment licenses from what they have been historically. One of the things that needs to be accomplished in order to achieve that is to align the administrative processes that are currently associated with annual licenses, and I guess streamline that or tie it more closely to compliance for, compliance with the MMRP. So similar to water board enrollment, a concept of annual self-reporting with ongoing environmental compliance inspections kind of as the primary basis and concept for the program enrollment license. And lastly, there were some additional provisions added to denial revocation to bolster the efficacy and enforceability of the cannabis code. And I am certainly here to answer all of the questions that you have.
Thank you, Drew. Fellow commissioners?
So 1743 is totally going away. Yes.
Yes, 1743 will be replaced in its current organization by 17.85.
Just because it is still referenced in their places. I know it's just like,
It
did
is,
this
and-
happen to get deleted?
And one thing that I did not mention is that we've also folded in 1742.
Yeah, so both of those, so references to both those ordinances should go away. And yeah,
They will. They were really just there to kind of give context to kind of what was consolidated and why certain things remained. Additionally, I think that there could be further consolidation. And so when we get into the various uses or subsections, there are performance standards. Currently, the performance standards are a smattering of mitigation measures, application requirements, and things like that. So we've tried to take the application requirements out and of the performance standards and move them into application requirements. But there are very minor differences between the performance standards amongst all of the individual uses. And so simplistically, I think what I would propose is that we further consolidate the performance standards into an overall performance standards section that applies to all cannabis land uses, and then also detail that the mitigation measures that were deemed applicable to any project through the environmental review process would be considered a performance standard. And then again, I think we would just want to reference water board enrollment, LSAs, CDFW, regulatory compliance, and that would kind of be a much more consistent and consolidated performance standards way to approach the performance standards. So yeah, that's all I have as an introduction.
Any other clarifying questions, generally?
Not yet.
Mhm. Okay, before we go into just like the definitions, I'm gonna open it up to public comment to speak to this document.
Just on this chapter, I take it?
Just generally.
Just generally, to this change.
To the chapter of
To
definitions.
definitions, right, is what you're saying? Yes.
No, not to definitions yet.
No, before we get to definitions, just like you made general public comment.
And we get 3,
Yes,
and I've prepared for a 3-minute statement. Is that going to be allowable?
doesn't look like there's very many of us here, so
Okay.
at this point, I will allow it.
I'm going to hand these out. It's just a copy. It's technical at times. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. It's important at this early stage that we do start to get some structural clarity, make sure we're defending CEQA and being internally consistent. First, I would encourage the county to clearly distinguish its role from that of the State Department of Cannabis Control. The DCC is the licensing authority. The county's role is land use and local business regulation. Structuring this ordinance around land use entitlements and an annual local business license rather than a parallel county cannabis license model would provide clarity and avoid confusion about overlapping authorities. So I'm all in favor of doing that. I have been since DCC came out, 2018. Second, with the programmatic EIR and the updated general plan underway, I think it would be appropriate to start moving into the director's use permit and converting the existing into those land use entitlements and elevate to a conditional use permit only when objective impact thresholds are triggered. So I think that's going to be a really important part in distinguishing when you start to look at DUP versus CUP. Third, regarding stacking, allowing up to 40,000 square feet with 2% lot coverage, 2 clarifications are important. In which zoning districts is stacking proposed to be allowed? That should be clearly reflected in the use tables or in the document somewhere. And how does stacking interact with the EIR's development assumptions of approximately 167 acres and 530 licenses? I think you do away with the licenses, the license count, and you really stick to the total acreage that's been analyzed. 530 is not apples to apples because I have a cottage, 500 square feet, and someone that has a 1 acre license, we're both counted as one. So it's really not a good measurement of potential impacts, but the development at the I think it's like 167, Drew would know. Stacking alters acreage intensity. If it does, or cumulative distribution, that could implicate subsequent CEQA review. So it's important as well to move away from these are 4 licenses to a land use entitlement because you cannot piecemeal CEQA analysis. As it stands now, each license has to have its own Appendix C. So we should do away with that license count. And it should be similar to what Santa Barbara and Monterey County does. They have a land use permit that says you can cultivate up to 30 acres. Go get your DCC licenses, however that shakes out. We're not going to license it, but they do require at the CAO office a business license or a programmatic license enrollment, I think would be a perfectly appropriate approach to do with self-reporting on MMRP. Regarding cannabis opt-out overlays, any geographic exclusion should be supported by clearly articulated findings tied to general plan policies, objective factual data, and community plans. The record should demonstrate a rational connection between identified impacts and the exclusionary boundaries. That is not the case with our current opt-outs. They are red lines without any type of land use basis to support them or any facts. The enforcement language around tied to any APN described as beneficially connected is too broad. These terms should be clearly defined and tied to objective site-specific standards. So right now it's saying if you own one APN and you have a beneficial connection to another, you could lose your license if something happened on that beneficially connected. It's too vague. Odor mitigation, stick with the EIR ag. You don't need it. I recommend removing the discretionary language such as if possible in inspection notice provisions. Procedural clarity protects both the county and permit holders. If possible is not, it's not really, who decides that? What are the thresholds, right?
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
All right. Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek. I own farms in both those areas. The owner of Trinity Alps Canacraft. I have a pretty simple kind of question here is which pathway the county is going to take. Are we going to make something that follows state land use code or doesn't? It's really just that simple. The opt-outs were passed as an urgency ordinance. They were a temporary thing. As you move them into a permanent exclusion zone, they must have factual findings with supporting data. They do not. I've quoted 6 California land use codes that are being violated by passing it as a permanent geographic exclusion zone. Lots of those can be gone through. The finding that they're using is that we are in too high a proximity to high population density, or as you said, the middle of nowhere. 198 people in Trinity Center, 150 people in Coffee Creek, 18,000 square acres in Trinity Center, 79,000 square acres in Coffee Creek. That's the opt-out. We are not in any proximity to high population density. They say we bring crime. Hayfork, 32% below the national average, 24% on total crime. Violent crime, 24% or 32% below. It's a bunch. They give livability ratings. It's a B for Hayfork. Trinity Center, total crime, 68% above the national average. Violent crime, 88% above the national average. Livability rating F, where cannabis is not allowed. All of the young people and all of the residents have been run out. We're a part of the community too, and we bring support, and we should be allowed to be a part of our communities. You can look through the maps. You can see that it shows very clearly that the federal recreation area that goes a mile up off the lake covers all of the high density areas in Trinity Center and Coffee Creek, or Trinity Center and Covington Mill. All of Coffee Creek is village designation. All of the highly densely so-called areas of anything up there are already opted out by regulation. So this opt-out is not protecting high density population areas. It's only attacking the very low densely populated areas that are rural property owners that have historically and multi-generationally cultivated cannabis. And we're being denied any kind of opportunity to participate in this legal industry. And not like, I can make something of it up here. I've been in, you've read the articles of me in the paper. I can make something for North Lake. I can build a co-op for there, and I can make jobs. I can bring money. I can bring revenue. We're the founders of the farmers market. We brought the free plant and seed exchange. We volunteer everywhere. We're a supporting part of our community. Times to talk, but I can hope that we can pass something that's legal that follows state law.
Thank you. Rhoda again. Matt just took all my talking points. He was supposed to say something else. But yeah, basically everything he says, but I guess I'm gonna go ahead and say what the actual ask is that we're gonna ask the Planning Commission to recommend that this opt-out with no legal findings be removed. Thanks.
Adrian Keys. Yeah, speaking of all your talking points getting stolen, I fully agree with all 3 of the previous commenters. I do want to spend a little moment on the parcel definition. I'm not sure that it's wise to get rid of the single parcel the way that it's defined presently. There are many parcels with a well on one and the sun's on the other, or the house is on one and the sun's on the other. This is an agricultural crop. You put it where it grows best to try and confine people's access to this resource, and forcing them to cultivate in an area that is not fit for cultivation based on what isn't even actually existing yet. But we would be moving into that. So I believe that we should keep the parcel definition the way that it is. Would greatly impact Post Mountain, and like the ideal of Post Mountain would be getting it redeveloped, getting some infrastructure in there to where it could become a self-sustaining community again. Used to be, isn't anymore, could use a little bit of work. But if you continue to reduce the ability to participate, we'll probably reduce the ability to see that happen. Yeah, there's a lot in here, and I'm not sure what more we're going to get to comment on, but I'll go with the opt-outs. I agree. We've been asking for many, many, many years to have them just be reanalyzed to make sure that the parcels that are included in the map link into the findings, or the limited, findings. It's supposed to be findings of fact, but and if you can find a nexus where this one region, the roads are too tight for cannabis cultivation, or there's not enough water, then I would imagine through the land use process, this opt-out process, that exclusion zone would also apply to all other activities with a similar impact. And we've been saying this for 8 years, 9 years, I don't know. To where if you say there's not enough water to irrigate less than a quarter acre of cannabis, then there's not enough water for agriculture, and maybe you should consider rezoning. Maybe you should consider a other methodology, like when the initial opt-out was passed, it was assumed that the citizens in those regions were going to take more control over their own autonomy and maybe form homeowners associations. We heard that was too difficult. So instead, the cannabis program participants have been paying out of our pockets to develop opt-out zones, which just doesn't make any sense at all to me. So I think I agree either that they should just be stricken or completely reanalyzed because they aren't legal. And the county is, I think, dodged a bullet so far in all of this. But when you consider the fact that the cannabis programmatic fees not only paid to develop these opt-outs, but also then is paying for this general plan and zoning code update and has paid for all of our own EIR, all of our own zoning code, all of this up until this point. It's got to change. This ordinance, the new ordinance, needs to reflect the future, not the past. 10 years ago, this ordinance, the urgency ordinance, was developed because it was seen that illegal cannabis cultivation threat to public health and human safety. Times have changed.
Hi there. Cadet Vanderwide, Lewiston. I'm coming in here with a little bit different, less technical. And just to remind us of what we're doing here is taking us, this county, into the future, as Adrian said. And I want to remind us of the fiduciary duties we have, especially for y'all sitting up there. We talked about public perception earlier. I heard that. And in order to eliminate reefer madness, as we talk about and we see all the time in these meetings, I'd like to also kind of bullet point a few things. Going back to the opt-outs, I'd like to remind everyone that for every opinion and belief over here, there's the same over here. And your job is to find the medium. So for every person that wanted opt-outs and signatures, we've found many people who don't want them. So there has to be a way out of these opt-outs, whether or not it's in there. For every person who doesn't like the smell of cannabis, for every person who doesn't want to look at it from their window, there are those of us who actually smell it and take a deep breath. And there's some of us who don't mind living right next door to them. So you have to make choices for both of those people. What was once considered a drug, like cannabis, is now considered a medicine and a treatment for diseases. And people are looking for places to go to have medicinal level cannabis. And we offer that here. What was once considered a medicine in the form of pharmaceutical drugs are now the problem. So the danger is no longer cannabis. The danger is our pharmaceutical drugs. So we need to remember that it's not the danger it used to be. So what we've noticed over the last of our past is things change, they morph, beliefs, narratives, agendas change. Therefore, we have to keep a clear vision of what we're doing here and keep it into the business and the regulation of cannabis and allow this county to move forward with cannabis being something that we can utilize and that we can benefit from and stop dividing ourselves because of it and unify and take us into the future where we can use this crop and this agricultural crop for our own benefit as a whole. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment in the room?
Commissioners, Michelle Taylor, Coffee Creek. I just want to say, I want to thank you for bringing this out, and there's a lot of detail in it. And I know it took a lot of work. I and many people in Coffee Creek want the opt-out. So I agree with the last speaker. There are people that want it. There are people that are not. We need to come together and figure out, some people don't want it in their faces. Some people love it. I mean, we need to figure it all out and not side with one or the other, but have some kind of mutual agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on Zoom?
Yes, we have John Vorpal.
John, are you there?
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's interesting. I'll just comment on the Coffee Creek opt-out because that is geographically 123 square miles. Coffee Creek makes up about 10 square miles. So there's 100 square acres currently outside of Coffee Creek that I believe are inappropriately opted out. The second question concerns the EIR. There is a existing cannabis EIR, and in that is a table containing the development assumptions from which the ordinance were generated, which includes the number of potential cannabis licenses, manufacturing facilities, etc. So, was this ordinance drafted using those development assumptions? And there's also a date, a baseline date I'd like to know, because it's usually when the first scoping meeting has happened. So going forward, what baseline date is being used? Thank you.
Thank you, John.
We also have John Brower.
Go ahead, John Brower.
Very thoughtful comments from previous commenters. And I think it is really important to look forward. We're on 10 years now since the original ordinance was adopted through a series of grand compromises. And while nothing's perfect, the program has mostly worked and mostly mitigated the impacts of the green rush that was in full swing at that time, and which is no longer. And we do need to look forward. And for our industry to really thrive and survive and to really bring maximum benefit to Trinity down the road, our people are going to need to expand their operations. The survivors in the market are going to have more than 10,000 square feet, most of them. And so the stacking is very thoughtful. I like the language in there. Um, the and they're also going to have to be able to move sites and transition existing licenses to sites that can produce higher quality product and with lower environmental impacts. And so the necessity to keep the current definition of parcel is really important down the road for this to really work here. I mean, someday California licensed operators are going to be able to export. And at that point, we could really have something very special here. The market is really kind of bottoming out the last few years. But someday there could be a healthy, thriving industry. And so I think maximum flexibility as far as transitioning to other sites and including multiple contiguous parcels continues to make sense. There have been instances where that issue has gotten sticky, but it has mostly worked, and it allows for an applicant to operate much like an existing ranch in Trinity County, comprised of multiple parcels, where you might have the sunshine on one area and the water on another, and a septic that will perk on another, and a driveway on another, and so I really want to see you guys take a deep dive into this and really take your time and sort through these proposed changes. And despite its foibles, our program has mostly been successful. So thank you for your time. This is going to take some deep thought and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
We also have Marisa.
Hi,
Go ahead,
Commissioner.
Marisa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
I just got to talk to Darlene. I got to talk. Yeah. I gave him my 2 cents worth.
Marisa,
are you there? Yeah.
I think we still hear John.
Somebody else. Okay. Hi, we've met before. I'm Marisa, Eagle Creek Ranch in Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. I agree with every other comment. I'm against the 97,000 acre ban on cannabis in our area. There's no factual findings that this is appropriate, and it goes against good land use planning. Getting rid of this ban will not affect the town of Trinity Center or Coffee Creek due to zoning rules already in place. And I would love to have a few more family farms in our area. This has been going on for a really long time. I think we can all come together and get over the division. That would be wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you, Marisa.
We also have Steve.
Steve, are you there? Steve, are you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So, I guess this is just general overview comments. I don't see that a lot has changed. It looks, as in my reading, it's mostly copying the existing ordinances with minor changes. So it doesn't really solve any of the problems, in my opinion. I guess on some level, this process has gone on so long, and I'm so jaded by the whole process that, and I know a lot of the other cultivators are just like, fine, as long as I can just continue my existing operation as is, just leave me alone. But this doesn't solve, this isn't future looking. Like John said, you know, what if I wanted to expand or buy another piece of property 10 years from now? The hurdles to getting a license are still just ridiculous, especially compared to getting a state license, which involves enrollment with multiple different agencies. The hardest agency is still the county. I don't see anything in here that solves any of the problems, and there's too many. I guess if I had to pick, the most important to me is the micro business, which allows me as a small cultivator to distribute my product. Like, I cannot sell my product to Cali Love in Weaverville. I live in Junction City. My product gets picked up by a van, driven to San Diego, processed, then sent on another van back up to Sacramento, where it changes distribution and gets on another van that delivers it to Cali Love. So, you know, 30–40% of the value just gets disappeared into other counties. You know, the micro business is the way that we can survive in this. And one of the biggest problems is I'm on RR, and in order to distribute my product, I have to be zoned the same as a full-blown distribution. My reading, maybe I missed something because I haven't had a lot of time to go through it, but that problem is still not solved, and it just seems ridiculous. Like, what's the point of having a micro business if I have to have a commercially zoned process or property in order to do this? I think the micro business is the future for small Trinity farmers. I don't like that the new language eliminates the ability for me to help my neighbor. Like, what if my neighbor wants to sell to Cali Love? Like, I liked the provisions that allowed us some amount. Like, obviously we don't want people turning into full-blown distributors, but some amount of distribution, and to be able to, you know, do non-volatile processing and get those products, keep the value in Trinity County.
Thank you, Steve.
Yep. Any other public comment online? Great. Thank you. Alrighty. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a recess for a half hour and proceed forward with cannabis at 6:30. You guys doing it? Yeah.
So there's changes to the definitions that have happened. I have some clarifying questions.
Dinner.
I bet the public has some as well.
I would love to not do repetitive public comment.
Yeah, how do you?
But we're down to only a couple people, so it's not gonna be as bad.
We can encourage. We can encourage people to.
If we're doing smaller sections too, it could be like a minute.
And I think since we have a long ways to go, we can keep it to a minute and a half for those details. And that will keep people on points rather than general.
Everybody go to bed at midnight.
And as far as correcting people too, like everybody went into the opt-out, which we're not even into right now.
Much
This
as I have
is
to.
Nothing to do with the opt-outs, just make sure if somebody goes off track like that to stop them and tell them this is this.
Got it, boss.
You know, we're ready next week.
No.
I was trying to make eye contact with you. Going good?
I was drifting. All right. We are returning from our recess of this planning commission meeting. We are now moving on to definitions. Is the Zoom on and working? Yep. Okay. Staff, do you have please provide us with some insights into the changes or direction?
Sure. I'm happy to kind of just give, some general overview. Alternatively, we could kind of scroll through this and I could just, explain why things have been changed or struck through. If you want to start with questions, that's fine. But primarily, like as you can see on this first page, those two definitions were removed. Area was because it's not really a necessary or constructive definition anymore. Canopy addresses it. And then Attorney General guidelines is just a, excessively old concept that doesn't really apply anymore.
Okay.
So again, I'm happy to just scroll through it and run you through it, or if you want to start with questions, whatever your preference.
You can scroll through and provide us with the changes and the reasons, and we can ask our clarifying questions.
On each one or at the end?
Just like this definition section.
Okay, yeah, maybe as he goes through each section or each part of it, we can talk about what's been struck and what's not, or are we gonna go to the end and then talk about it?
If there's some clarifying questions to that, and then we'll open that up to public comment, and then we can discuss.
It almost just have them go through
So
all the definitions,
whole-
and then we can go back to public, and then we can ask our questions. Maybe.
Yes,
That'll be faster.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So I've already kind of detailed area and Attorney General's guidelines. I'm happy to restate if that's something that you would like. So here under Canopy, State of California, I just made a choice to call it DCC. DCC is defined further down when we get to letter D. Commercial cannabis, that's just really outdated old language. Again, allowed under, struck through all of it, Prop 64. Commercial cannabis activity is just a new definition to just further clarify what a commercial cannabis activity is. There's the definition of the DCC, which means the California Department of Cannabis Control, which when we adopted these original ordinances was not in existence. Again, under distribution, just clarifying that, these licensed activities are licensed by the Department of Cannabis Control, just to kind of, as we heard in some of the public comments, try to further delineate, what is our land use authority in that capacity versus the state licensing authority. Legal parcel. So my intent here was to remove the historic definition of legal parcel, which from my perspective was constructed not to actually define what a legal parcel is. So the current definition is actually taken from the overall definitions contained in zoning code and aligned with that. The original, I think, concept behind legal parcel and the single parcel for the purposes of this chapter was specifically to prevent stacking. So to prevent licenses on adjacent parcels. I don't know if you want to get into questions on that.
Yeah, just for clarity.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you're moving the goalposts for certain people. So that need this as far as when you enrolled in, when you.
Question or discussion?
Is this a clarifying question?
Sorry.
Okay.
I thought we were
But
getting into it.
let me sort of respond to that
We
comment,
can get
'cause
back to it
I
at the end.
think
We'll
does
come back to this one immensely.
warrant some clarification.
Yeah.
My intent here was not to prevent the allowance for cultivation activities to occur on parcels adjacent to the one that contains the primary single-family dwelling. It was simply to align the concept with what is actually the legal definition of legal parcel and to move forward considering that we're allowing for stacking, and my intent with these revisions is also to allow for cultivation on parcels that are adjacent to a primary single-family dwelling.
And then, if you have a well that is on an adjacent parcel, or the driveway, or your storage shed is on the adjacent parcel that's contiguous, has that been clarified and reinforced elsewhere in this ordinance to allow for that? Because prior, the legal parcel being contiguous, that's in this ordinance, that's what it was defined for.
Yep. So moving forward with the use permit concept, for any use permit, you can apply for multiple APNs for a single use permit. And so people would still be able to have multiple APNs listed under, a use permit, and then they would need to have their maps constructed for us, but also for the DCC to include all of the areas and infrastructure, associated with the cannabis license as part of their premises diagram, which is required by the DCC. So I do believe, at least my intent was to clarify that and allow for, the use of infrastructure or cultivation areas on adjacent parcels. The one thing that becomes a little difficult, but I don't see any significant problem with it, is just related to if there are multiple parcels and there's necessary infrastructure on one of those other parcels. If those parcels are sold, then it poses a problem for meeting the requirements potentially. So that's one reason that I think also that that historically legal parcel definition was constructed as it was. But my intent with these revisions is to, facilitate the use of infrastructure on adjacent parcels.
Adjacent parcels under the same ownership.
Yes, and I believe that when we get to that definition, it was revised to be slightly broader than ownership, because there's no reason that you wouldn't, from my perspective, why wouldn't you be able to lease an adjacent parcel? So it says it says under control of the.
But for example, the issue we've had where the well was on an adjacent land that was not owned or leased by the cultivator, that would still not be allowed because the well isn't under their control.
That's a good question. I would say that because they have to meet the requirement of, proving a legal water source, and there are outside of cannabis a variety of instances where there are shared wells across multiple APNs, small water systems, things like that. I don't think that we should prevent the use of an off-site well as long as they have sufficient, legal deeded access to that water source.
Well, right now, the performance standards say on-site. So you're saying it could be off-site. So you did not change that, though.
So, and when we get into those performance standards, let's look at that more closely. Some of the dilemma with modifying the provisions of the performance standards are that they are copy and pasted mitigation measures from the EIR. So I stayed completely away from modifying the language of those mitigation measures, because that's not really something that we should address. That being said, there will undoubtedly be revisions to performance standards and applicable mitigation measures as we get through the general plan and general plan EIR. I've started having those discussions, but at this point, I really can't. I haven't been given any significant clarity on what will be revised or how the cannabis EIR may be supplemented by the general plan EIR. So a work in progress and something that, we'll certainly dig into more once there's more clarity there.
Okay.
Any more clarity on that definition? We move on.
You discuss it later, yeah.
Yep.
Planning department was just removed because there's no need to reference the planning department as it's no longer a department. Generally, my choice in the document was to reference the community development department. We could reference the planning division. We could reference the cannabis division. I believe that one of the goals as we go forward in time is to try to merge planning and cannabis back together. And that's why I made the choice to detail it as the community development department for lack of,
So I see you've deleted the definition of planning department, but you have not added a definition for community development department?
I don't know that we need to define it,
Okay.
but happy to do so if that
Question.
seems appropriate.
Well, I'm just wondering why, since you deleted planning department, my question is, do you need to add community development department in instead?
I don't think it hurts. I think it's somewhat self-explanatory, but let's go ahead and add it. Next, personal use was added so that we could fold 1742 into this and try to align what is currently in 1742 with state regs. So that's that. Self-processing, essentially like self-processing is not a license type, nor has it been historically a license type offered by the county or offered by the state specifically. So I basically just slimmed that definition down. The overall, I think, function of that self-processing definition was to just clearly allow for cultivators to process the cannabis that they grew on site, and that's really more of a DCC reg, so that's been modified just to simplify that. Self-transport is another historical piece of our puzzle where we allowed for self-transport, but that was really prior to the enactment of Prop 64 and then the subsequent revisions from, the Bureau of Cannabis Control to the Department of Cannabis Control. And so just wanted to clarify, because self-transport is a little bit confusing or convoluted at the state licensing level. So that was just an intent to make it clear that self-transport is allowed. We don't require an additional license with us for self-transport, but it does require a DCC Type 13 distributor license. Stacking, as I kind of referenced earlier, it means more than one cultivation license per parcel. I want to point out at this point that I think that from an environmental review standpoint and from the standpoint of multiple licenses in an Appendix C, that we should probably figure out how to come up with a composite license or aggregate license type similar to what Humboldt County has done. But for the moment, stacking in its current form and definition would just simply allow for more than one license on a parcel. I can go into it more or if you have questions.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, so right now stacking is only allowed for multiple type 3 licenses according to the settlement. So you're adding other types of cultivation licenses to be allowed to be considered stacking.
And actually, now that I reread this, it should probably be, that definition should be revised to include more than one license per parcel, because the intent is to allow for other additional licenses, but really the term stacking as we've used it historically was focused on, cultivation specifically. But in concept, what I'm trying to allow for here is that multiple licenses would be allowed, or multiple uses, multiple state license types would be allowed for on a single parcel, not necessarily only confined to microbusiness.
Right, but in the original EIR, it was cultivation. You could only have one cultivation license per parcel, correct? That's the original language in 1743. So then the settlement said that you could have multiple type 3 licenses, cultivation licenses are on a parcel. So now you're adding essentially the small licenses could also
Well,
be eligible
referring to
for
the-
stacking.
You're referring to the TAA settlement.
Yes.
Yeah, that is off the table and is no longer applicable.
Okay, so then at a certain point, don't you need to modify the EIR? Because the EIR did not allow stacking.
From my perspective, that's something that I could certainly look at more closely, but as other commenters have referenced, really the meat of the EIR in terms of what would be allowed for within the scope of the potential environmental impacts. They basically took 530 and multiplied it across the board for 200% designated area. So all of the math contained in the development assumptions for cultivation are 530 times 20,000 square feet.
Yep.
So from my perspective, in terms of compliance with our existing EIR, as long as we aren't exceeding the development assumptions in terms of the total area that will be disturbed or developed, then I don't believe there's any conflict there.
Okay, because I'm not saying I'm opposed to stacking, but I'm seriously thinking that you may need to modify the EIR or at least provide some sort of justification.
Yep. And so to the EIR, again, we have started having preliminary discussions, as the NOP was released. A full project description, I believe, is going to be released shortly, if it hasn't already been posted on the OPR Sequonet website. And from what I've gathered, in terms of the general plan EIR, our current baseline will be reestablished. But I really can't give any more detail at this point about what will transpire and how those evaluations will be conducted or quantified.
Let's continue moving on.
Yep. Use permit, I added the definition to basically kind of align with the idea that we would have this dual track concept. The use permit, as it's defined, really ties it together so that there's not a loophole for people to not be required to pay cultivation tax. Also, that the way that is structured effectively, I think, although fallowing or the concept of limited operation licenses that exists with DCC is not clearly established here, in concept, from my perspective, what we would be creating is the ability for people, once they have a land use entitlement for that cannabis land use, that they would be able to make the choice to not reapply or to let their program enrollment license lapse, to be consistent with the limited operations at the DCC, and then they would still be required to pay cultivation tax for any product transferred, cultivated previously, which is consistent with the limited operations status concepts, fallowing at the DCC level. So that's that. If you questions on that? Okay. Variances revised to align with the actual definition of variance.
Because the cannabis definition, the way cannabis used variance has gone away with a new term.
Well, which definition of variance? Which
So
did you use? Where did that come from? Because that's not consistent with the state definition.
I believe that I took this from the overall definitions contained in Part 7, the rest of zoning code, and just align them.
Okay, because, all right, I'll save that
But
for discussion.
I'll confirm that. Watts per square foot, just took that out because it doesn't really have anything to do with our land use process. It's really a function of a DCC license type. And that concludes our review of the definitions. One thing that I want to note, just since I'm looking at it, is youth-oriented facility. I believe that we might want to consider aligning our definition with the state definition, which I believe is, I'm losing it, but the state uses a slightly different term. So I can look into that. And
Yeah, I have some discussion on that one too,
okay.
because we have problems with that.
Right, any clarifying questions before we move to public comment? All right, let's move on to public comment. Let's keep it to the definitions themselves.
Thanks again. And thanks for the pizza, Roy. It was awesome. Adrian Keys, the personal use, it would be great to see alignment with the state over medical and allow for patient caregiver arrangements. There are plenty of people, they say, oh, you can just grow your own. Well, not everybody can. It would be great if we could just align with that. It's not a huge land use thing. Might need a little regulation, not a big deal. Self-processing, I think that my recollection of that and why that all that weird language was in there was because that was intended to allow people to process cannabis in one facility, even if they had more than one license. So if they had a license in one neighborhood and a license in another, they didn't have to build two big old barns. They could bring from their licensed facility through a distributor to the other licensed facility and then only require one facility. So that's just a quick note there. On stacking, TCA's recommendations are, and I hope that you guys can contemplate this, is just allow everybody the opportunity and not for a big swamp. And so in your annually allow each farm to apply for one.
Is this, are you talking to the definition?
I suppose maybe not. I just had that because that was part of the conversation in definitions. I'll save that one. Just on this does fit into definitions. Is the state is contemplating a combined activities license that would fit the same mode as the combined license that Drew was talking about, where at your facility, if you had cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution, you would at that point then just have one state license for those three activities, which, dang, that wasn't nearly enough time.
Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center. So I don't disagree with any of the things you were saying about the legal parcel. I want to say I think a lot of it went over my head and I didn't fully digest it. So I think that the comments that I have might not apply. But either way, getting rid of the contiguous legal parcels, it's just, we all worked and commented and did lots of workshops to come to that conclusion that that was needed. And again, I did not fully digest what you were saying, and maybe that is being honored and I'm not understanding it. But just with the unique topography of Trinity County and all those things, I just hope that these people that have had to use contiguous parcels to make their facilities function and happen can continue to operate. And then talking about the stacking with that, I see you're really concerned, Commissioner Fall, but I feel like that you guys weren't talking about the 2%. That if that was the stacking definition, I have a 10-acre parcel, 2% would still only allow me to have my one license. And then if I went to 20 acres, and I just think that maybe this would be helpful to put in the definition, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the wrong place, but 20 acres would let me get to this, 30 to this, 40 to this.
Thank you.
Which then makes the 50-acre.
Any more public comment in the room?
Michelle Taylor, Coffee Creek. I just want to thank you, Drew, for clearing up the legal parcel. It was so ambiguous, and I think people were taking different tracks, and I appreciate it's cleared up.
Thank you.
I was on the road and missed the discussion about legal parcel. It's such a critical element of our program.
Can I have your name?
Power from Junction City. Would you mind re-clarifying that there still will be an ability to utilize multiple parcels to meet all the requirements? But we would be defining each parcel as like the current, like the other than cannabis legal parcel definition, but but there would be the ability to use contiguous parcels to meet the requirements of licensure.
Yes, that was discussed.
Awesome. Where is that language in the document?
Would you like me to respond to?
Yeah,
Yep.
Drew, yes. Thank you.
Just so you know, you're using your time up, John, if there was another question you had.
That's fine. This is critical. It's a workshop setting.
So I can certainly, give it some more thought, but I don't think that the way it's constructed prevents that. And whether we need to clearly establish that as allowed, that may be something that would be worthwhile. But again, from my construction and from my thinking in terms of, what is proposed, we aren't preventing that in any way.
Thank you, John.
It was
John,
not,
John, your time is up.
all right, thank you. So that language is in the new draft?
JB.
No.
JB.
Rhoda Kane, Coffee Creek Training Center. It does seem pretty typical that if it's not fully defined, then people always fight to be just as restrictive as possible. So I think anything should be defined as completely as possible, because a lot of the problems we've had over the last decade with this ordinance are people using their discretion to define things differently. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment in the room? If there is not, we can go to Zoom.
Yes, for Lisa.
Hello, I'm back. I do want to make sure that the legal parcel definition does not exclude multiple parcels under the same ownership from comprising the project, because as has been pointed out in many cases, someone might have a home that's on a contiguous parcel. That's a requirement. So without that clarity, I will say, representing hundreds of farmers, that we don't trust that the county is just going to agree to it down the road. Oh, that's what we intended. Oh, that's what we talked about. I think it needs to be precisely stated that a cannabis project can encompass more than one parcel under identical ownership and have different components of that license included across parcels. I think that's critical that we actually have that language specifically stated. Otherwise, this change in definition, if they would go to say legal parcel, you need to have everything on a legal parcel, then it could just be devastating to the future development of the program.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
Lisa.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, we also have Marissa.
Marissa, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say I totally agree with Lisa's comment, and there's some trust issues here around that definition. So super clarity would be wonderful, and how it affects all of us, even in the opt-outs. Hopefully the opt-outs go away, but in our area. But it would be nice to have like way more clarity on what's going on there. Thanks.
Thank you, Marissa. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Discussion?
So what,
Discussion, yes.
what about the people that counted on that? Like, I mean, just, I go back to the ambiguity deal where you're inside of an opt-out zone. And when you could file for a water board placeholder, you could only file on one parcel per person. So if you had 6 parcels, you can only do the place. I mean, we went through all this crap, but you can only do it on one parcel per person, or one parcel number per person for the placeholder. So then now someone wants to move the thing in there and they can't because they're in an opt-out zone because of this. So are you going to address the people, the handful of people that are in that position and not take that right away from them?
True. Would you provide clarity? I mean, this definition has vast history, as you know, as the, and so these changes need to be reinforced on how it will keep with the spirit and the intent of what this definition was. And so as to my fellow commissioners' question, does that, in the opt-out zones, that still is the same definition if it's an opt-out zone or if it's not in an opt-out zone, is it not?
I'll provide 2 comments in response. One is that I think defining project as a term would, as we heard in a variety of public comments, I think that would be beneficial to clearly establish, that a project can span multiple APNs if that is the consensus of the commission and the board ultimately. And then to your primary question, really the answer to that is contained not so much in the definition of legal parcel from my perspective, but in the specific provisions of the existing limitations on location to cultivate section.
Which you're not proposing to change.
We will get into that topic in much more detail when we get into the opt-out discussion. But for the purposes of kind of what I am presenting, what we're presenting tonight for, cannabis code, those have remained untouched with, my request as stated in the staff report that we would engage in discussion and direction from the Planning Commission as to how to resolve that going forward.
Okay.
I think there's a consensus of the Planning Commission that this definition, if the definition is to change, the intent of the definition, which the public is clear on, which farmers are clear on, needs to be reinforced in other terms or in places within the ordinance.
Yeah, I would strongly disagree with that.
Okay. So, one commissioner.
I agree completely.
Why would you so are you saying that the definition needs to change and we need to open that discussion back up?
I'm saying that there's an issue where having multiple parcels available for cannabis activities, moving around within an ownership is not what was envisioned by the original opt-out areas, and people who have made investment decisions and so forth based on the idea that there was a certain language in there are going to be disturbed.
But there was certain language in there that you're counting on, and then now you're changing it. So you're essentially
Well,
moving the goalposts.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There was language in there that people were counting on, which was that cannabis activities would be limited to the parcel that was enrolled in the water board. And then now you are changing that.
No, it was continued because you could only enroll one parcel. One person could
Correct,
only enroll
yeah.
one parcel. So if you had 6 parcels, you couldn't enroll all 6.
I think we should move the opt-outs. We should discuss the opt-outs during the opt-out discussion, but right now we're just discussing the definition, and the definition is to the general ordinance. There might be particular stipulations in opt-out zones, but the way contiguous parcel worked was the way that has been discussed, and I do not want to change that at this point. And is proposed, that definition is being proposed to be changed, but then the spirit of, and the intent based on staff is that it is not going to be changed. And so we just need that reinforced, is my thought on that.
I agree with your first proposal.
I also agree with your first proposal.
So would we discuss that, Drew, further within the ordinance as we move beyond definitions? Is there a place to discuss that, or is this the place to discuss that?
No, this is not, from my perspective, the place to get into that because it really has to do with the limitations section.
Okay.
This is just an attempt to use a legally appropriate definition for legal parcel. There is the alternative that we define parcel. But I think that what we're grappling with is really a function of the limitations section and not how to define a legal parcel.
So I don't propose that we change that definition, or we predicate the change of that definition based on reinforcing it in the other section, but that if that is not done, then we do not change that. Is there consensus to that?
Well,
second it.
I agree.
like I say, I disagree.
Again, my suggestion is that we keep a more clear and appropriate legal definition of legal parcel. If we need to define parcel or project or create other definitions and or revise the limitations code section based on direction from the Planning Commission, then I think the place to get into this topic and concept is in the limitations area. And again, when we get into that, if we have some light bulbs about what other terms to define, to switch out and no longer inaccurately use legal parcel, which is a very specific legal term, then we'll certainly get into that both when we get into the limitation section, and that's a primary component of the opt-out discussions as well. So we will probably go over it at least twice.
Yeah, okay. I guess my concern is that this has been gone over in length. And because of that, like, we're going to go ahead and strike that, change the definition, and then potentially and hopefully and likely change it in there. But we need to assure that it is reinforced. And my also concern is that that was, like, agreed upon by the Board of Supervisors many years ago. And so now the change will have to go back to the Board of Supervisors versus keeping the definition as it is, as it was agreed upon. And so I just want to make assure that this does not change. And if the definition isn't the mechanism, then okay, but I don't want to open this back up.
So how about if we add a definition for project?
Add a definition for project?
Right.
That it's going to.
Because project is what you just talked about as far as the project having continuous parcels. So if we added that definition in there, that would
Drew, what do you think?
mitigate that.
If I may, just to reinforce everyone's understanding that this is not the final time that we will grapple with this, nor is this our final opportunity to make revisions to this.
Okay.
I also want to note that as it relates to that ambiguity determination item, the board was in complete disagreement with the Planning Commission. So let's all count on the fact that we go back and forth on this a bit. So
yeah,
You can have a consensus. It doesn't matter.
I think for my suggestion for the moment, we can keep it moving. If we need to revisit when we get into limitation sections, how the Planning Commission wants to provide direction on definitions or modifications to the limitation section to better align with this definition. And, if the desire is to stay in keeping with the intent of that limitation section as it relates to the misuse of the legal term, legal parcel, I say we come up with a different definition such as project or parcel or something like that.
How hard is it to add a definition to this?
It's as simple as giving direction to staff and us typing it out and having the board agree to it.
Let's do that. Direct staff to have a definition of project that encapsulates the intent of the legal parcel definition that has been this way for the last 8 years,
And-
something like that.
And again, it really doesn't have, from my perspective, it really doesn't have anything to do with the definition of legal parcel. It has to do with the limitations section and the provisions contained in that section as it relates to enrollment under the original North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board order. And obviously, again, Planning Commission had an opinion. The board did not concur. So I don't think we need to concern ourselves that this will be the last go round, because it certainly won't be.
Okay.
Is the board not concurring? Is that final?
So just to kind of recap, I'm going to take the consolidated recommendations from Planning Commission based on this study session and the January 29th study session to the board tentatively on March 17th. And then at that point, we'll get direction from the board whether or not they want to spend a multitude of hours going through all of the specifics of zoning code. Alternatively, they will provide direction, and we will include the direction that was received into the public review draft, which will be released in May. And then I imagine that it makes sense to have either a special study session that's joint between PC and board, or additional study sessions and review of zoning code at the PC and at the board between May and before we get to final adoption, so that we're very clear on what we're going to land on in its final form, so that we don't derail ourselves at the tail end of this multi-year process.
Okay.
So I see that adding the definition and then changing the definition of legal parcel makes everybody happy.
And if I'm tracking, the direction was to include a definition of project that addresses the historical intent of multiple parcels. That is the direction that I am understanding the Planning Commission is
But,
giving.
yeah, I think narrowly, I mean, project would be multiple parcels under ownership or control. Again, you can't just claim you got your neighbor's property and you're going to use the well over there or something. I mean, there has to be some limitation.
Of course, it has to be legal ownership or documented control.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
So are we going to have comments, or discussion then of the things in the discussion definitions?
Well, that's what we just
Okay.
what we just did.
All right.
Right.
You just skipped a legal parcel. I had some stuff before that, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so CDFW's duplicate, got that in there twice, but commercial cannabis activity, the way it reads, includes cultivation, possession, manufacture, distribution, processing, storing, testing, packaging, or sale of cannabis. So by saying "or," you've told people who are possessing cannabis that they are commercial cannabis. So yeah, I don't think you meant to do that. So I would say instead of "or," put "for the purpose of sale of cannabis or cannabis products." See what I mean?
How about "and"?
No, it's not "and" or. You,
Instead of "or," just say "and."
but it can't be "or." So if you say "and," cultivation and sale, but what if someone's doing cultivation? Okay, they have to be selling all of that.
Mhm.
Okay. But you see my point that right now by saying "or," you're criminalizing a bunch of people.
I don't know that I do.
Well, because you could be possessing cannabis, but you're not selling it, so then you're a commercial cannabis activity.
It could be sensible to take out possession. Or maybe we say storing.
I mean, the bottom line is commercial cannabis activity is you have to have some sales or kind of component part there to be commercial.
You would
What
also
if-
have to be able to possess it. too.
What if we add something that includes reference to "and holds the appropriate DCC licenses for uses listed herein or something like that.
Yeah, however, but I just want to point out that you don't want to criminalize people for just possessing cannabis.
Well, none of this is criminalizing anything.
No, it's not, but you're saying, no, you're saying it's a commercial cannabis activity to possess cannabis. And I don't think that's what you wanted to
On a
do.
commercial level, yeah, if you possess,
Well, it doesn't say commercial level, it just says possession is a commercial cannabis
but it's for
activity.
commercial cannabis, so you'd have to be able to possess it to even have it, to process it, to sell it, to do anything, you'd have to be able to possess it.
But
So something about holding the appropriate state licenses.
however you want to do that.
Okay.
Then on the next page, let's see, where you've, the definition for legal dwelling. So there are sections later on where you talk about a dwelling permit. 178580 DB. So you took out building permit and you put in dwelling permit. Is there such a thing as a dwelling permit, or did you mean legal dwelling?
My intent there was to clarify where in that section that you're referencing, it says or building permit, and
Yeah.
a building permit does not constitute a legal dwelling.
Right.
So that was my intent there, to clarify that the reference to legal, the reference to building permit really should be referring to the legal dwelling.
So, because, you know, it's one of the criteria for a location to cultivate cannabis, that you have to have a building permit. So I understand.
Right, and a building permit is not the
Right.
appropriate criteria.
So what I'm getting, and so you changed that to dwelling permit. And so my question was, is there such a thing as dwelling permit, or do you mean you have to have a legal dwelling?
Currently, as the process has been administered over many years, the issuance of a dwelling permit has constituted meeting the legal dwelling requirement. In more recent years, we added an additional requirement to say if you don't have a finalized legal dwelling or a grandfathered legal dwelling, that you need to apply for and obtain an RVDUP, primarily to ensure that sanitary waste disposal is accomplished. So if that
Well, I'm just saying, you changed it from building permit to dwelling permit, and somebody comes in and says, what is a dwelling permit? Do you need to have that in the definitions? You need to tell them what is a dwelling permit if you're telling them you have to have one in order to cultivate cannabis.
it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, so that's what my question was. Do you need to add a definition for dwelling permit, or did you mean legal dwelling? I mean, whatever it is, I think it needs to tell people what it is that you're telling them in section 178580 DB.
Yeah, let's add a definition of dwelling permit. Or we could augment the definition of legal dwelling to include the dwelling permit having been issued in conjunction with the RVDUP constitutes meeting the intent of the legal dwelling code section and the dwelling requirement. I think either one of those.
Either one. I'm just pointing out that right now, it kind of leaves people hanging. You got to get a dwelling permit. Well, what the heck is that?
Fair, got it.
Okay. Question. So license means an annual entitlement. Does that mean program enrollment license is what, because I didn't see that term used. So where is?
My recollection, and I think this was a mistake on my part, that it's not reflected in track changes. But I believe that that term license is taken from the overall definitions in zoning code and aligned with that.
Yeah, because it wasn't in there before. It wasn't in the original definitions. I couldn't figure out where it was from. So You're saying it was taken from where?
From Part 7.
Okay. This gets kind of back to Adrian's comment. So you added personal use, but then there's a definition for qualified patient, but I didn't see that you had moved that part of the medicinal marijuana over where you reference a qualified patient. So,
So in all honesty, I just didn't have the mental capacity to figure out how to establish the medical cannabis process. I acknowledge that it does need to be included. So from that perspective, I think that the definition of medical cannabis and qualified patient are probably appropriate. We just need to include an additional subsection to, clearly define how we would address the medical cannabis cultivation and medical caregivership that's allowed by the state. I did reach out to HHSA to try and get some stats from them on how many qualified patients we have in Trinity County who have enrolled with the local health department as required under state code. I did not get any information back, and that's kind of where I left off because I was hoping to have that to kind of better understand, how to address that concept.
it would make sense to, if you're going to move the 1742 over, which has the qualified patient definition in that, to then pick up that language in the personal use, because right now it is not in there.
I agree with you in concept. I think it needs to be a separate section, but
Okay.
yep.
It works.
Are we on the zone or are we on definitions? I thought we were on definitions.
Qualified patient is a definition. Let's see. So stacking, I still have questions about that definition. Variance, the definition that you have, it doesn't really align with the state definition, just because state definition, you're talking about alleviating specific physical hardships related to, the size, topography of the land. And they make it clear that economic hardship is not a valid basis for variance. And so when I read variance here, you say unnecessary hardship. I think you need to, make sure people understand that definition of hardship does not include economic hardship, as per the state.
Noted, and we'll confirm with the overall definitions in Part 7 and make sure that our definition of variance is consistent with state law.
And then, sorry, I just have one more comment. So I agree, youth-oriented facility. I did look at the state definition, and I looked at the definitions like Shasta County and all that. They include a lot of schools and all that. My suggestion would be that we clarify that it requires some documentation. So a youth-oriented facility, if you're including an establishment that advertises in a manner that identifies it as a catering to youth, I mean, advertisement doesn't necessarily, mean that that's what, I mean, I can advertise my house as a youth-oriented facility, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what it's used for. So could we maybe consider adding language that says and provides documentation, of that it is a youth, that is predominantly used by youth?
It came back to me. I believe that the definition and the term that is defined by the DCC is youth center,
Yeah.
Which provides, I think, more clarity and consistency, and I think that's what we should do.
I like that. I can concur with that.
I have to go back and look at that, but yeah, I mean, I just know we've
You're talking about
struggled
adding it?
with this
You're talking about
definition.
adding it, not subtracting this one, just adding another definition?
Well,
Replacing.
Changing it to youth-oriented center.
Definitions, so if
there's
they're
a lot
used
of,
anywhere in the code, they should still.
I think it's-
yeah,
I think
it's in the
youth
code a
center.
lot of places where you can't be within so many feet of a youth-oriented facility.
I think it's youth center. if I'm not mistaken, at the DCC.
With the DCC, it's youth center.
I believe so. I could try and look it up quickly if that's helpful, but either way, I think that what we want to do is align with the DCC. I know specifically, that 1,000-foot setback from schools is a DCC requirement. So ideally, we want to have consistency there where, you know, what's the point of having a definition that doesn't conform if ultimately they'll be denied a state license? Now, if we want to establish a more broad or, you know, keep something like youth-oriented facility that also restricts the ability, certainly something that we could do, but I think for simplicity's sake, at the very least, aligning with youth center and the DCC terms makes good sense.
DCC doesn't delineate between them. It's a youth-oriented facility or youth center. Did
And
you say
they-
1,000 feet?
Yeah, it's 1,000 feet. And so it looks
It's
like
600 on the website.
youth center is
600?
600 feet.
It's not 1,000,
Yeah.
yeah.
1,000 feet from the school.
And commissioners, I just wanted to confirm that as the variance definition reads here, it does match the California Government Code Section 65906, which verbatim reads it as it does here.
Right, which is what the problem has been. So, and that's kind of what I was saying. I know that's the state definition, but can we clarify that you need to provide documentation, not that you advertised on focused
Yeah,
on youth?
I think that makes good sense. I'll take a look at the definitions from DCC and ensure that in terms of those setback requirements from the DCC, that we align both of those terms and or define them, you know, in combination, like Rory just read that they're combined. And I think that'll.
They are combined. It's also worth noting, it's 600 feet from a school, daycare, or youth center, and they do have a time limit. Under 5 hours doesn't count according to DCC. So
If it's in business for less than 5 hours per day,
Mhm.
it does not count.
mhm,
Youth present for 5 hours a day.
5 hours a day, it actually breaks it down.
Yeah.
It excludes private residents, martial arts schools, youth facilities operating less than 5 hours a day. It also includes 600 feet of a school, daycare, or youth center.
All right, we will align it with the DCC if that's the direction from.
Yeah, something to
commission.
make it
Yes, please.
easier to figure
you.
out. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any more definitions?
Nope.
Okay. Fellow commissioners?
All good.
Yeah, okay, let's move on from definitions then. What's next, Drew?
Well, I think it might just make sense to kind of continue to scroll through this section. Again, as I stated earlier, you know, that highlighted 1785-050. That's just a note, I think, to staff to make sure that when we finalize this, it references the right section.
Right.
Just tighten it up.
So as I described earlier, performance standards, I think it would make sense to further consolidate and bring in all of the performance standards across all of the individual uses into a combined performance standards applicable to all cannabis land uses and not have separate performance standard sections. Again, one of the dilemmas and the reason that I sort of stayed away in this version from really trying to make major changes to that is that the majority of what is retained in the various performance standard sections are mitigation measures that were deemed applicable. That being said, I'm not really clear how or why, when the ordinance was adopted, they chose a smattering of application requirements, unknown, like why they chose which mitigation measures they decided as performance standards. I think that, you know, if the consensus from the Planning Commission and the board is that we go down this road of use permits, then we will certainly revise the performance standard sections and we will likely establish a required conditions or conditions of approval section to then kind of detail what I referenced earlier as far as fallowing or limited operations status and ensure that although we're not maybe calling it a limited operation status, that we're making that allowance for individuals to go to a limited operations license or limited operations status with the DCC and create some timeline for which they can remain in limited operations status and or not renew the program enrollment license. Off the top of my head, I would propose 1 or 2 years. I don't know if you guys have any insight or you want to grapple with that.
Can we get back to the performance standards lumping?
Sure.
So, because to clarify, so like there are separate performance standards for manufacturing versus distribution, and you're saying put all those performance standards in one, because they're not applicable to each type of use.
So
They're
I don't-
distinctive.
Yeah, I don't recall, but I would say like 80% plus of them are kind of all the same. There are some subtle differences,
There's a lot of differences.
but aren't they all mitigation measures
No,
primarily?
well, the optimal performance standards for cannabis manufacturing, some of those, yeah, are the same as distribution, but I mean, talking about employees and all that kind of stuff, I mean, it seems like you could pull out some things. You couldn't be convicted of a serious felony or whatever, but there's some things that are very specific to that particular use.
What-
I would just encourage you to read.
Yeah, I guess then what I would propose is to, any redundant or repetitive performance standards be consolidated into the general section.
Yeah.
And then the specific standards for the individual standards for the specific uses can remain as specific performance standards for those uses. And then we'll need to revise this subheading because it wouldn't be performance standards applicable to all cannabis land uses. So that was kind of the dilemma ultimately in terms of what I gave to Minter Harnish, how it was, reorganized to try and be more consistent with the rest of zoning code. So we'll dig into that a bit more and make it make more sense and be more consistent with the individual uses and across the board if we want to apply performance standards for all. I think, again, as I stated earlier, I think it should be, any of the other regulatory requirements that they need to meet, plus the mitigation measures deemed applicable to the project, and then potentially some things related to establishing the use or the number of years in which they could not renew their program enrollment license.
Yeah, consolidate where you can, where it's applicable.
Yeah, I mean, like fees, you kind of say the same thing about fees each section, and you could just have one section that says follow table or whatever it is, section 2.64.
Yep, and that was a function of kind of the earlier iterations of consolidation and then passing it to Mentor Harnish, it came back with the individual fee sections. So I basically, rather than creating a bunch more strike through, just removed the individual fees and reference out to 2.64.
Commissioner Barrett?
Are we at the time for discussion or?
My apologies.
Where this is still clarifying questions.
Yeah, and I wasn't directed at you. It was actually, I have a question about what's on the screen right now, but it's not the right time.
I guess my clarifying question is with regards to renewable diesels. And is that something that is across all other industries? Is it something that is needed? Is this something that is unique for cannabis?
Oh, you stole my question. That's what I was trying to say is why are we having such a strict rule on them that we don't have in appears other industries?
I think Drew's going to provide some clarity on that.
It would be my pleasure. So if you see at the bottom of A, it says 3.3-1C, that is reference to a mitigation measure that is from the EIR. I believe that there's been some changes, and honestly, off the top of my head, I don't recall exactly what, but I believe this has said if available. And I think we have clearly determined that biofuel is not readily available. And I believe that in terms of the energy requirements and those types of things, DCC has since modified its regs, or the state has modified its regs, which then pose conflict with our EIR. So things that I think would likely be addressed as we go forward with the general plan EIR and reestablishing which mitigation measures are infeasible or currently applicable to the program going forward.
Yeah, and I agree with that intent, but it says shall be used, like you have to use it. And then the whole tier 3 and tier 4 DEF system, I mean, to me, that's completely wrong to hold the cannabis industry to that standard that we don't do to others. To me, that's blatant discrimination.
And I don't disagree with you. None of us were involved in the EIR, so it's from the EIR. Whether or not we remove it from the performance standards section, it is a mitigation measure from the EIR. So again, I think there's more work that will happen related to some of these outdated mitigation measures that potentially are infeasible or no longer applicable per state code.
Thank you for the clarification.
Moving on, is there any more clarifying questions?
I have a question about the odor control plan. So you're using a numeric odor detection threshold of 7 to 1. So I'm just curious, where does that threshold come from?
I'm happy to explain. So 7 to 1 threshold, based on my understanding, has been established as a state standard for agricultural odors that are considered a nuisance. My understanding is that as it relates to odor from, let's say non-cannabis odors, so agricultural odors, there's been the threshold that is established has been arrived at based on scientific evidence that there is a quantifiable bacterial load that is associated with agricultural odors. And so I believe basically this is modeled off of Yolo County, who's been using the olfactometer or nasal ranger for a handful of years now. We've had several discussions with their compliance staff about how they use it. And so 7 to 1 seemed like a reasonable place for us to basically align with state agricultural odor nuisance thresholds, and also with YOLO, who have successfully used an olfactometer for several years. I can explain how the olfactometer works.
No, that's okay. I was just curious where it came from. And then you added the term excessive. So is excessive greater than 7 to 1? Or is that the definition of excessive?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
This question's still right.
Yeah, Drew, could you help provide me with some guidance on how deep we should get into this portion of it?
I was just
Yeah,
looking at the additions.
In terms of, I mean, starts going D, E. Now it's going into paleological resources.
I personally don't think we need to spend a lot of time on the performance standards because, again, what I would suggest is that we, can easily convey that any mitigation measure deemed applicable to the project through the environmental review process is a performance standard, and leave it at that. But I didn't want to give you that many more pages of red line, and I figured we would have some discussion and I would explain kind of why that's all there and why we can't modify any of what's there in terms of the language, because that is copy and pasted from the verbatim mitigation measures from the cannabis program EIR.
Yeah, that's,
what
I
about
mean, it's all 1743 G040. I get that, except for the red lines. That's why I was asking about the stuff that was redlined, added.
Yeah, so the stuff that is redlined is not specifically copy and paste from the EIR. So that was my attempt to further quantify or further define what we would do related to odor impacts. I can also add that, we've had discussion and, some appeals and things over the years related to odor. And Carol, I think you were a part of that, but my recollection was essentially that when we compared code with those odor mitigation sections of the EIR, where we landed was that, and this is also why I felt that it was more appropriate to apply an odor control plan to all cannabis land uses. And then essentially what we've done where we've gotten odor complaints that we were able to verify prior to the acquisition of the olfactometer or nasal ranger, we basically said, okay, you have offsite odor complaints. You need to implement the first tier of your odor control plan. So that is why I've now provided, a quantifiable threshold based on the use of that tool. And also why further down you will see that odor control plans were proposed to be applied to all cannabis land uses. That way we have a mechanism and people have a plan in place to be able to mitigate odor impacts if they exceed that threshold.
So how many complaints have there been for odor?
The
Like
number
on
of
on a
odor-
year-to-year basis, what, like for a year, how many complaints do you
I
get?
don't have the stats memorized, but
Roughly.
based on my recollection, we had 1 or 2 odor complaints last year. And so we've seen a decrease in the number of odor complaints over the last, 3+ years.
Right.
Just a note, an observation. We've got a very difficult job ahead of us to try to get through this, but also respect public input and time. And I'm looking at it and we're 4.5 hours into it. And I don't know where the balance is for us to ask our questions, but also to respect the public's input. It's difficult. Just an observation, you as a chair.
I'm ready to open the performance standards up to the public comment.
I think
The opt-out overlay zone is
It's-
not up yet.
It's,
Yeah, my suggestion would be that we address that along with the overall very significant discussion that we'll have about opt-outs, because this really just ties together. Yeah, the opt-outs are a separate discussion.
We have a portion that is just for opt-outs. That is going to be a public discussion.
Right, I think that the discussion that we'll have about opt-outs will inform any changes that we need to make to this section.
John Brower?
Commenting on the performance standards, without having read it all, this thing really dropped with very little time to digest it. But I think what the director described as going through that, like over the course of this process and cleaning it up, makes a lot of sense. Certain things that are included in the programmatic EIR are obsolete at this point. If there are performance, if there are already mandatory mitigations in the EIR, it's really kind of redundant to have them as part of the ordinance compliance list also. It's already something that must be complied with. So I think that's good streamlining, and I think that's better than rehashing the programmatic EIR tonight.
Thank you, John.
Rhoda Kane. I agree. It's pretty hard to wrap my mind around how using the old EIR and then we're about to get a new EIR and how that's all going to relate. And I'm glad that you guys are being patient, but it doesn't really seem like we're getting actually answers about that. Also, as far as the odor thing goes, there's absolutely no reason we should all have to go out and buy extra things to put in the filters of our buildings, because my odor control plan doesn't include that and doesn't need to. And yeah, so my odor control plan is an entirely different process. So just to make sure that we're not required to do all these silly things when we live where nobody can smell our stuff. And yeah, that mostly, it's like if you're putting into the performance standards, all the things that are based on the old EIR, and we're about to have a new EIR, then after the new EIR passes, then we'll update all the performance standards, or what?
Drew, you can speak to that if you'd.
I'm happy to. Again, you know, we've started the conversations with Rincon, who are the general plan EIR consulting team. We haven't gotten very deep into any of it as of yet, so I don't have a lot of clarity, but agreed that yes, in some capacity, this will all need to be revised and be consistent with the general plan EIR. What specific. Right, this is all what's currently there. So that's why I left it, acknowledging the fact that right now, we can't propose anything different because I don't know what it will be. But undoubtedly, when we go through the general plan EIR process, it will in some capacity supplement the existing program EIR, and I really don't have any more details to that at this point. But as we go forward in time, and I believe by the time we release the public review drafts in May, we should have some more clarity on exactly where the EIR consultants are going with mitigation measures and how that will all work. It has just commenced, and the notice of preparation went out a month or two ago. The notice of preparation was very simple. So the full project description will be released soon, and you have not missed any opportunity to comment on that EIR as that draft. Yeah, no, no one has missed anything. That draft EIR has not been released yet. It will be released. There will be a formal. There's nothing to really comment on until we have something to review. It will conform exactly to the last process as that's, you know, required by state law.
Thank you, Drew. Matt?
Jefferson, Trinity Center. Just to clarify, only performance standards, the commenting in D odor control plan is correct? Right?
I believe so.
Okay.
This is that with.
I'm sure I'm missing something, but like really, I do not understand after all of the conversations and workshops and everything that we've gone through, that now you're requiring an odor control plan for ag land. Ag land did not need an odor control plan. And now it seems like it does. Maybe I'm wrong, but you don't need an odor control plan for cattle. You don't need an odor control plan for pigs on ag land. And you're definitely, it feels, not your, I'm sorry, that was a very wrong way to put it. It feels like this is walking into the realm of discrimination, saying that on ag land, you can do any other agricultural activity that creates smell and you don't need an odor control plan. But if you're growing cannabis, which is an agricultural commodity, you need an odor control plan on ag land. I'm only speaking to ag land. And as I read number 4, it's kind of, I feel like it's saying that if my odor control plan does not work, that I'm then going to have to do those things. But this is like highly discretionary. This is like, hey, someone drove by and said, your place stinks, so your odor control plan didn't work. And then someone's going to come up and have to check. It may be Drew, it may be 3 new directors past him. That's then going to be like, well, I don't know, it's up to my discretion if you made the smell better or not. I don't think you did. So you don't get a license. It's just too discretionary.
Thank you,
It's
Matt.
scary.
Just so under the current, there are mitigation measures that are applicable to all. And so 1743.040 GE, cannabis sites shall develop and implement an odor control plan. So what was deleted is the mitigation shall not apply to land zone agricultural, ag forest, or ag preserve. So maybe the comment should be that you don't want to delete that.
I would appreciate the opportunity. If you want me to do that now or continue with public comment, you let me know.
This is a workshop, so we can keep on task
Yep.
and such. If you could provide clarity for that, I had the
Absolutely.
same question.
So to some of Matt's comments, the reason that we established a clear numeric threshold and a quantifiable threshold for odor nuisance at the 7-to-1 dilution ratio is so that there is less subjectivity. Obviously, it is subjective in some capacity, but this is the best tool that all industries at this point have to quantify what is a subjective, thing. So that's why the 7-to-1 was established. My choice, and I'll take responsibility for it, to apply an odor control plan to all cannabis land uses is, from my perspective, to preemptively start to address cannabis odor. Because if you recall, in the cannabis program EIR, there was a statement of overriding considerations that was adopted. I am not confident that the current Board of Supervisors will be willing to, adopt an additional statement of overriding considerations to say that this is significant and unavoidable. So the intent here is to create a mechanism to mitigate cannabis odors across any and all cannabis land uses so that we don't have to go down the road of grappling with a statement of overriding considerations saying that it's significant and unavoidable. We're saying no, if it surpasses the thresholds that are established, it will be mitigated. So an individual odor control plan that is submitted by an applicant is a conceptual framework to, from their perspective, address and potentially mitigate cannabis odors if they exceed the threshold. So, nope. Individuals are able to propose their own odor control plan. That's how it's been. And then again, what has happened is based on the odor control plan that was submitted by by the applicant, approved by the cannabis division. If in the past, if odor complaints were received, we automatically then went out. If we could verify them, just, staff's knows, and we could say, yep, there's significant cannabis odor, you're going to have to implement the first tier of your odor control plan. This, I think, improves that process to then give us a tool so that we can actually quantify what that threshold is, not, oh, yes, it smells like cannabis, but it needs to actually exceed the 7-to-1 dilution ratio in order then to implement that first tier. Yep.
I was just trying to clarify that these aren't new. These are the mitigation measures that were in the previous ordinance, and they just got moved to performance standards now. But no, they were in the ordinance. So that these were mitigation measures that were under 1743G.040. So they're just moved. These are not new in the ordinance. What is new are the changes that now he deleted the section about land zone ag. Okay.
So what about existing farms? So if you already have a farm and you're on ag land and you don't have odor control, now all of a sudden you're going to have to, is there like a grandfather or anything like that?
I am not aware, and I could be wrong, but I am not aware of a single Appendix C that has been approved that did not include an odor control plan. To my knowledge, even all of those individuals on ag zone parcels submitted an odor control plan. I could be slightly off base, but the vast majority of all projects have submitted voluntarily an odor control plan, whether they were on ag zones or not.
Okay.
Let's move on to the next public comment, please.
A silly question, but on F about using renewable energy, PUD is renewable, but what happens when the power goes out and people start firing up their generators? Do they have to get like carbon credit for that, or?
Honestly, I have not been in the thick of that particular piece of the puzzle, but my recollection is that the DCC has modified those standards. And so that, again, I believe that the way that this was constructed is no longer entirely applicable. If that helps to somewhat answer the question.
Thank you. Any more public comment in the room?
Yeah, thanks again, Adrian Keys. Good work on the setbacks. I think that could really help like loosen up some of the difficulties in getting licensed around here, especially for the ancillary activities. So I guess performance standards involves how some of the mitigations have moved around and all that. And we've discussed, apparently I wasn't aware this is going to happen. I sure hope it does, that we could revisit some of the mitigations as possibly being infeasible or impractical, because I firmly believe that the static line well monitoring is profoundly impractical and infeasible. You're not really supposed to pull your well cap off very often, let alone once a month. And it would cost me about $2,000 a month to actually do that, because I'd have to get a pump truck out there every single month. So that's impractical. And it's also completely infeasible. And unless every well in the county is doing that, it also doesn't generate a usable data set. Odor control in the drying building, can we just roll that into a mitigation or an odor control plan and implement it upon a complaint or something? Because as was said before, I mean, a lot of us live out in the boonies. We don't have any neighbors and nobody's going to be complaining. So I'm going to go put a carbon filter in this building and for absolutely no reason. And actually, I think that's it on that. I think everything else got covered pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Vidette Vanderwide, Lewiston. I just want to point out something I'm noticing, because we spent a lot of time talking about odor, and this is something I get that, is it land use really? Because it's an unseen piece of it. And I know cell phone towers, which is something very important to me to regulate a little bit more than we do. We can't hold up any permits for that. We can't put any complaints in for the toxic EMFs that come off of there. So, because it's unseen. So I think we got to really like chill out on this odor thing. That's it. It's just, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. Anyway, that's all.
Any more public comment in the room?
Steve Lyon, Junction City. My understanding is that on the odor control plan, number 4A, that is a requirement and not a mitigation, that all drying and processing activities must be conducted in fully enclosed secure structures. Is that right? That it's not a mitigation, it's a requirement? That's my reading of it. Seems ridiculous. As somebody said, it should be complaint-based. There's a lot of processing is a big word. It includes a lot of activities. I have an outdoor farm. It's ridiculous that every bit of processing must take place indoors. Some farms are out in the boonies. It should all be complaint-based. I'm nervous about the nasal ranger and its accuracy and calibration and all that, but maybe it's better than the subjective thing. So the whole odor thing, in my opinion, has been based on those who don't like cannabis being grown. One by one, their complaints were addressed through the EIR, through the ordinance. Each complaint has that people were able to come up with it. It's crime, dogs, light, water, environmental. Just each one of those complaints is clearly addressed through the EIR, through the state regs, through the county ordinance, and one by one, they've all been addressed. And that odor became this very subjective complaint that you can't prove, you can't disprove.
Thank you, Steve.
And it's an easy hook.
Thank you. If there's no more public comment in the room, we can move on to the virtual.
Yeah, we have Lisa.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, Lisa Wright. Odor control plan should not change. I don't even think we should actually have to have them. Odor is really not an air quality issue. By state definition, it's a nuisance. It should have been treated as such. So to say that 1 or 2 complaints justifies all of this being imposed upon the farmers is ridiculous. The fact that we bought however much it cost to buy this olfactory, ridiculous. They were never able to, even to prove that there was any substance in the air that they could measure on these last complaints. I think it's absolutely over the top, unnecessary. Take it out altogether. Otherwise, just leave it as it is. We did put odor control plans in for every single one of our applicants, and I've had over 200 application Appendix Cs go through. So they're there already, but the fact that there's this much attention and time, it's really pretty sad, actually. And then to say that every processing activity, all drying and processing activities must be in fully enclosed secure structures. That's contrary to DCC regulations. Staff knows this. We've discussed it. And it doesn't even seem practical for farming that you're going to impose that kind of restriction on how people dry or process a product. So I'm opposed to that as well. So we're really going into areas that I can't believe that we're still going into, frankly. And if you're going to impose odor control plans on cannabis, cannabis is agriculture, then every agricultural operation needs to have an odor control plan. Because you know what? I don't like driving by the winery after they've sprayed their pesticides and they go into whatever season and smelling it. I do smell it. There's no regulation at all on that. So I just feel like you guys are spending way too much time on things that are really
Thank you, Lisa.
irrelevant to the big picture.
Thank you, Lisa.
We also have Marissa.
Go ahead,
Hi.
Marissa.
Hi, Marisa, Eagle Creek Ranch. Removing the exemption for odor control on agricultural parcels is discriminatory unless you do it to all ag businesses. If we live on a farm and it's zoned ag, we want to be able to do farmy stuff on our farm. This is, if it's not, if it doesn't pertain to all ag, it shouldn't be on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa.
That is all.
All right, bring it back to the commission for discussion.
I agree. I mean, ag is ag and cannabis is supposedly ag, so I agree. Way too much.
Totally agree. It's either agriculture or it's not. And if it is and it's built and it's been recognized, then we cannot keep punishing these people and discriminating against them for their chosen profession.
Whatever mitigations are, like that the EIR came up with should be what we should be. I mean, no additional regulations on top of the EIR. Like it sounds like drying activities conducted fully enclosed structure. Drew, can you provide clarity? Is that different than what it was prior?
Yeah, that is a slight twist.
I know I really enjoyed trimming weed on my back deck. And it's fresh air and good sunlight. I don't see why that would be mandatory in all cases.
Is that applicable to all agricultural industry? It must be fully enclosed and secure.
What I'll say is that, from my perspective, the reason that I revised that is that the way that the EIR details it is not entirely consistent with code, and it created lack of clarity. I don't disagree with the concept that cannabis creates odors, and whether the odors are more significant while growing or more significant while drying or processing there is probably no, it could be either way. Depends on the strain, depends on how people dry, depends on a variety of factors. So if we want to if the commission's direction is to revise any of this, happy to take notes on that. Again, I think I provided my rationale as to why I think this is a better way to approach odor going forward from a sort of alleviating the necessity of a statement of overriding considerations. That's really my primary intent here. Happy to receive direction from the commission.
So I would just say I'm neutral on the deletions and the additions, but I do, as far as, the ag zoned lands and the have to dry process indoors, I don't care what you do on those, but I really do like the, some sort of measurable threshold to make it easier for staff to deal with complaints. So I do like that section.
The measurable threshold with
The 7 to 1 and.
7 to
and
1.
That is what would be considered excessive.
So if the commission wants to basically undo the strike through and underline from 4A and wants to kind of, that would be the simplest way to give me direction. Just leave it as it was. Just give me that direction and we'll keep it moving.
Yeah, well, there was also the inclusion. It wasn't just the strike throughs, but the all dry and processing activities.
Yeah, so
just remove that.
Just if your direction is to keep 4A as it was, then I think that's probably the simplest way to address that. If you want to give me more detailed revisions, I'm happy to take notes.
Yep.
Well,
Commissioner Barrett?
thank you. The sniff ranger, high ranger, whatever it is that only geared to target cannabis? Is that what it's calibrated for?
No, it actually was developed for agricultural odors that were considered a nuisance and a risk to public health and safety based on the correlation between bacterial loads and that odor threshold or dilution threshold that was established.
I get what we're talking about here today, but also for a learning experience. So could you live next door to a pig farm and call up the county and complain? And they would be asked to put in some odor mitigation. You brought out your sniff ranger?
That's a great question. We can certainly reach out to the ag department and confirm.
Just to make sure it's on a level playing field. That's all. Just a question.
Yeah, and I think that's a great comment for the general plan EIR team to consider, how to address agricultural odors that could actually pose some significant risks to public health and safety.
Okay.
Thank you.
About monitoring wells, is that stipulation, is that still in place?
So all of the mitigation measures that were established in the EIR are still there.
Okay.
And again, I think that the general plan EIR team is well aware, and we've asked them to spend a significant amount of time reviewing the cannabis program EIR and ensuring that they're able to create consistency and move that forward into, current times.
Okay.
If I may?
Yep.
And then my water concerns would echo the same as the odor. Is that same standard being held to other industries also? In other words, the vineyard, for example, are they held to the same as cannabis, or is that another option where cannabis is held to a stricter standard?
In water usage?
Yeah. And where it comes from, how they're allowed to store it, where they're not allowed to get it from.
No, and that is far beyond the scope of our zoning code. That comes from State Water Resources Control Board, DWR, a bunch of other regulatory standards where, the state general order for cannabis cultivation, the original North Coast Water Board order created standards specifically for cannabis. And, we aren't going to be able to get around that from a zoning code perspective.
Understandable. It's just, I feel it highlights another point where the cannabis industry is held to a really high standard that other agricultural industries are not. And it just makes it more difficult for I think it just shows blatant discrimination.
Yeah, and what I can say is that I've heard, from former water board staff that the intent with the state general order for cannabis cultivation, that policy, they kind of acknowledged, at least internally from what I heard, that they missed the boat on regulating a lot of the other agricultural land uses and water consumption and things like that. And so this was an attempt to create a much more strict regulatory paradigm and then use that as the model to go forward and further regulate agricultural uses within the state. But agreed that, there is a standard that is applied to cannabis that is not applied to other ag uses. And again, that's outside of our zoning code in terms of where that comes from.
Thank you.
I'd like to back that whole thing up and eliminate odor control completely. We don't need to go after every day, and this is a slippery slope.
We need to be
As far as this is going to
consistent.
turn into regulations on every ranch, every farm, everywhere. This is
We
not
need
good.
to
I mean, we don't need more regulation in our life.
Well, we need to treat everybody the same. So Commissioner Barrett's right. I mean, whether it's water use or odor, they need to be treated the same, but we don't need to eliminate that because people will go berserk. And I mean, there's a rationale for things like water measuring and monitoring.
So every ranch in this area has been a problem for the last 100 years.
With regards to what?
Well, I don't know. I hold my breath
You're
every time I
pushing
go by
regulation onto
Harris
other areas
Farms.
now. You're basically taking cannabis, making cannabis to create a regulatory apparatus to go after more things.
So from
So
here,
you're just gonna go attack ranches next and farms, small farms. I mean, all this.
No.
Exactly. I mean, the mill. So what I'm getting at is a slippery slope. You're just compounding this regulatory bullshit. Sorry for the word, but it's just compounding and compounding. I mean, we live in Trinity County where we're how many registered voters? We have 7,000 registered voters.
Mhm.
We don't
But
need
how
all
many
this
are you going to
regulation.
have move in if
And
it's
cannabis is
issues?
dying. I mean, it's not like there's a line of people trying to start cannabis farms all over the place.
So we have odor control plans in the ordinance as it stands, right? That ordinance was vetted over years with compromises and back and forth. And so I would propose that we just don't make any new changes
No
to
changes
make it
whatsoever.
to make
To make
it
it harder for
any
anyone.
more stringent than it already has been. I think just straight striking odor control is not going to be supported by the Board of Supervisors. And
No,
then,
but
and
taking away the agricultural, ag forest, or ag preserve, you're taking away that.
I think
was in there
we've
before.
told Drew to leave that in.
Okay.
to allow, to not strike out that ag zoning.
Right.
To leave it in, so they would
Leave
be
it in and not
exempt.
strike it out.
So you want to leave zero or,
Yes.
revert zero and
Part D zero,
revert, revert 4A.
I think the general consensus at the commission, if, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is any stipulation that makes odor control or it makes it more difficult for the farmer needs to not be changed. Unless the EIR has new findings, we need to not continue to increase the level of regulations.
So will you clarify for me what the direction of the planning commission is? Are we leaving this whole section as it was previously written, or are we continuing to include an actual quantifiable threshold for which the odor control plan should be implemented, or should we continue to go forward with a subjective assessment based on whatever staff member goes out there, and if they smell cannabis, then they're going to tell people to implement
So,
odor control plan?
so my suggestion earlier was to leave in that the mitigation shall not apply to land zone, agricultural, ag forest, and ag preserve. So don't strike that out. Yes.
Zero.
Also to not change the language in 4A, but to leave in the language in 4 and 3 that talks about excessive cannabis odors and the 7-to-1 measure.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
so revert 0 and revert 4A.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Fellow commissioners? Shall we move on to the next section?
Please.
Okay. Which is application requirements for cannabis land uses. Drew?
Again, not any drastic or significant changes from my perspective. We took some of the application requirements that were previously included into performance standards and applied them here. And then the main changes are related to fees, where essentially rather than having specific fees detailed in code, we reference out to 2.64, which is consistent with the rest of zoning code. And then we also clarified the appropriate or the applicable use permit and program enrollment concepts in here. That being said, the new fees have not been defined. And so we're a bit of a ways out from actually, being able to determine what the new fees based on this new regulatory framework would be. But that's the bulk of what we've done here.
Cool. Any clarifying questions for staff? Planning Commission? I have a question with regards to the historic buildings and structures and with regards to the historic district. Drew, I brought this up with you in a prior conversation, but I know there was at least one licensed farm in Denny who was in the historic district, who is an outdoor farmer. And I believe what you had mentioned is that just like all the historic districts are they are all treated the same. And yeah, maybe provide clarity on that, because in Denny, cannabis is, I think you could characterize it as a historic part of their community.
So, honestly, I until you brought it up, I hadn't noticed that Denny was included here. I believe that this mitigation measure comes from state law as it relates to the preservation of historic structures and historical resources. As relates to architectural review and historic areas that are considered special treatment areas within Trinity County, there are 3 existing special treatment areas from an architectural review standpoint: Weaverville, Helena, and Lewiston. Again, this is just something that I have not changed or modified. It is what's currently in code, and I believe was established based on the cannabis program EIR.
So isn't the Denny historic area very limited to the right where the confluence is and the Schlomer building and all that? I mean, it's not a very big area, is it?
Neither is Lewiston, and honestly, I know very little, if anything, about the Denny historic area and its boundaries.
I mean, yeah, there is a strip, but in that strip, people live there.
Right, but
Right.
is that where the cultivation is?
Yeah, there's a fellow that's lived there for longer than I've been on this planet, and he's been in jail cultivating cannabis back in the 70s out here in Trinity, and went through the licensing program. And yeah, so it's just like, man, I would not want to cut out people who live out in Denny, make a living at that. Yes, it's the historic district, but that historic district is their homes, and they have been cultivating cannabis for generations. And then Helena, really, like Helena, right? I mean, no cultivating in the ghost town. It seems like it would be wonderful. It seems like cannabis would breathe maybe some vitality into that ghost town. I don't know. I understand no cultivating in Weaverville historic district. That totally makes sense. And in the Lewiston historic district, but Denny and Helena, just that does not make sense.
And the best thing I could offer is for staff to go in and do a closer review of the zoning in these various historic districts. I would say that at least in my review of Weaverville Historic district. And Lewiston, I don't believe there are parcels that would allow for cultivation anyways, based on a zoning perspective.
Thank you for looking into that. Any more clarifying questions for staff? Okay, we'll open this up to public comment. Please talk. Make this public comment to pardon me, application requirements for all cannabis land uses. Go for it.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Yes, Adrian Keys.
All right, thanks. So I just wanted to quickly comment on how the process for the Denny historic area went down. What it was determined was that the cultivation would not impact any of the historic uses. It wasn't going to alter the use or the physical appearance or any of the structures. So they were allowed to move forward. So considering that, when you kind of look at how all the other historic areas work, and that was, you know, a way to allow that operation to move forward. And great to see that in the other historic districts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the historic district thing is noteworthy that, you know, it could be the spark that brings, you know, something like Helena back to life. If it were possible, it seems that maybe if it were going to be retained, that it'd be amended to say something like without, you know, that it could just require approval of the historic district board or something like that. You know, it's another opportunity for another entity to comment on a director's use permit if they move to director's use permits. Helena would be actually pretty rad for thoughtful retail and cultivation and manufacturing, but anyway, most of the enrollment and application requirements have been sorted out for over years and years at this point. It was really interesting to hear that there's only been 1 to 2 odor complaints for the entire last year. It's like that's a successful program. And I wonder if it was on an ag zoned parcel or not, but 1 to 2 odor complaints in a year is, I think it's a sign of a non-controversial functioning program that is protecting and mitigating of nuisances.
Thank you, John.
Anyway, I don't see a lot of need for change in the applications.
Any more comments on application requirements in this?
Won't start my time yet. 3 minutes. Is one of the worst. Ready, set, go. Okay. B, prior to approval or renewal, any ground disturbing activities, you need a biological reconnaissance survey. Hopefully your original one is still good. As part of your CEQA, it just seems ridiculous that to do minor grading or any kind of grading that you got to get another biological survey. Section C, historic buildings and structures. The 45 years in age thing is a bit much. 45 years would be 1981. So there's a lot of buildings built before 81 that don't really seem like historical value. The business parks and industrial stuff, okay, whatever, it seems a bit excessive. F, applications identify drainage and water control. All that stuff is covered with Fish and Wildlife, LSAs, Water Board. G was the groundwater monitoring data. That is absolutely excessive. We have Water Board registration. Why is the county getting involved in our water usage at that? Then what's the point of the Water Board registration? It's ridiculous. Watershed stuff is again Fish and Wildlife, LSAAs, not county stuff. It's double regulations. It's back to the, like, why are we regulating crap that the state, there's literal state agencies that we have to have yearly permits, and we pay a lot of money for those permits every year. It keeps going on. A lot of them are run out of time here. Just some of the lists, equipment, yeah. I could use more than 3 minutes on this section. A lot of it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more public comment in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
We have Lisa on Zoom.
Lisa, right?
Hello, I'm just going to focus on the red line because I believe the black is
Hey,
still.
Lisa, hold on real quick.
Oh, can you
Sounds
hear
like
me?
you're muted. Oh, we hear you better now. Proceed,
Okay,
please.
might be my laptop. Okay, I'm going to focus on the red lines because I think the black is already like part of the EIR potentially, but we could have staff weigh in. Fees, I'm not familiar with County Code Section 2.64. There was a cross out for the balance of that, so I'm curious about more about that. Number two, enrollment fees, fine. I'm a bit concerned about the application will require submission of all required components as detailed in the application packet because that could change day to day. So that's too loose. I think it should be better defined as to what that application packet is or something that would put some more constraints around that. So B, I'm very curious about this because it says prior to approval of a new or renewal, if ground disturbing activities are proposed, a biological reconnaissance survey shall be conducted. A biological reconnaissance survey has been required with no ground disturbing activities in the past. So does that remove that requirement if there's no new ground disturbance proposed? That's what that reads to me. The next thing in red, sorry, getting there. It's a lot of black. He didn't change that much. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, then you get into personal use, and that's a whole different section, right? All right, that's it.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hmm?
Anything else on?
That is everybody from Zoom.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission. Fellow commissioners?
So my only comment is, so the fees for cannabis land uses, should that also, I mean, we talked about moving all the other fee language from all the other types of uses, not, the distribution, manufacturing, retail, all the fees would be in that section 2.64. So you wouldn't have to repeat the same thing. Okay, that would be my suggestion, is to kind of consolidate the language for fees in one spot.
Commissioners? Yep.
Just kind of curious about what the one commenter is saying about doubling requirements. If something's required already by the water board, why is it in here? Is that true? Is that?
I believe that what was being referenced is, again, standards that were incorporated through the programmatic EIR process. So we're not particularly doubling anything. We're just restating the other regulatory standards that exist.
And it doesn't.
So you're just stating and you're not actually adding.
We are incorporating by reference the other regulatory standards that exist or existed at the time when the general plan or the cannabis program EIR was adopted, developed and adopted.
Okay, let's move on then.
All right, so I think next we get to personal use.
Clarifying question, or actually, staff, could you, looks like there's a lot of red in this. Wanna
Moved.
The reason that it's all red is because previously in 1743 and 1743A through I, we did not address what was in 1742. So I believe that when we brought this in, the only change that was made was related to the allowance for more than 6 plants that existed on the larger parcel size to align it with the state personal use standards of 6 plants. I don't think it's unreasonable in any way to allow for the 6 plants disallowed by the state for all of these, for any of these parcel sizes. It may be sensible to continue to sort of have this square footage type of construct associated with parcel size, but happy to receive your feedback and direction on this topic.
So my only concern,
Yeah, proceed, please.
okay, my only concern would be the indoor cultivation should be square footage, not plant count.
Well,
Oh, state law.
so, so my question then would be, under 1742.070, it was 8 plants for 400 square feet. So you're saying state law says you can only have 6?
Correct.
Okay. Then, as Commissioner Harper, so the indoor personal cannabis use, it used to say limited to the same maximum size standards as 1742.070. That didn't get carried over.
No, and this was revised to address the 6 plants because alternatively, it was allowing for more than 6 plants based on parcel size.
But my point is, shouldn't it be less than that if you have, if you're 1 acre or less parcel, shouldn't it be 2 plants?
Agreed that it's not entirely consistent. Obviously, the ability to mitigate cannabis odors there's more potential to do so in an indoor cultivation setting. Again, I think it may be perfectly reasonable and appropriate to simply say 6 plants and impose some sort of square footage requirement if that is the desire and the consensus and direction from Planning Commission.
Well, if you're at 6 plants, there's no point in putting in a square footage requirement.
Well, let me pose a hypothetical, which is that in, a truly densely populated area in Trinity County, do we want to allow for people to have 6 100 square foot plants?
Yeah, I was going to bring this up under discussion because my mom lived in a densely, downtown Weaverville, and the people adjacent to her had medicinal marijuana. And so, but their favorite thing was to open the windows in the summer when it was hot and turn the fans on. And, I apologize to Vidette. Some people like the odor, some people don't. I mean, my mom, she would cry. She moved out. So I'm a little concerned about 6 plants with no limitation, I don't know if the difference between 2 plants and 6 plants, but I mean, I just think that we should use the state language at least.
From my perspective, the square footage of, let's say, fully, filled out canopy is going to be what creates more or less odor. You know what I mean? Like the number of plants is somewhat irrelevant. It's
Right.
more how many square feet of flowering cannabis they have. There's also a lot of other variables. But again, I think what I'm looking for here from the commission, my suggestion would be that perhaps we just apply 6 plants to all of the parcel sizes and keep the existing square footage limitations, or modify the square footage limitations, or don't have square footage limitations, whatever you guys think is appropriate.
Okay, I have more under discussion then.
Okay. Do you have any more clarifying questions for staff, fellow commissioners? Nope. If there's not, let's move this, or open this up to public comment. We're talking cannabis cultivation right now,
Just personal use.
just personal use.
Matthew Jefferson, Trinity Center. I fully agree with what Drew just said. Should be 6 plants on there. You guys are walking into something way different than trying to write a cannabis code when you're trying to regulate what medical patients can and can't do. And if this is trying to make a code that says a medical patient is going to lose their medical rights based on the amount of land they own or rent, that is not a good thing to walk into. I think that would be a very bad idea. And going with Drew's suggestion of just making the 6 plants, keeping the square footage, I think that's reasonable, but not letting a medical patient grow their 6 plants. That's, and when doctors' recommendations are written, they also can have more plants. I don't know if that still applies as Prop 64 came in, but I'm pretty sure that when you get a medical recommendation, they can also say, well, this person needs more cannabis, we're allowing them to grow more plants. So it could be 6 plants or what the doctor's recommendation says. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Matt.
Again, Adrian Keys, I agree with the 6 plant thing. And if it needs to be controlled in some way, then square footage would be a better tool. I would also strongly suggest the county consider, exploring the medical side of this and can maybe coming up with a caregiver regulation of some sort. But one of the reasons I would argue for 6 plants is because, well, one, there could be a number of people in any given household. And so there could be 4 people, there could be 6 people. So there could be 1. But at the end of the day, if you have a medical necessity, you may need more than one kind of cannabis, and you may need a certain quantity of it. And you can't achieve that if you limit people's plants. And since we don't have a medical regulation, this is the only option for medical patients. And if they then can't grow the types of cannabis that they need, they're essentially being denied their rights to medicine. And so I think that really does need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
I would recommend a separate section we don't use the word personal use, but we have 2 separate sections. One would be adult use, the other would be medical. Stay consistent with state language. The personal use, adult use should outline the state, absolutely the state language, and should be incorporated by reference, not specific language, but just reference that area of state code. So the local county language would change as the state language changes. So it just stays consistent forever. On the medical side, something that has just plagued Trinity County early, especially, it helped create part of the green rush here, was the county refusing to acknowledge Prop 215 for many years. And the current state language that allows for 6 plants mature or 12 plants immature per patient, and with caregiver gardens possible and legal, Trinity County must have a similar system for patient access, safe access to appropriate medicine. The last person I'm aware of that applied for a state card through the county health department, it took the health department 14 months and cost them $300. They were expired before they ever got their card.
Thank you,
I
John.
would say break them into both, medical and adult.
Is there any more public comment in the room? If there's not, we can bring it over to Zoom.
Yeah, we have Lisa.
Go for it, Lisa.
Hey, I'm all about 6 plants I would rather have it per patient, but I understand per parcel. And I believe there's a addition that there has to be a dwelling on that parcel as well for it to qualify. So you can maybe confirm that. But let's just be pragmatic, because I've had experience with clients and people. So the judge does not want to see someone that has 4 plants that should have had 2 in the courtroom. We do not want to spend our law enforcement resources out writing citations on those kind of things. And they don't want to be out doing that either. So just make it a blanket 6. Let's just get real. Also, the caregiver provision, that there is an attorney general's opinion post Prop 64 that allows for caregivers to, I believe it's have 5 patients that they grow for. So 30 plants, and I think then they can grow their 6 as well. Don't quote me on that, but it's an attorney general opinion that that's an allowable medical construct for people who can't grow their own plants, right? So they have a caregiver that does that for them. It has to be legit. It can't be, I'm going to sell this to you, something like that. But that is allowable at the state. So it would be nice to see one of those provisions put into our ordinance as well. So those are my comments on personal growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
That is everybody from Zoom.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Somebody just raised their hand, sorry.
Okay.
I think it's Julia.
Hello, this is Julia. I agree with the caretaker, the caregiver. I think that hopefully that we could someday get to that. And I also agree with the personal use of 6 plants. I think we should stick to the state.
Thank you, Julia.
You're welcome.
Planning commissioners?
Do we not have any kind of medical ordinance whatsoever?
So I have a request for staff. I mean, can you make sure that our language is consistent with the state law? Because right now, the current medical marijuana ordinance 1742 does say indoor cultivation of mature marijuana plants shall be limited to the same maximum size standards as in 1742-70. And that would say if you're an acre or less, you get 2 plants. And so, and I'm looking online and I'm seeing, you know, again, that there's a little bit of a confusion over indoor. So if people can have a lot of plants indoor, is there a way to please check to make sure we're consistent with the state law, and B, does any of the odor issues apply? Can people complain, or they just don't have any rights because their neighbor next door has a medical marijuana? Is that how that works?
As far as state law is concerned, I do not know off the top of my head. I will certainly do some more research, and I think the direction that we've already resolved is that we will include a medical cannabis section. Not sure if right now, without that having been developed, if PC wants to give guidance on it, you know, or if we even can restrict that based on zoning. So again, I'll come up with my best attempt to create a medical cannabis process that aligns with state law, and we'll go from there when we revisit this at some point in the future.
I like that. I like what John Brower said, you know, rather than personal use, adult use and medical.
Yep. I took
Right.
that note, agreed.
And possibly if it's 6 plants, and then maybe I'm opening up a can of worms, but you know, maybe that schnozometer or whatever it's called, sniff ranger, you know, like if you live on a smaller parcel and you have your 6 plants, you're going to need to have it indoors where you have a charcoal filter. If you have a large parcel, then you can have your 6 plants and you spread them out as big as you possibly can. But the biggest concern is just not having a negative impact on your neighbor. And so in neighborhoods where that doesn't matter. In neighborhoods that does matter, we have a measurable 7-to-1 ratio mechanism that it's not just complaints, but actually a mechanism to measure if it is how much it's affecting the neighbor. Is that opening up a can of worms?
I think this is personal, not commercial.
I think it's medical, aligned by the state. Stay away.
Well, the only
Follow
thing
their
is,
rules and stay away from it.
if we're trying to say cannabis should follow the same rules as everyone else, if there's an odor issue from your neighbor next door because of garbage, or they have tons of dogs and dog poop and stuff, if the neighbor can complain about that, they should be able to complain about cannabis odor. I mean, so it's just, you know, let's be fair here, right? That's been the mantra.
I agree with being fair, but you have to go through a state regulated medical official to get it. And I don't want to be the person to tell someone they're terminally ill that the medicine they helped to get through their day. I don't want to be the person that complains. That's me.
I don't,
And being a good neighbor, but I'm with the speaker that said this is medical and you do not want to be involved with that. So in my opinion, align with the state guidance and step away from it.
Well, there is medical, but then there's also adult use.
Correct, but I'm just.
and I'm just saying, I mean,
I was saying it's non-commercial.
so my
There's no
dad
money
took,
involved.
my dad took cannabis when he had cancer, so I am totally with you there. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't go buy it. I mean, you didn't always have to grow it. So there's choices.
But isn't that where the caregiver, it's actually spelled out?
Yeah, and on that note, I would like to propose direction to staff to to look into what the state regulations are on for caregivers, so that we may be able to grow for a sick relative, ill relative.
Got it.
So my only stipulation is, or my mine was, it's like, okay, 6 plants, but only 50 square feet, or, or 100 square feet. And so that is mitigating the smell and the nuisance on your neighbors. The smaller your parcel, the smaller your square footage. And so that's why I was like, well, if it doesn't matter, then you can, if your neighbors don't mind, then why not be able to have more? But if they do mind, then what can we do to respect those neighbors for adult use?
Oh, for adult use, not the medical part.
We're not discussing
Okay,
medical.
okay,
I mean, we gave direction to
okay,
look into medical.
Okay, oh, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Personal use. That's fine, or, I mean, the way it's written is fine with me, or if you want to do 6 plants across the board, that's fine too, and do some kind of I hate to impose restrictions on it when it's not commercial. It's one thing if it's commercial and you're making money on it. For personal use, it's because you can't afford to go buy it, maybe.
Right, and so
Can you afford charcoal filters? Can you afford fans? Can you afford remake? Can you afford plastic? Can you afford all that crap?
You could keep your windows closed.
unless they're
outdoor.
Unless they're outside.
Indoor eliminates the whole thing. Now you're paying a whole bunch of money every month. So
Okay, we just keep,
outdoors for cheap, for affordability.
I guess in that case, we could just keep it to 6 plants and keep the square
Keep
footage.
the square footage the same way it is on the list.
I'm still concerned about adult indoor cultivation in extremely, dense areas. I mean, my mom had a 10-foot setback, her neighbor had a 10-foot setback. Their 2 windows are 20 feet apart.
So most indoor, I mean, you're running fans anyways, so filters are really easy, and most people put filters on them anyways.
Or they just open the windows and turn the fan on.
Chair, if I may.
You have to move more air than that.
I think we've beaten this horse enough for the moment. We're on page 18 of 65 of this particular section, and we still have opt-outs to go, which from my perspective is the most difficult and contentious piece of all of what we will be discussing tonight.
Well, do we have do we have the option to continue this to our next meeting on the 12th?
I believe that option always exists.
'Cause I don't really see how we're going to have it all done tonight.
Do we have the option to go to opt-outs if it's the most contentious? Do we have that option?
I mean, but then we still have to work our way through this.
After we do this, we have to go back to the tables even. So,
yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, this ordinance affects the largest economy in Trinity County. And so, there's a lot to it, and we are squeezing a lot into one night, and we'll go as long as we can, but I don't want to skip any areas.
And I'll come back.
Totally willing to, if it's possible, I'm totally willing to put this on the agenda for our regular meeting on the 12th.
Set a time we're going to go to tonight that's reasonable and work till then and then come back.
What is reasonable, fellow commissioners?
How about
10?
How about 8:50? Or I'm coming in.
Can you go for another hour?
Can I advocate for staff? They've been in office since 7:30. It's a long day for them. Their brains are fried.
Call it 9 o'clock, maybe.
9 o'clock? That means
mean-
that means we're finishing up.
And I do want to point out, as much as I'd be happy to, wrap this up and go home, if we choose to move this to the 12th, that's going to delay us in getting the update to the board. And that is less than ideal because we've already coordinated Mentor Harness staff's time for the 17th. We may have no alternative, or I don't know if we could do a special meeting, but in either case, I think that we can be more efficient as we go through the rest of this. Again, there aren't huge or significant changes. I think this kind of gets us to the most newly added and revised portion.
I agree, opt-outs are important, but there's other stuff in here that got changed that I really want to ask about. So,
entirely up to you. I'll stay here as long as you guys can
we
bear
have-
it. And
I don't even
we
know
add
that
an
we could
extra
do
meeting?
opt-outs in an hour.
Can we have a meeting every week?
I don't
I mean,
think it's fair to try to rush it and cram it in,
It's not.
but I'm respectful of the people that are here, and I'm respectful of my time and staff. I mean, I don't see an easy way around it.
I mean, it's a lot to go through, and it sounds like we're butted up against scheduling with our consultants, but I don't see a way around it. I mean,
We haven't even discussed the
more-
impacts to the gray wolf. I mean, it's right there.
So,
Yeah.
so, I mean, can we just add more meetings? Can we have a meeting every week? Can we have 2 meetings a week? And I'm driving the farthest. I'm willing to do it.
and we need to, I mean, I have a lot of notes, a lot of questions of what's to come.
And for what we're asked to do, we have to give it the respect it deserves.
So, I mean, could we move it? Could we have a meeting next week?
Based on my recollection, we aren't actually required to public notice study sessions. I believe that in some ways is a disservice to members of the public that want to come and comment and have their feedback be heard by the commission. At this point, we have, I believe, missed the cutoff to notice for the 12th.
Correct.
No, we did notice this in the
It
Trinity.
just says, no, it says 2, 4, and 7.
It absolutely did, and it
Well-
said including cannabis.
No,
It-
and not, if you look at the agenda for tonight, it doesn't say anything about 1785.
That is part of part 4. And the newspaper notice said including cannabis land uses. But if that wasn't clear to those that read the legal notice in the newspaper, we can put it in bold and underline it next time.
So as far as noticing goes, I mean, if it's essentially extending, do we have to have notice?
If this were a
Continuing the meeting?
hearing for, an item, it's a workshop, so as I understand it, we don't actually have to notice it in the Trinity Journal. If you'd like to move it to the 12th, we do have the cell tower item already scheduled for that night, and that is the only item currently scheduled. It is a 6 o'clock start time that we have already noticed for the 12th. Entirely your pleasure, and happy to continue to go through this, jump over to opt-outs, whatever you guys think makes sense.
Well, if it's
Can
just
anybody
the
make it
cell
here too?
towers at the next one, we could make that a long day, a long meeting, and proceed forward. I mean, I think we'd need another couple hours, maybe a few
at
hours
least.
to get through all of this. And so between the cell towers and this, if we start at 6, we go till 10. This, we started at 2, and we're
Right.
going till 9.
So if we
I
start
think
at
we should
2.
at least attempt to get through it at that next meeting.
Okay, and start at 2?
Start at 6.
It's already been noticed that it'll be.
But if we continue, if we start the tower at 6, but we can start this at 2.
Yeah,
We could start the study session at 2.
that was gonna be my suggestion. We follow the calendar and what's scheduled at the scheduled notice time, but do the workshop before, earlier.
Yeah.
And then we stop what we're doing and get onto the regular calendar, if the chair allows that.
I think that's a great idea.
And we have a phone tree system
I
all
think
over this
we're-
country, so everybody will know anyways that wants to be here will probably know.
And
We're already scheduled. This is a continuation of that,
Right.
of this workshop. I like
and,
that.
and what I can do, is get a legal notice to the Trinity Journal tomorrow that we'll publish next Wednesday to at least notify people. Again, I don't think it needs to meet the 10-day requirement for a formal public hearing. So if that seems like a plan, then we can notice that we'll have the 3rd edition of zoning code review, starting at 2:00 on the 12th.
I think to give it the respect it deserves, I mean, I certainly don't want to come back for any longer than I have to, but I feel it would be a disservice to the community.
No, this is,
I agree.
mean, everybody's gonna have to deal with this for the next 50 to 75 years, so.
Yeah,
Do we-
that is the direction.
Okay, are we calling it now or do we want to keep grinding or? what do you guys wanna-
Let's go ahead and call, this portion of the study session, this temporarily halt it for the 12th and then just move on to reports and announcements.
Just for clarity, the 12th at what time?
2:00.
Thank you.
Plan commissioners?
No report.
I know I'm gonna not find it, but I did get a letter from Gail Goodyear about the general plan. Did the other planning commissioners get that letter?
I can't speak for the commissioners, but I can say that I did see a copy of that. And it was about the notice of preparation, and I think some general confusion about the EIR steps and processes. Again, no one missed anything.
Okay, I
it-
just
the
wanted to make
NOP went
sure
out.
I
It was
wasn't the
very
only
short.
one that got that.
Did you receive it?
I have not received it. So go ahead and send it to me if you.
And all of us, I have received it.
The 2 part was to all the planning commissioners.
I
so-
thought so too, and I thought it also went to the Trinity 2050 distribution list. But happy to, I mean, I can even look at my email and confirm whether you guys got it or not right now if you want.
could, yeah,
Sure.
go for it.
You
All right,
know,
well,
Russell?
I guess I'll announce, for those who have not heard, I am running for District 4 Supervisor, and the election will be at the beginning of June. That's my announcement. You can go ahead after Drew checks his email and go to Director of Community Development.
You're sharing
Oh,
your
I'm
screen.
still sharing. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, don't want to do that.
Stop sharing.
Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, doozy.
My head hurts.
Yeah, I'm done.
Really?
Been reading this stuff for 3 days and then just can't remember half of it.
Sure, I read it right here. I'm good.
So you guys did get it.
Yep, sure.
Did we? No, yeah, we did get it. Just, okay. Drew, do you have any announce or reports?
If I did, I don't remember. Thank you guys for all of your willingness to go through all of this and look forward to getting through it on the 12th at 2 p.m. And we'll get a public notice out to let folks know that that is happening tomorrow for next Wednesday's paper.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, community, for proceeding with all of us.
Maybe ask,
Adjourned.
maybe ask them. And if anybody in the audience wants to tell anybody, obviously, that needs to know, let them know about next, or
Yeah, yeah, cool. I'm keeping the other part of it. You go for it.
Completely inappropriate.